Super Gene Optimization Fluid. Due to an unexpected turn of events, Xia Fei consumed a super gene optimization fluid that bore no brand, expiry date, instructions, or stated its place of origin. Chapter 1, Xia Fei. Since ancient times, there were plenty of seniors who went to prison. However, it could be said with certainty that Xia Fei was the first to go to alien prison. Since ancient times, all the seniors who went to prison hoped for the prison cell doors to open up suddenly. But Xia Fei was living comfortably within this prison cell, and he didn't really wish to leave this place. It was 6 o'clock Earth time, and Xia Fei was curled up, lying down on that narrow single bed. He used an army green blanket to bury him from head to toe while sleeping soundly. Beep beep beep. At the bedside, there was a cheap digital watch letting out an awful and ear-piercing sound that woke Xia Fei up from his dream. He conveniently pushed the silent button on the watch before getting up from the bed in a daze. He silently counted to 3 before abruptly opening his eyes. A few seconds later, Xia Fei confirmed that he was still in the prison cell, and he immediately revealed a satisfied smile on his face. This prison cell was more comfortable than Xia Fei's home. The cell was less than 10 square meters, but it contained all sorts of facilities. Whether it was spring, summer, fall, or winter, the cell would always remain warm, and there was even an independent shower room. Xia Fei took a hot shower in the shower room before retrieving his clothes from the smart washing machine. Xia Fei couldn't describe his passion and love for such an advanced washing machine. The dirty clothes would only need 5 minutes to be cleaned, and they looked as though they were carefully smoothened, and they were fresh and bright like the sunlight. This was simply the ultimate sacred tool for a bachelor. With it, there wasn't any need to worry about a pile of smelly socks, and there wasn't any trouble distinguishing between slightly clean or slightly dirty clothes. After eating a breakfast that tasted like a Chinese toothpaste, Xia Fei sat on the bed and stared blankly. If he were still on Earth, he would be riding his bicycle towards the company to retrieve the packages before distributing them. The bicycle courier was rather a trendy job as there wasn't any city that didn't have a traffic jam, therefore, bicycles became a priority for the couriers. Xia Fei earned $5 for every delivery, and the income of $6,000 a month was rather fine. It was enough for Xia Fei to live in a major city like Beijing. If he were lucky, he could watch a movie every week while enjoying a cup of Coke and a bucket of popcorn. After sighing, Xia Fei decided to do some push-ups to kill the unbearably slow-moving time. He placed his legs on the bed and his palms on the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sweat gradually dripped from his head as the originally simple exercise was getting increasingly difficult, but Xia Fei wasn't planning to give up. After completing the push-ups, he took a small break before doing another set of push-ups. Until every trace of strength was exhausted, Xia Fei laid down on the bed and covered his head with the blanket. Subsequently, Xia Fei went back to sleep. Wake up, shower, eat, push-ups, sleep, repeat. This was Xia Fei's daily routine, and it had been on repeat for half a month. Of course, he would still have to receive Fatty Connor's routine interrogation. It was unknown how much time had passed. There was a series of footsteps in the hallway, approaching closer. Xia Fei, who was covered in his blanket, opened his eyes with vigilance. Fatty Connor's footsteps were heavy and very lazy, making it easy to distinguish. Xia Fei wasn't familiar with the other set of footsteps. It was a resounding and sharp sound, much like high heels stomping on the ground. A woman. Xia Fei mumbled to himself and quickly dispelled this conjecture. Why would there be a woman in prison? It must be my imagination. Clatter. The heavy metal door was opened, and 2 individuals walked into the room one after the other. Xia Fei was already used to this. According to the routine, they would then bring him to the interrogation room before asking a series of inexplicable questions. Hey, it doesn't matter how many times you ask, my answers won't change. I am Xia Fei, 17 years old, Earthling, ID no. ESS 370402. I have no money, car, house, or girlfriend. I'm not what you call a phantom. Xia Fei said with frustration. After lifting the blanket, Xia Fei sat up from the bed and rubbed his bloodshot eyes. All right, I will follow you. Do you understand that you are violating human rights? Earth might be a low-class civilized planet, but we are still humans. Xia Fei rubbed his eyes and suddenly stopped moving because there was an unfamiliar lady who appeared in front of him apart from Fatty Connor. She was around 1.75 meters tall with a curvaceous body. She had gorgeous red hair that flowed over her shoulder. From her looks, She seemed to be around 27 or 28 years old, and she was a natural beauty who didn't need any cosmetics. Her entire body emitted a mature lady's charm. She was wearing a green professional suit, and there was a silver circle crest on her breast. On it, there were 3 sparkling stars that were very dazzling. The red-haired beauty looked at Xia Fei with her dazzling eyes, so much that he felt a chill down in his spine. Suddenly, she burst into laughter while covering her mouth as Xia Fei noticed that she had a mischievous dimple on her left cheek. "This is the phantom that you captured." Phantom was this universe's most mysterious and the most unlucky assassin. It was rumored that he had only done a single job, but he was already one of the most wanted criminals in the universe. Fatty Connor's face was flushed red as he stammered and said, We thought. I don't know what you people think, nor do I wish to know." The red-haired beauty sounded as though she was scolding a child. "You secret police are truly living up to your inefficiency. You actually captured a primitive human who hasn't even unlocked his 7th brain region to impersonate the phantom. Can I trouble you people to be professional? Even if you wish to use an impersonator, can you find one who looks rather convincing?" Fatty Connor's forehead started to sweat. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat and said, "When we were patrolling Earth, we noticed that he was wearing the same moorstone pendant that Phantom also wore." After speaking, Fatty Connor took out a red pendant from his pocket and handed it to the red-haired beauty. The pendant had a shape that was like a drop of fresh blood. On it was a yellow label on which the word evidence was written. The red-haired beauty glanced at it while her hand trembled before throwing the pendant back to Xia Fei. Xia Fei caught the pendant and thought to himself, "Brother, you have put me through such suffering. When I picked you up, I thought I picked up a treasure. Look at what happened. I was made to serve an unjust prison sentence for half a month, and it was in an alien prison." Xia Fei didn't think too much before tearing off the label on the pendant and wearing it on his neck again. Such a pendant is around 50 star coins in the free market, and you can have as many as you want. Does it mean that anyone who has this pendant is the Phantom? The red-haired beauty spoke with disdain. Furthermore, it is only a rumor that Phantom also wears a blood drop-shaped moorstone pendant. In fact, no one knows what he looks like. But he is just a primitive person, why would he have the moorstone as a pendant? Isn't this suspicious? Connor was trying to justify himself. The red-haired beauty was rather angry as she said with a cold face, "Why can't primitive people have the moorstone pendant? Did you investigate their planet? What if their planet does produce more stone?" Connor didn't continue speaking, and he was constantly using his handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his face. He was so nervous, it felt as though this red-haired beauty might eat him up at any time. Xia Fei frowned slightly and used a firm tone to speak, "Apologies beauty, I don't mean to interrupt you. But, my name is Xia Fei, and I'm an earthling, not some primitive person." The red-haired beauty turned around to look at Xia Fei with a surprised expression. "Beauty? This appellation isn't bad, I like it very much. It is a pity that you are still a primitive person in my eyes, and it is a fact that will not change." Her eyes looked just like a human observing a monkey, and it made Xia Fei very uncomfortable. "Beauty." Xia Fei revealed a smile that was radiant as the sun. "I really am a human and not a primitive person who uses stone tools to hunt." The red-haired beauty laughed and said, "Why? Do you think you are not a primitive person if you don't use stone tools for hunting?" While speaking, she took out a micro-calculator that was the size of a cigarette box and pressed on it lightly. Swish! A screen suddenly projected, and the red-haired beauty quickly entered the word Earth. Earth. It was discovered by universe explorer Madoff 3 years ago. The civilization level is between a primitive planet and a Class 1 civilized planet. 7 billion Earthlings live in 224 countries. The chances of an Earthling unlocking the 7th brain region is only 1/100 million. The Universal Pan-Human Alliance defined Earth as a Class 0.5 civilized planet. The red-haired beauty read the information about Earth that was stated on the projected screen. She didn't even try to conceal her mocking tone towards Earth. "It is very regretful. Earth is only a Class 0.5 civilized planet. Therefore, to the numerous universes, you are just primitive people who just learned how to look at the starry sky." Connor also laughed while his massive beer belly jiggled. The red-haired beauty cast an icy cold glance at Connor. "You actually dared to laugh? If I have to say it, your Blue Sea Star's secret police is worse than the primitive people. You people are simply a bunch of fools." Connor held back his laughter awkwardly as he scratched his plump head with resentment, but he didn't dare to retort. Xia Fei was speechless as he felt this was the first time in life that he had such difficulty in proving that he was a human. Firstly, Earth has already formed the Earth Federal Government according to the request of the Universal Pan-Human Alliance. Secondly, our chances of unlocking the 7th brain region are at 1 in a million, not 1 in 100 million. Thirdly. Xia Fei stared blankly for a moment and sighed. Forget it, why do I even have to argue? What does it have to do with me even if Earth isn't a civilized planet? The red-haired beauty laughed as she felt it was rather fun. How can you say it has nothing to do with you? Earth is your home planet after all, even if it is a little primitive. Xia Fei stood up and stretched his body. So what if Earth is a low-class civilization? No matter how wealthy the government is, they will not spare any money for me. I will still be a person who has to work every day and pay my taxes and rent on time. Xia Fei then took a closer look at the crest on the red-haired beauty's breast. Adjudicator. You are actually an adjudicator. No wonder Fatty Connor is so afraid of you. Connor glared at Xia Fei, but he didn't refute as Xia Fei was right. He was just a bureau chief of a Class 1 civilized planet's police station. In the face of an adjudicator, he wasn't even an insect. Moreover, this beauty was a silver 3-star adjudicator. Keek, a primitive person like you actually knows of an adjudicator. The red-haired beauty didn't really bother. Last year, the Adjudicator Union established a branch on Earth, and I heard that adjudicators are among the noblest professions in the universe. Although I don't know how noble it is, I know that all adjudicators are wealthy people. Connor spoke with disdain. No wonder you are a primitive person from an uncivilized planet. The great adjudicators have such respected status. How can it be compared with vulgar money? Connor suddenly realized that this was a great chance to bootlick this beauty adjudicator. The adjudicators and monastics are known as the two super professions. They have the priority to use most of the public facilities and can freely enter planets that aren't open to others. Furthermore, they enjoy a non-interest credit limit of 1 million star coins and don't even need any collateral. Once a person is declared as a criminal by the Adjudicator Union, the adjudicators have the right to execute the criminal, and they aren't restricted by any law. Each adjudicator possesses one ultimate execution authority. Even if the adjudicator uses the execution authority to kill a president, they will not be prosecuted. Any intent to bring harm to the adjudicator is viewed as a declaration of war against the entire Adjudicator Union. The offender would be listed in the super blacklist of the Adjudicator Union and shall be pursued for eternity until death. Xia Fei was attracted to the outrageously special privileges of the adjudicators as his eyes lit up. I understand now. Adjudicators are rich people that aren't restricted by laws. How can I become an adjudicator? Ha, you are just a primitive person who hasn't even unlocked your 7th brain region, and you actually wish to become an adjudicator? This is probably the greatest joke I have heard in my life. The red-haired beauty spoke with slight arrogance. I have other matters to attend to. Young man, see you again. After finishing her statement, the red-haired beauty turned and prepared to leave. Fatty Connor immediately ran over and politely opened the heavy door for her. When the red-haired beauty was at the entrance, she suddenly stopped and said, "No, you are a primitive person. We shouldn't have any chance to meet again." Xia Fei didn't mind her arrogant words while his mind was rapidly thinking. Hold on. Xia Fei set his mind and chased after them before asking calmly, I wish to know. How do you people plan on dealing with me? The red-haired beauty looked at Connor indifferently while the latter said in an unpleasant tone, It is obvious that we will be sending you back. Do you think that we will feed you for life? Xia Fei smirked and unhurriedly reached out his hand. I have been captured by you people here while being innocent. Because of your mistakes, you have wasted 15 days and 8 hours of my life. You have to compensate for my economic loss and psychological damage. Compensation? You. Connor had an ashen face as he said, Kid, don't forget that we have planted a translation microchip in you. Otherwise, you wouldn't even understand our language or our written words. Do you know the price of a translation microchip? As a human of class 0.5 civilized planet, even if you spend your remaining life working, you still wouldn't be able to afford it. Xia Fei suddenly realized something and reached for his neck. There was a shallow and red scar on the back of his neck. It was a mark that was left behind due to the planting of the translation microchip. Many thanks for your reminder. I nearly forgot about this matter as there is still a need to include the compensation of my physical damage. I didn't ask for you to plant this microchip in me. Do you know how painful it was when this thing was planted in my body? Connor abhorred Xia Fei for not being satisfied with his gains. Connor wished he could strangle Xia Fei to death right now. He then looked at the red-haired beauty helplessly and asked, "What do you think of this matter?" The red-haired beauty raised her head while her face had a delightful smile as Xia Fei's words amused her. "This is your secret police's matter, what does it have to do with me?" Subsequently, she supplemented, "However, this matter is your fault, to begin with. You should provide some compensation." Connor gave an apologetic smile and said, yes, you are right. Our secret police is also a regulated organization. To correct the wrong is always our motto. We will give you 300 star coins as compensation for each day here. For 16 days, it should be 4,800 star coins. You should be satisfied with this, right? Connor gritted his teeth and said to Xia Fei. After converting it to Earth's currency, 4,800 star coins were a lot. The star coins were one of the universal currencies of the universe. The Earth's federal dollar was incomparable, and no one would be so foolish to exchange for a Class 0.5 civilized planet's currency with the star coins. Xia Fei shook his head and said, "I feel that it is more reasonable for you to compensate me with a bottle of gene optimization fluid." What? Connor's face changed drastically. "Why don't you just ask for a space shuttle?" The red-haired beauty giggled and admired Xia Fei's indulgence in fantasy. "This is indeed a wonderful idea. With the gene optimization fluid, you can forcefully unlock the 7th brain region and optimize your bodily functions. You might even become a powerful person. Most importantly, a Class 0.5 civilized planet will not be able to purchase a gene optimization fluid even if you have the money. Primitive person, I have to admit that you are rather clever." The red-haired beauty's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked, "Chief Connor, are you planning to fulfill his request?" Connor was so furious that his fat facial features were distorted. He suddenly had an inspiration as he recalled something. "Keek, trivial matter." Fatty Connor gave an old fox's smile and said, "It's just a bottle of gene optimization fluid. I will ask someone to bring it over later." Xia Fei couldn't believe his ears, but he suddenly realized something after Connor and that red-haired beauty had vanished at the end of the hallway. "Damn it! I miscalculated. It seems like the legendary gene optimization fluid is a very cheap commodity in this place. I should have asked for 2 more bottles." Xia Fei was rather annoyed as he spoke to himself. Connor sent the red-haired beauty out of the secret police's headquarters in a respectful manner. "Are you really going to give him a bottle of gene optimization fluid? You should know that the cheapest bottle is at least 50,000 star coins, right?" the red-haired beauty asked with astonishment. Connor slapped his stomach forcefully. He actually wanted to slap on his chest, but it was a pity that everything under his head was his stomach. "We are the secret police, after all, and can afford this much. We have wrongly accused him and imprisoned him for such a long time, we do need to compensate him," Connor boasted shamelessly. The red-haired beauty smiled. A person of her status didn't need to bother about such trivial matters. She gently jumped onto a red convertible sports car before vanishing at the end of the streets without even turning back. Connor returned to his office on the 26th floor and sat on his massive-sized swivel chair before revealing a treacherous smile. He used his fat finger to press a button on the table, and a projected screen suddenly appeared above the table. On the screen, there was a black-clothed man who looked to be in his 30s. He had a lean body and was straight like bamboo. He was obviously capable and experienced. "Chief, what is the matter?" the man asked. "Hey Nan, I remember that we were investigating a batch of smuggled gene optimization fluid yesterday, right?" "Yes, there were a total of 74 bottles of gene optimization fluid, and none of them had any manufacturing location or labels. I suspect that the batch of fluid is fake." "Very good." Fatty Connor revealed an evil smile. "Give one of the bottles to the Earth Kid on the 7th basement floor. Don't say anything and ask him to consume it after returning to Earth." Hey Nan frowned. "Chief, this batch of fluid is from an unknown origin, and the inspection report isn't out yet. If we give it to someone to use, they might just die." Connor slammed the table angrily and said, "What you need to do is to conform and not to question. Do as I say and find someone to send that kid back to the damned Earth." Bang! Before Hey Nan could reply, Connor had switched off the screen. "Kid, you are the one who asked for it," Connor mumbled to himself while having a ruthless expression on his face. A few hours later, Xia Fei held a box that contained the gene optimization fluid and was riding a spaceship back home. At the same moment, the communication screen that belonged to the secret police chief Connor had suddenly opened up. "Chief, not good. The inspection report is out. That batch of gene optimization fluid is the purple jade." Hainan spoke with urgency. Connor was slightly startled and asked, "What purple jade?" On the screen, Hainan rubbed his palms with anxiety and said, "Chief, the purple jade is a kind of a super gene optimization fluid invented by the top-notch scientist Harris 13 years ago. It is said that he spent 60 years of hard work to research this gene optimization fluid. But during the experiment, all 179 individuals, who participated in the experiment and had consumed the purple jade gene optimization fluid, had died. Harris had also fled as he feared being punished. These aren't gene optimization fluids anymore and are simply the most lethal poison." Connor nodded after he understood and said, "I remember now. Isn't this type of gene optimization fluid listed as a universe-class banned drug? Why would it be circulated in the market? Send those smugglers to the Planet Security Bureau. They are definitely going to get the death sentence this time." "Yes, understood." Hainan hesitated before asking, "What about that young man?" Connor put on a straight face and asked, "What young man? What is it regarding?" Chapter 2, Gene Optimization Fluid. A spaceship silently appeared in an abandoned construction site in the southern suburbs of Beijing. A few minutes later, the spaceship vanished into the night quietly as though it didn't even appear. Interstellar travel was much faster than people imagined. The warp engine technology made traveling the distance between planets very easy. The distance between the Blue Sea Star and Earth was nearly 200,000 light-years, and the spaceship merely used 4 warps to arrive at Earth. The total time elapsed was only a few hours, and before Xia Fei could be content with the space travel, he was chased off in a rough manner. After distinguishing a direction, Xia Fei took big steps and conveniently touched the few thin pieces of cash notes in his pocket. He didn't need to count since he knew that there was only a total of $73, and this was pretty much all of his wealth. After turning at the corner, Xia Fei was lucky enough to flag down a taxi. 20 minutes later, Xia Fei had returned to his own home. Since ancient times, Beijing has had the saying, "The rich in the east, the noble in the west, the poor in the south, and the commoner in the north." Xia Fei's home was situated in the southern part of the city, and it was in the dormitories of a leather factory. This government factory had been shut down for many years, and most of the residents were the factory's laid-off workers. The building was a tube-shaped apartment that was constructed dozens of years ago. The building was completely dark and didn't have any light. Xia Fei didn't have any choice but to climb upstairs in the dark. After staying on a foreign planet for half a month, his mobile phone, which was the only thing that could provide light for him, was already out of battery. Xia Fei climbed up each floor with steady steps. These passageways here were filled with plenty of bicycles, beer bottles, and many other unsuspecting obstacles. This was life, and even though it was already a new year, the current Earth wasn't that much different from before. Especially in the slum area where Xia Fei was residing, a single glance would make others think that they had returned to the previous era. Xia Fei's apartment was on the top floor. It had one room and a living hall, and the surface area wasn't more than 40 square meters. The room only had a few old furniture that was all thrown here as they were unwanted by the landlord. The only things that belonged to Xia Fei were his clothes, the old computer in the bedroom, and that giant bicycle's brand road bike. After closing the door gently, Xia Fei entered the bedroom and sat on the desk before switching on the computer. The old computer had a very slow boot-up time. Xia Fei took out a rectangle-shaped metal box and opened it carefully. There was a bottle of purple fluid, resting quietly inside the box. The sparkling, translucent, and limpid color emitted an indescribable mystery under the illumination of the lamplight. The bottle wasn't big, and it looked extremely alike to a health drink that could be consumed orally. It didn't have a manufacturer, date, or any instructions. Xia Fei used his finger to gently rub the bottle while his heart was filled with excitement and expectation. Every year, the Universal Pan-Human Alliance would deliver 100 portions of gene optimization fluids to the Earth Federation. It was to aid the elites on Earth to unlock the 7th brain region. However, 100 portions of fluid were not enough for 7 billion individuals. It could be imagined how intense the competition was. A minor character like Xia Fei wouldn't even dare dream of obtaining the gene optimization fluid. Xia Fei had once watched the news when the Earth Federation president presented the boxes that contained the gene optimization fluids to the humans' 100 most outstanding elites in front of the global media. The elites who obtained the gene optimization fluids were all weeping, while some had even fainted on the spot due to the overwhelming bliss. Those who didn't have the chance to obtain the gene optimization fluids could only watch anxiously at those small bottles that all of them craved for, while their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy. Xia Fei remembered that those gene optimization fluids were green in color, but his bottle was in a mysterious purple color. As he was thinking, his computer had completed the boot up. Xia Fei endured the urge to consume the fluid right now and closed the box before putting it inside the drawer. Since the extraterrestrials descended on Earth 3 years ago, the discussion of extraterrestrial civilization had never been as popular as now. In a single night, countless websites regarding extraterrestrial civilization had popped up, and the most famous of them was the Starry Sky Network. Xia Fei started to search for information related to gene optimization fluid on the homepage of Starry Sky Network. The brain is the human body's most amazing organ. A regular human would only be able to utilize less than 10% of their brain. Even a genius at the same level as Einstein could only utilize 30% of their brain. After consuming the gene optimization fluid, it would greatly increase the utilization rate of the brain. According to each individual's constitution, the increase in utilization would be different. The highest utilization rate could reach beyond 90%. In fact, the brain still has a special region that is hidden, and it is called the seventh brain region. Once this part of the brain region is unlocked, incredible superpowers could be activated. Xia Fei's eyes lit up. Superpowers? Could one become Spider-Man? It was a naturally good thing to become smarter, but obtaining a superpower was something that everyone fantasized about. Superpowers developed would vary with each individual when they consume the gene optimization fluid. Even the most advanced extraterrestrial civilization can't explain clearly about the different kinds of superpowers activated by the seventh brain region. More than 70% of the individuals would become supercombatants with extraordinary strength. Some would become genius musicians, mathematicians, physicists, chemists, etc. Mathematician. Xia Fei frowned. For his entire lifetime, he had never been interested in anything related to maths or physics. If I accidentally become a mathematician, it would truly be the worst thing. According to an incomplete statistic, only less than 1/10,000 individuals would receive no superpowers after consuming the gene optimization fluid. 1/100,000 individuals would die, and 1/1 million would result in a vegetative state. It means that the current gene optimization fluid's formula isn't flawless. After reading this entire article at one glance, Xia Fei took a glance at the surface of the table where there was half a box of Hung Taschen cigarettes. Xia Fei was a heavy smoker, and he only smoked the cheapest type of Hung Taschen. He took one bud out and lit it up for himself. A faint smoke rose, and it was very mesmerizing. There was a certain risk when consuming the gene optimization fluid, but the risks were incomparable with the benefits. In fact, apart from the consumption of the gene optimization fluid, humans could also cultivate the star tip mantra to unlock the seventh brain region. From the discovery of this fact, everyone from young to old was practicing this type of exercise daily. It was a pity that after 3 years, less than 8,000 individuals were able to unlock their seventh brain region by cultivating the star tip mantra. No hurry, no hurry. Let me check why my bottle of fluid is purple in color. Xia Fei mumbled to himself. Xia Fei grabbed the mouse and gently scrolled down. There were indeed a lot of articles regarding the gene optimization fluid on the Starry Sky Network. There were at least a few thousand articles. Variety of gene optimization fluids. Xia Fei clicked gently to open up the article. The gene optimization fluid's quality is separated into peak grade, high grade, middle grade, and low grade. In the universe, most civilizations produce their own gene optimization fluid, therefore, the colors and tastes are all different. The gene optimization fluid of higher qualities would use raw materials that are much more precious. As such, the effects after consumption would be more obvious. Xia Fei was suddenly enlightened. So it turns out that the gene optimization fluids aren't all green. I wonder what the grade of this bottle is. Forget it. I will know if I simply drink it. The worst case would be death or turning into a mathematician. Xia Fei scanned his hideous room with his eyes and said, "It doesn't matter what grade it is definitely not going to be worse than my current state." Xia Fei took out the purple bottle from the drawer. Pop! There was a clear and crisp sound as Xia Fei took off the cover of the bottle. Gulp! After lifting his neck, the gene optimization fluid entered Xia Fei's stomach in one smooth motion, and there wasn't any hesitation. The purple fluid had a slightly sour flavor and an indescribably strange taste. Xia Fei lit up another cigarette for himself and sat on the chair while waiting quietly. After 1 minute, apart from the warm sensation in his stomach, there wasn't any other anomaly. Xia Fei was a little anxious. He took a glance at the small bottle and saw hints of purple on the walls of the bottle, meaning there was some residual left. He ran to the bathroom and opened up the tap to fill up half of the bottle with clean water. He then shook the bottle repeatedly. Gulp. The clean water, along with the remaining fluid, entered Xia Fei's stomach, and this time, the bottle was completely empty. Xia Fei revealed a satisfied smile. Right at this moment, the gene optimization fluid started to take effect. In an instant, Xia Fei felt the world was spinning, and it felt as though he could see thousands of butterflies flying in front of him while his mind was experiencing a ripping pain. The bathroom had an old bathtub that wasn't used for many years. This slum area would frequently experience water stoppage, therefore, Xia Fei had always kept his bathtub full in case of unexpected needs. Plop! Xia Fei shook his head twice and dove straight for the bathtub. His entire head was now immersed in the icy cold water. Chapter 3, Speed. In fact, the super gene optimization fluid, purple jade, which the top-notch scientist Harris researched, wasn't a poison. On the contrary, its effects were far superior to everyone's expectations. The purple jade successfully unlocked Xia Fei's 7th brain region, as though it had opened a door. Normal gene optimization fluids were only able to open a small gap, while the purple jade used a near-insane and explosive method. It simply destroyed the door and didn't even spare the walls. Without any obstruction, all of the immense power contained within the 7th brain region had been released entirely. Boundless and vast power surged into Xia Fei's brain like a tsunami. Xia Fei had lost all his senses and had fallen into the bathtub filled with cold water. Assuming that Xia Fei didn't resist the gene optimization fluid and allowed it to continue surging, the final result would be the same as the others who used the purple jade previously and were now sleeping for eternity, never to wake up again. However, when humans face a desperate situation, they would burst out with an intense desire to survive. It was especially true for those people who looked weak during regular times. Xia Fei's body was shaking vigorously in the bathtub, splashing water everywhere, as though someone had put a high-voltage cable in the water. He had already lost most of his consciousness, but the final bit of consciousness that survived was telling him, "Don't give up. Never give up, not until the last moment." Success was made up of 99% hard work and 1% luck. Xia Fei had already used 200% to struggle, so where was that 1% of luck? The clean water in the bathtub was gushing into Xia Fei's mouth, nose, and ears, preventing him from breathing. Currently, Xia Fei was being tormented by two fluids, water and gene optimization fluid. As each second passed, Xia Fei's struggle was less vigorous. Suddenly, the more stone pendant that had the shape of a drop of fresh blood burst out with bright luster in front of his chest. The fresh red color was like a flash of red lightning, and it illuminated this narrow bathroom. The morning sun passed through the narrow window, and it was gradually getting brighter. Achoo! Xia Fei sneezed and sat up from the ground. He had an ashen expression, and his entire body was weak. It felt as though he had just recovered from a serious illness. Achoo! 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 After 3 consecutive sneezes, Xia Fei actually felt that his body was much more relaxed, and his body was rapidly recovering at an unbelievable rate. It is so cold. Xia Fei got out of the bathtub and quickly ran back to the bedroom before hiding inside the blanket. He did all this with speechlessly fast speed. Half an hour later, his body was gradually warming up. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Xia Fei went to the living room. He had completely forgotten why he was sleeping in the bathroom, and he was also completely drenched. He only remembered that he had consumed the gene optimization fluid, and he was currently in a hurry to find out what kind of power he had obtained. Xia Fei stretched his body and knew that there weren't any residual effects after consuming the gene optimization fluid last night. Currently, Xia Fei's physical and mental state were both doing fine, and he felt that his body was filled with power. The living room had a sandbag that was filled with patches, it was shabby but heavy. Xia Fei narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. He suddenly punched with his right fist. Bang! The heavy sandbag shook a little. Xia Fei couldn't believe his eyes as the speed of his fist was obviously much faster than before. It could be considered as the legendary shadowless hand. There were 2 types of possibilities. The first possibility was that Xia Fei had blurry vision. The second possibility was that the gene optimization fluid had enhanced his speed. The room was too narrow, and it was impossible for him to test his speed. Xia Fei walked down the stairs and headed to the backyard. The backyard was the abandoned leather factory, and one would be able to smell a stench when walking inside the place. Weeds that grew in such an environment had tenacious vitality as they grew from the ground to the roof. It was still early in the morning, and the backyard was empty. A wild white cat was lazing and yawning on the roof. Xia Fei opened up his stride and ran rapidly on the path that was filled with weeds. The wind whistled past his ears as he was running. Such fast speed, this must be an ability. It is the speed ability. Xia Fei was exceptionally surprised. Battle-type abilities were the most common abilities. Among all the humans that unlocked the 7th brain region, more than 70% of the humans would obtain battle-type abilities. Battle abilities were sorted into 3 major types: speed ability, strength ability, and special ability. Among the 3 types, strength ability was the most common, and it was more than 80%. Speed ability was second and was at around 15%. Only less than 5% of individuals obtained special abilities. There was a short wall ahead, and the height was around 1.7 meters. Xia Fei exerted a little force on his left leg and jumped over the wall. His form was even more ideal than hurdlers. What did it mean to run like the wind? This was it. According to Xia Fei's estimation, he should be able to run 100 meters within 5 seconds. A regular person who couldn't exceed the 10-second mark had done so overnight. Xia Fei had transformed from a regular bicycle courier to one of Earth's rare ability users. While feeling pleasantly surprised, Xia Fei was truly amazed by the power of the 7th brain region. To be able to run 100 meters in 5 seconds wasn't his limit. In the foreseeable future, Xia Fei would undoubtedly be able to reach a faster speed, a speed that was unimaginable for a regular person. After returning home, Xia Fei used his fastest speed to shower before changing into a new set of clothes as his current clothes were already soaked with sweat. As riding his giant bicycle's brand road bike, Xia Fei headed straight for the western part of the city. That was where the Earth Federation's A-Class Citizen Management Office was located. The Earth Federation's A-Class Citizen Management Office's Beijing Sub-Bureau was located in the bustling West City district. That place was originally where all the different countries' embassies were, but it now belonged to the Federation. All of the originally 224 countries had been cancelled, therefore, embassies were something that people gradually forgot as time elapsed. A-class citizens were also called ability citizens and were considered a standard new era product. Since humans knew about the 7th brain region, the Federation citizens were sorted into different classes. People who had yet to unlock their 7th brain region were known as ordinary citizens, while those who had unlocked their 7th brain region were A-class citizens. The Earth Federation was still at the initial stage of the universe civilization, and each ability user was extremely precious. The government, military, large-scale MNCs would recruit ability users without restraints and provide them with extremely generous treatment. Once a citizen became the Federation's A-class citizen, there weren't only special privileges to be enjoyed, the A-class citizen would also immediately receive a cash reward of 100,000 federal dollars. Once I get the money, I will move out of the slum area and find a respectable job. I will not need to see Wang Er's wife's miserable face in the future. Xia Fei had a very blissful thought. Xia Fei was riding the bike and traversing the streets like a nimble loach. From far away, he could see the impressive structure that was 12 stories tall and the giant golden symbol. Letter A was engraved on the building, and it was extremely dazzling. It was seemingly trying to constantly remind everyone that this place stood out from the masses. Xia Fei parked his bike before walking inside with large strides. A young lady was standing at the reception area, and she looked slightly older than 20 years. "Hello, I am here to register for A-class citizenship." After hearing this statement, people who were seated and scattered around the main hall had quickly rushed over. They were holding packages that were packed exquisitely and were stuffing them into Xia Fei's hands. "This humble one is the representative from Pfizer Pharmaceutical Group. I hope that your distinguished self will be able to join our company in the future. The salary and benefits are definitely extraordinary." A young representative spoke while handing over his company's profile and gift. "Pfizer Pharmaceutical. Global Top 500. The one that invented Viagra." Xia Fei exclaimed in his heart. "I am the representative from ExxonMobil. I am from IBM. I am the representative of the local company, Sany Heavy Industry. I wonder if your distinguished self has any intention to work at our company. I am a representative of Microsoft Corporation. If your ability is of the intelligence aspect, you must remember to visit our company for a tour." It is fine even if your ability isn't of the intelligence aspect, it is fine as we are willing to conduct comprehensive cooperation with you on other aspects. This, sir, I am a representative of Deloitte. If you require a professional to advise you on finance, our company is willing to serve you wholeheartedly and will do it without any charge. IBM, Microsoft, ExxonMobil. Xia Fei nearly fainted from the sudden rush of bliss. All of these companies were top-notch and getting into them was very hard. However, right now, these companies actually acted in such a humble manner and begged him to work in their companies. This wasn't a dream, right? In a single night, the bicycle courier Xia Fei had turned into an individual with high demand among these global corporations. This was simply the case of a sparrow flying up and transforming into a phoenix. What was lacking during recent years? Talented people. Especially people who managed to unlock the seventh brain region. They were even more precious than gold. All right, everyone. A male staff member walked out and thundered, "Your matters can be discussed later. Right now, I need to bring him for a test." All of the MNC representatives expressed their unwillingness as they backed off to the side. "Hello, my name is Wang Bin. Please follow me." Wang Bin led Xia Fei into a very bright room, and there were a few staff members in uniforms who were waiting there. All of their faces had a dazzling smile. A veteran who looked rather old walked over. He had short golden hair and looked rather energetic. Beside him was a short lady who looked to be around 30 years old, and was wearing glasses. The golden-haired veteran smiled while asking Xia Fei, "Beloved Federation citizen, congratulations for unlocking the mysterious seventh brain region. I wonder what kind of ability did you obtain?" "Speed." Xia Fei replied bluntly. You can understand the Ukrainian language that I speak." The veteran was amazed. He had originally prepared this lady beside him to translate for Xia Fei, but he didn't expect for Xia Fei to speak even more fluently than her. Xia Fei scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "A little, just a little." Xia Fei was able to converse with the veteran in Ukrainian all because of the translation microchip in his body. The translation microchip was a very amazing item. The microchip was able to translate most of the languages in the universe, and it was a smart device. Therefore, it didn't need to be stored with data in advance. Due to the influence from the microchip, when Xia Fei heard the veteran speaking Ukrainian, his mouth naturally replied in Ukrainian too. "You are truly a young man with many talents. Hello, my name is Podolsky, and I am the Beijing Sub-Bureau Chief of the Earth Federation's A-Class Citizen Management Office." Podolsky was speaking with a delighted expression. The Federation government highly valued people who were able to unlock their seventh brain region. Coupled with the fact that Xia Fei could speak fluent Ukrainian, Podolsky naturally felt added intimacy in a foreign land. "My name is Xia Fei, Chinese." Xia Fei responded. Podolsky laughed and said, "It will be more suitable for you to say that you are an Earth Federation citizen." Xia Fei scratched his head while feeling embarrassed. "Keek, I am too used to it, so it might take some time to change it." As the duo was exchanging words quickly and fluently, the lady with the glasses couldn't help but prick up her ears to listen carefully. At times, she couldn't keep up with the conversation, causing her to reveal an expression of admiration towards Xia Fei. Such fluent Ukrainian. Ukrainian is actually a challenging language to learn, and it is normally neglected. I have learned it for more than 10 years, and I am still at this standard today. Could this Xia Fei be a language genius? The lady with the glasses was in doubt. Heavens! An average speed of 23 ms/s. The greatest limit is 27 ms/s. Holding the test sheet in his hand, Podolsky exclaimed, "Xia Fei! You have already reached the standard to have a rank. You are now a primary starlight ability user." Wang Bin and the bespectacled lady had also revealed expressions of disbelief. Ability users were divided into many ranks. The lowest rank was starlight rank, and then it was the star base rank, star domain rank, and star river rank. Ability users with higher ranks would enjoy better treatments and were more valued in the universe. After all, the universe was also a place where the strength was supremacy. Each rank was further divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced stages. Xia Fei's rank was already beyond the primary starlight rank, and he was going to reach the intermediate starlight rank soon. "Xia Fei, can I ask, when did you unlock your seventh brain region?" "It is through natural cultivation." Podolsky asked. "It is through natural cultivation, and I unlocked it yesterday. To be more accurate, it was last night." Xia Fei intentionally teetered around the topic of him consuming the gene optimization fluid. He didn't want to hide it intentionally, but he felt that it would be troublesome to explain if he said he was captured and imprisoned in the Blue Sea Star. The lesser the complications, the better. Shock. Extreme shock. People who unlocked the 7th brain region through cultivation were less than 1 in 10,000. Furthermore, when Xia Fei unlocked the 7th brain region, he had already reached the primary starlight rank. He was simply a genius. Unlocking the 7th brain region and cultivating to the primary starlight rank were two completely different concepts. There were plenty of people who unlocked their 7th brain region but couldn't cultivate enough to reach the lowest rank. As Podolsky, Wang Bin, and the bespectacled lady were praising Xia Fei suddenly heard someone saying, "Fool." Xia Fei frowned and looked around. Apart from Podolsky, Wang Bin, and the bespectacled lady, there was no one else. Who scolded me? Chapter 4, Primary Stage. Xia Fei was sitting at the top floor of the Earth Federation's A-Class Citizen Management Office and was casually drinking coffee. This was the Podolsky's bureau chief's office. Xia Fei was waiting for the management headquarters to verify the report for his certificates. Xia Fei couldn't help but feel delighted when he thought he could obtain 100,000 federal dollars as a reward for becoming a respected A-Class citizen. Mr. Xia Fei, sorry for the wait. Podolsky walked inside with a faster-than-average speed. This is your A-Class citizen passport. It indicates that your rank is primary starlight. With it, you are recognized as an official citizen of the Universal Pan-Human Alliance, and you can travel to various places in the universe. Podolsky placed a green-colored passport on the table while speaking. In fact, there was a considerable difference between a ranked ability user and an ordinary A-Class citizen. Ordinary A-Class citizens would be rejected even if they had enough money to travel to other planets, as they didn't even need to think about them. They would probably say, "You haven't even unlocked your 7th brain region yet. The universe is very dangerous, it is better for you to return home." Xia Fei picked up the passport and thoroughly looked at it. There was a large and golden A that was especially prominent, and it was a symbol of status. Chief Podolsky, I remember that there is a special reward specific to the A-Class citizens. Xia Fei probed with a question. To him, the cash reward of 100,000 federal dollars was huge since Xia Fei had never seen cash in 6 figures. Keek, much apologies. The special reward is only for the first 10,000 applicants, and you are the 10,001st applicant, so, Podolsky spread his arms as though he was helpless. Damn it! Xia Fei nearly fainted from anger. This was ridiculous. Only the first 10,000 applicants were rewarded, and he just had to be the 10,001st. Podolsky looked at the disappointed Xia Fei and said, "But we have a reward for people who have achieved the starlight rank." Xia Fei's eyes revealed a dazzling radiance as his ears pricked up and shifted all his attention to listen. The first 10,000 citizens to reach the starlight rank will obtain 200,000 federal dollars as the reward. What is your account number? I will ask someone to transfer to you immediately. 200,000. Xia Fei was overjoyed at the turn of events. This is my bank card. Xia Fei took out the bank card that he had already prepared for a long time and handed it to Podolsky. Soon enough, the account balance turned from 0 to 200,000. Chief Podolsky personally escorted Xia Fei out of the office and said, "Young man, continue to work diligently. If you reach the intermediate starlight rank, you will still have another reward." In the main hall, those representatives from the global corporations were already waiting impatiently. Wang Bin had arranged a conference room for Xia Fei to discuss with these corporations without any disturbance. After hearing that Xia Fei's cultivation had reached the primary starlight rank, these corporations became abnormally excited and were offering increasingly better contracts. The series of zeros on the contracts were so much that it made Xia Fei dizzy. "Gentlemen, I still don't understand why would all of you put in so much effort for me to work at your companies?" Xia Fei asked. "My ability is speed, and I think it wouldn't be of any aid to any of you." Wang Bin, who was observing from the side, chuckled. It is now the new era. The abrupt appearance of extraterrestrial technology had instilled fear in all businesses on Earth. The Universal Pan-Human Alliance is a place where strength rules supreme. Only citizens who have reached the primary starlight rank will be qualified to visit other planets. Xia Fei pondered for a moment and laughed. "I understand now. They wish for me to join their companies, not because they value my ability. They hope for me to become their representative and make use of my rights to negotiate deals with the extraterrestrial people." Wang Bin nodded with restraint. The representatives from the various global corporations might not have admitted it, but their eyes had silently agreed on this point. I don't mind becoming a representative for the corporations as an errand boy, but I am not in a hurry to decide on this matter. The last few days were hectic for me, so I plan to rest for a few days. This is my mailbox address, you can send your contracts to my mailbox, and once I finish with some arrangements, I will contact you back. After finishing his statement, Xia Fei wrote down his mailbox address on a piece of paper while the representatives fought to copy it down on their notebooks. Please follow me. I will escort you out. Wang Bin said. Once the elevator doors closed, Wang Bin gave Xia Fei a thumbs up. Your way of handling things was brilliant. By making them wait for a few more days, you will definitely receive better offers, and there will be more corporations joining the competition. The peninsula Beijing was located at the famous Wangfujing business street that was situated in Beijing. It was well located and was easy to access while also having outstanding quality. Beijing was a metropolis with plenty of five-star hotels, however, there were only a few hotels, apart from Diaoyute Guest House, that actually served the president-class guests. The former America President Nixon had once stayed here, and it was enough to prove its illustrious status. Xia Fei shifted out from the leather factory's dormitory to stay here for the moment. Originally, Xia Fei had reserved the standard room that cost $450 a night. During the registration, when Xia Fei flashed his A-class citizen passport, the manager instantly upgraded Xia Fei's room to the business suite that was $2,800 a night. However, Xia Fei was still charged $450 a night. Xia Fei simply accepted the offer in a poised manner. When the free drinks, fruits, tokens were offered, he had also accepted them without any reservation. After having a hot shower, Xia Fei laid down on the soft bed and prepared to have a good sleep. The bed sheets that were meticulously weaved with Egyptian cotton were emitting a faint and sweet scent. This is called life. Xia Fei stretched his body and switched off the table lamp by the bedside. Something strange just happened. As soon as the lamp was switched off, Xia Fei realized his surrounding scenery had changed. He appeared in a dusky street. The spacious cemented path was flat like a mirror, and the yellow road lamp was flickering. Ghost! What is this place? Xia Fei was very gloomy. Wasn't he inside the room of a five-star hotel? Why did he suddenly appear in the wilderness? That's right. It's a ghost. A desolate voice echoed. Xia Fei felt a sudden chill as he turned towards the voice, only to see a slender shadow gradually approaching him. Brother, don't you know that ghosts don't have shadows? Xia Fei stated. Is that so? Before the voice ended, this owner of the voice suddenly appeared in front of Xia Fei. But, I am a ghost that just happens to have a shadow. Xia Fei's heart tensed up. Such a fast speed. How did he come over so quickly? Even though Xia Fei was feeling doubtful, he didn't reveal it. Xia Fei sized up this person carefully. This person was around 1.7 meters in height, and his weight didn't seem more than 50 kilograms. Below the black jacket, there were a pair of chopsticks-like legs that were skinny and long. He had a big mouth, and it was curving downwards along with his thin lips. The eyes had a strange brown color, and a black mask was covering his forehead and nose. Who are you? Xia Fei asked, and what is this place? I am Phantom, and this is my thought space. The black-clothed man replied. Phantom? That super assassin, Phantom. That's right. The Phantom that implicated me and made me stay in the Blue Sea Stars prison for half a month. That's right. The universe's most unlucky assassin, Phantom. That. The black-clothed man stuttered for a long time and couldn't reply. Xia Fei was very familiar with the Phantom's information. The legends foretold that this Phantom had only assassinated a single person in his entire life, and the person he killed was the wrong target. Because of that, he was listed as the universe's most wanted criminal and was pursued his entire life. I don't believe it. Xia Fei shook his head. The black-clothed man waved his hand across the air, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. Xia Fei suddenly appeared on top of a mountain peak, and it was surrounded by deep valleys. He could even hear the cold wind whistling across his body. What about now? The black-clothed man asked again. Xia Fei was flabbergasted as everything happened too abruptly, and he didn't have any time to ponder. The most up-to-date novellas are published on Fruitnoel. Wretched! How did you do that? Wretched! The black-clothed man didn't seem to understand. Xia Fei thought for a moment and said, wretched means it is pretty good. Oh. The black-clothed man nodded repeatedly. This is my thought space, and I control everything here. I will let you see more wretched things. Once the voice ended, Xia Fei arrived in the desert, and countless crawling insects were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were all odd-looking and massive, just like tanks. After seeing Xia Fei appearing, the insects lunged at Xia Fei frenziedly. They were baring their sawtooth fangs and brandishing their sharp sickle arms. It was truly horrifying. All right, I understand that you're Phantom. Let's change to a normal location. Xia Fei endured the fear in his heart and stated. There was another flash, and Xia Fei appeared on a beach with soft sand under his feet as he was able to see tumbling waves in the distance. What were those insects earlier? Xia Fei spoke with lingering fear. Those are the enemies of the Universal Pan-Human Alliance, the insectoids. What did you bring me here for? Firstly, this is just an imaginary domain, and it doesn't exist. Secondly, I am the one who rescued you. The black-clothed man spoke seriously. You rescued me. Do you remember that you lost consciousness after consuming the gene optimization fluid last night? Xia Fei rubbed his head. It seems to be the case. But what does it have to do with you? The black-clothed man smiled and said, that type of gene optimization fluid has immense effects, and your body couldn't bear the impact, and you nearly died. It was fortunate that you fell into the water and sealed off all your senses while I helped you to avert the disaster. If it is really like you said, why did you help me? Xia Fei still wasn't convinced. If I say that it was a moment of impulse, would you believe me? Xia Fei shook his head. It is obvious that I wouldn't believe it. You said that you are the Phantom, and Phantom is an assassin. Moreover, an assassin who is wanted in the entire universe. An assassin's most important aspect was the mentality. How can a super assassin act on a moment of impulse? The black-clothed man laid down on the beach while having a pensive expression. Actually, I am an unqualified assassin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have killed the wrong target and wouldn't have reduced to this state. Xia Fei was sitting rather close to Phantom, and he reached out to grab a handful of sand. This might be Phantom's thought space, but the sand felt very real in Xia Fei's hands, and it had real texture. Xia Fei could even feel the moisture. Which important figure did you actually kill? Why are you wanted in the entire universe? Xia Fei's heart was gradually convinced that this person was Phantom. In typical situations, a person would want to avoid meeting an assassin as much as possible and wouldn't try to pin themselves onto a list of wanted criminals. It is best that you don't know about this matter. Phantom picked up a small piece of rock and threw it into the sea. The sea. You are so big. The sky. You are so blue. The sky and the sea. You are always so quiet. Stop, stop, stop. Xia Fei used both hands to cover his ears. What are you doing? It is very unpleasant. This is a poem that I have created meticulously. Phantom blinked and said. Pa. It isn't just unpleasant, it is simply horrendous. Xia Fei didn't hold back at all as it was a mental torture to listen to such things. I am an assassin, but I am also a poet. Phantom spoke with pride. Xia Fei was speechless. Then, my advice to you is to continue being an assassin. Phantom spoke unyieldingly, my master always says that I have more talents as a poet than as an assassin. Your master is just tricking you. Suddenly, the world was enveloped in a boundless murderous aura that permeated Xia Fei's skin and into his bones. My master doesn't lie, Phantom said coldly. It was as if he were a different person compared to previously when he liked to mock himself and played the fool. He was now replaced with a ferocious beast who was ready to strike. Xia Fei involuntarily shivered as he didn't expect Phantom to become so serious after mentioning his master. I take back my words. Xia Fei said it helplessly. He didn't wish to offend this universe's wanted criminal because of a joke. The murderous aura that filled the air instantly dispersed as Phantom chuckled. His change of attitude was unbelievably quick. Now, do you admit that my poem earlier was wretched? Xia Fei put on an awkward face. Wretched, extremely wretched. Then, you should listen to this poem. Phantom stood up excitedly and pointed towards the remote sea. He looked a tad bit like an artistic youth. Oh sea, you have so many fish. Oh fish, you are truly fresh and tasty. When Xia Fei finished listening to this unprecedented poem, his entire body was filled with goosebumps, and he wished he could tear his ears off. Wretched. Xia Fei clapped his hands. Truly, very wretched. Is it really very wretched? Phantom asked. Xia Fei gave a thumbs up and spoke with hidden intentions, absolutely. The universe's most wretched poem belongs to you and no one else. Phantom was instantly invigorated after getting praised by Xia Fei. He placed his hands on his waist and faced the sunset. I am feeling poetic today and have plenty of inspirations. I have decided to write one more poem. No. Xia Fei said frantically, inspirations are things that need to be held back. If you use up all of them, you will run out of it. Phantom asked suspiciously, is that so? It is the case for some people. Xia Fei muttered softly. Let's do it like this. Xia Fei's eyes flickered as he said, why don't I recite a poem for you? Phantom nodded as he was filled with interest. He sat at the side and had a humble expression that was asking for guidance. Xia Fei sat in a reclined position on the beach and cleared his throat. When will the spring flowers and autumn moon end? How much of the past am I aware of? Last night, the eastern winds blew on my house again, and I couldn't help but recollect about the bright moon of my home country. The jade carvings still remain, and only the color of the cinnabar has changed. If you ask me how many sorrows I have, it is enough for a river of spring water to flow to the east. Phantom's eyes revealed a trace of bright luster. If you ask me how many sorrows I have, it is enough for a river of spring water to flow to the east. Phantom recited it over a dozen times and seemed to be intoxicated. Sigh, an assassin just has to imitate others and recite poems. What a pity! Xia Fei thought in his heart. This poem is truly, Phantom was indescribably moved and was speechless. That goes without saying. This is the cultural accumulation of 5,000 years. Xia Fei said indifferently. Teach me, can you teach me another poem? Phantom asked eagerly. It was obvious that this assassin was truly passionate about poems. No, it was more like an obsession. Teach you. Xia Fei had been scheming in his heart for some time. It isn't impossible for me to teach you. But do you have anything to give as compensation? Chapter 5, Phantom. Phantom was very dejected. He was nothing but a soul and a failure of an assassin. He lived in a small moorstone. What could he actually give Xia Fei as compensation? As the sea breeze blew across his face, Xia Fei took off his clothes and jumped into the sea and confronted the waves. This might be Phantom's imaginary world, but the feeling of the sea was no different from a real sea. After swimming a lap in the sea, Xia Fei returned to the beach and laid down with his bare body. It was unknown since when Xia Fei had a pattern on his left inner thigh. The pattern was very small and wasn't obvious. It was just like a flower that was about to bloom. Phantom fixed his eyes on Xia Fei's thigh. What are you doing? Xia Fei felt disgusted for a moment and looked at Phantom as though he was looking at a homosexual person. It made Xia Fei very uncomfortable. I've got it. I can teach you the shadow of moon. You have the talent to surpass the speed of light. If you successfully cultivate the shadow of moon, your prospects will be limitless. Phantom said excitedly. Shadow of moon? What is that? Xia Fei was confused. Shadow of moon is the absolute martial art of my master's lineage. It is an orthodox, elite assassination technique. Many wish to learn but can't find a proper master. Oh, so it is an assassination technique. Will I become a failed assassin like you after learning it? It doesn't really attract me, you better think of something else. Xia Fei giggled while stating. Phantom said impatiently, what failed assassin? I am the worst among the discipleship, and I can still kill an interplanetary judge with a single attack. How can this technique be that bad? Xia Fei chuckled and asked, who did you say you killed earlier? Phantom scratched his head, he accidentally let his mouth slip earlier. Just treat it as I didn't say anything. There are things that I cannot tell you. You need to understand that you might have unlocked the 7th brain region with the gene optimization fluid and optimized the body composition, but this gene optimization fluid has a side effect that you can't imagine. Right now, you already possess the greatest potential, but at the same time, your cultivation wouldn't make any progress with any technique. Unless you have my help, you will remain at the pitiful primary starlight rank for your entire life. Xia Fei was bewildered as he listened before he blinked and asked, what do you mean? Why wouldn't my cultivation have any progress? If my cultivation can't progress, then what is the need to teach me the shadow of moon? Also, what is the meaning of having the greatest potential? When Phantom noticed that Xia Fei's curiosity was piqued, he felt rather proud. It's like this. You have consumed an abnormally violent gene optimization fluid, and it has fully unlocked your 7th brain region. Right now, you are already at a 100% activated state. The dark poppy flower on your left thigh is the best proof. Individuals who possess the dark poppy totem shall have limitless potential. If you have enough fated opportunities, you can reach an unimaginable level. Most humans who unlock their 7th brain region wouldn't have limitless potential because they didn't unlock it to 100%. You might have fully unlocked the 7th brain region, but the excessively violent energy has also completely sealed the progress system within your body. In the future, you will not be able to rely on cultivation to increase your rank. You can only use a huge amount of medicine to increase your cultivation. Xia Fei nodded. I understand now. You mean that if I wish to increase my rank, I will need to consume the medicine that you mentioned. If not, I will be stuck at this rank for my entire life. Phantom pointed gently at the sky curtain suddenly appeared with countless rare and strange plants, animals, and bottled medicinal fluid. Look, these are the medicines that can help you to increase your rank. I admit that I'm not a successful assassin, but among my discipleship, in terms of pharmacology, no one else is better than me, apart from my master. My superiority isn't assassination but knowledge. Phantom was very proud, as he said. Xia Fei laughed heartily. Brother, you said that your poetry is the best among your discipleship, but your standards are truly wretched. Phantom's complexion turned dark. Your poetry is indeed far superior to me. Therefore, I am willing to help you. I am using my knowledge in pharmacology and the elite technique, Shadow of Moon, as compensation. This condition should be enough, right? I agree. Xia Fei replied straightforwardly. The so-called poems were things that were left behind by the predecessors. By using them to exchange for an elite technique from Phantom was simply a no-cost trade. If Xia Fei didn't agree, he would be the one with mental lapse. At the top floor of the Earth Federation's A-Class Citizen Management Office, there was a computer. This computer wasn't an ordinary computer, it was an AI computer that could connect with the interplanetary internet. Using this computer, one would be able to enter the Universal Pan-Human Alliance's network and be connected with the other planets within the Alliance. There were only 10 such computers on Earth, and they were all gifts from the Universal Pan-Human Alliance. In the entire continent of Asia, apart from the Beijing Sub-Bureau, there was another one in the Tokyo Sub-Bureau. After a smooth application process to use the computer, one of the staff members led Xia Fei to the room where the computer was set up. The computer was placed alone in a sealed room. The thick metal doors had sealed up this room tightly, and there wasn't a single window in the room. Sir, you may use it now. This computer charges a fee by the hour. The fee is 10,000 federal dollars an hour. I wonder how long would you need to use it for? The staff member smiled while inquiring. Xia Fei felt a heartache. He would have to pay $10,000 for each hour. This much was enough for him to live half a year in his pre-gene optimization fluid life. 2 hours then. Xia Fei pondered before giving a response. The staff member activated the computer before exiting the room, resulting in utter silence. This computer wasn't something that ordinary people could use. Only the Federation's A-Class citizens had the qualifications to apply for usage. In fact, the Earth had only joined the Universal Pan-Human Alliance for a short period, and there were very few A-Class citizens within the Federation. Most of these 10 computers were in the idle state most of the time. The machine was square-shaped, but it was shining with a beautiful silver luster. After it was activated, a projected screen popped up. A young female and mechanical voice said, Alpha Type 379 AI computer has been activated. Linked connections are normal. Please issue an instruction. She was using a general language of the universe, Charlotte language. Earth was still at the initial stage of universal civilization, and only a few individuals were familiar with extraterrestrial languages. This was also the main reason for the low usage rate of AI computers. Of course, it wasn't a problem for Xia Fei, who had been planted with the translation microchip. Enter the interplanetary internet. Xia Fei instructed. Yes, please wait for a moment, a female responded with an icy voice. The projected screen flashed and complicated words appeared in front of Xia Fei. The disorderly words and diagrams were blurring Xia Fei's eyes. Xia Fei could only feel a headache. The extraterrestrial people might have superior technology, but they did it in such a messy and unreliable manner. People with poor vision basically wouldn't be able to see anything. You just have to get used to it slowly. Once you have money, you can buy a virtual reality helmet. By then, you will feel as though you are actually inside. Right now, you can only make do with this simple display system. Phantom said. Virtual reality helmet? That sounds very interesting. How much do they cost? Xia Fei asked. Phantom chuckled. It isn't really costly. If you have money, you can even upgrade the AI computer. This machine is only a basic model and can only allow you to visit the nearest star region's network. The universe has countless star regions, and if you wish to browse everything while having a comprehensive AI computer with all the functions, you will need a huge amount of money. Everything is about money. Xia Fei shook his head and asked, Phantom, can we really earn money with your method? This fee isn't cheap, and with my miserable bank balance, we can only make a few more trips. Phantom nodded his head forcefully. There is absolutely no problem. Your poems will definitely drive those poem lovers crazy. To be honest, I have been in the poetry world for dozens of years, and I have never heard such a wretched poem. Chapter 6, First Time Cultivating. The universe had plenty of poem lovers, and the poetry forum was naturally the gathering place for these people. Earth was located in the star region called Enduro Star Region, and the blue sea star that Xia Fei visited was also within this star region. After browsing through the poetry forum, Xia Fei's eyes were already rolling. These extraterrestrial people's poems were in the same league as Phantom's poem. They weren't even qualified to be humor poems, and there were actually so many people obsessed with poems. It was unknown what these extraterrestrial planets had been researching during their civilizations that lasted for tens of thousands of years, but it was certain that they were so far behind in poetry. Following Phantom's instructions, Xia Fei registered an account at the Enduro Interplanetary Bank first. The registration for an interplanetary bank account was free, but the registrant must be an ability user and must be at least at the Starlight rank. Xia Fei's passport number had already been recorded in the Universal Pan-Human Alliance's database. It allowed him to have a status that was recognized by the entire Pan-Human Alliance. Therefore, Xia Fei was able to obtain an interplanetary account very smoothly and without any effort. After obtaining the account, the next step was to post a poem and sell it to someone who liked it. The Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website had an automatic transaction system. The author merely required to post their poem on the website, and if there were hobbyists who liked the poem, they could use star coins to purchase it. This transaction method was a little like the reader websites that were trending on Earth. The authors would upload the first half of the poem, and the second half would be sold as a paid product. It was a rather painful thing to only see half of the poem, and if readers felt they really liked it, most of them wouldn't hesitate to purchase the other half of the poem to have the complete poem as part of their collection. According to the Pan-Human Alliance's intellectual property protection law, if the original author died, the work would no longer be protected by the law. As such, it was perfectly legal for Xia Fei to sell a predecessor's poem. The Earth Federation's civilization level was very low, and they were rarely able to trade anything. Those precious metal and chemical products weren't even worth more than trash in the eyes of the extraterrestrial people. If they wanted to conduct any trade with the Federation's current resources, it was simply the same as a fantasy. The federal government was also helpless in this matter. Without any star coins, they wouldn't be able to conduct trade with other civilizations. If they wished to introduce a higher grade of technology, they would need to rely on the Pan-Human Alliance's annual subsidy. It was a pity that the miserable subsidy was utterly inadequate and wasn't enough for use. Xia Fei used a shortcut and sold out Earth's culture. This was a move that not even the federal government had thought of. Xia Fei uploaded 13 poems consecutively. Each of the poems had the first half free of charge, and the second half was paid. The price was set at 1 star coin for each poem. Phantom sighed and said, "A single star coin is too low. How can you not sell such wonderful poems for at least a few hundred star coins?" Xia Fei didn't bother about Phantom as this price was definitely not low. The Earth Federation that was short of foreign exchange reserves had plenty of people willing to purchase each star coin for 10,000 federal dollars. After all, the entire Federation didn't have a huge reserve of star coins, which was great in value due to the rarity. After using the computer for 1 hour and 59 minutes, Xia Fei switched off the computer on time and walked out of the room before using his credit card to pay for the fees. This is probably the Earth's most expensive internet cafe. Xia Fei felt the pinch as he thought about it. The next morning, Xia Fei carried his traveling bag and arrived at the western hills of Beijing. According to Phantom's demand, the cultivation of the shadow of moon had to be done in quiet nature. Therefore, Xia Fei chose this secluded place. In between the two mountains was a valley, and it was deserted by humans but was filled with chirps and flower fragrance. There was a stream of water that flowed through the valley. This was a rather good place for a hike. This place is too secluded. Why can't I just practice in your thought space? The spatial zone that you created is not inferior to this place at all. Xia Fei asked. Phantom shook his head repeatedly. That's an illusory space, after all. The effects would be less impactful than this place. You have just started cultivating, and it is a crucial moment to build your foundation. It is more appropriate to choose a place in the real world. Phantom explained. Xia Fei didn't say anything. As a typical person at the bottom of the social class, he didn't argue and put down his bag. Xia Fei then found a large limestone at the side of a small stream and sat cross-legged. Don't cross your legs, sit in a natural position. When practicing an assassination technique, the most important thing is to immerse yourself fully in the environment. You have to blend yourself with the surrounding rocks and grass, achieving the union state of human and nature. This is very important. The so-called assassination is to strike when least expected. Stay in a low-profile state and deal a single fatal blow. Xia Fei then simply laid down on the limestone. It was springtime now, and the valley was rather chilly. Beneath his body, an icy cold air permeated through Xia Fei's skin. Don't be afraid of the cold, this is just a sensation. You have to forget who you are and forget everything. Follow the mantra that I told you and regulate your breathing. Once you can reach the state of anatta, there will no longer be any difference between cold and heat. Phantom instructed. TL note, state of anatta is the state of non-self, to forget one's own existence. Xia Fei followed Phantom's instruction and regulated his breathing. His body had an indescribable flow of aura that gradually circulated along his meridians. The surrounding sounds gradually turned clearer. The sounds of the rustling leaves due to the wind, the flow of water, the chirpings, even the sound of fish scavenging for food all entered his ears. His body was becoming light as a feather, it felt as though a piece of falling leaf were drifting along with the wind. There was a surge of a warm feeling that wasn't being controlled by Xia Fei. It was like a group of nimble butterflies. The more Xia Fei wanted to gather them, the more they would be able to dodge easily. Don't think about controlling them, it isn't the moment yet. Right now, you need to follow them and advance. Wherever they go, you follow them. Phantom would give Xia Fei timely pointers. Xia Fei did it as Phantom instructed. This was just like a game, and the indescribable energy within Xia Fei was gradually familiarizing itself with Xia Fei and had even attempted to accompany Xia Fei, unlike how it resisted earlier. Time passed by as Xia Fei was being immersed in the meditative state. The energy within his body and the surrounding tiny chaotic sounds had pleasantly surprised him. Every rock and leaf felt as though they knew how to speak. This was a wonderful feeling. Xia Fei never had such an intimate experience with nature. All right, come on back. Phantom's voice echoed in Xia Fei's mind as he opened his eyes with slight reluctance. The sky had a slight drizzle, and his clothes were drenched entirely, yet he was totally unaware. I have to admit that you have done very well for a beginner. If your speed, strength, and awareness can advance further, you will become a fearsome assassin. Phantom said with satisfaction. Xia Fei could only feel extreme hunger in his stomach. How long have I been cultivating for? 3 full days. 3 days. Xia Fei was shocked. 3 full days felt like a few hours in his consciousness, and he wasn't aware at all. Pack up, we will return. You already have the initial control of the technique to blend in with the environment. For the next step, you will need to cultivate in a more complicated environment. Phantom was lamenting inwardly, 3 days. This is only the 3rd day, and he already achieved the synchronization of the aura field and environment. Back then, I had to spend 3 whole months. Should I tell him that he has already completed the first stage of the shadow of moon? Forget it, this rapid progress will make a person complacent. I shall keep him in the dark for now. Xia Fei took out the food from his bag and devoured it with large bites. Phantom was drooling just by watching, but he was a spirit and could only watch the food helplessly. The duo was completely unaware that the Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website was already exploding at this very moment. Chapter 7, Wind Eye Ring. A civilization's development wasn't a fixed route. Take the Earth for an example, apart from ancient China, no other era was able to create such graceful poems. However, it must be noticed that only ancient Chinese predecessors could write such wonderful poems that would circulate for ages, while the modern descendants were only able to recite their ancestors' work. This was an unsolvable life question. Poems were only created at a specific timing and specific place, all the conditions must be right. Poems weren't just unique to Earth, it was ancient literature that never had any comparison even in the entire universe. As such, when Xia Fei uploaded those 13 poems, all the poetry hobbyists in the entire Enduro Star region went crazy. The translation microchip in Xia Fei's body was very useful in this matter. With its translation, the essence of the poems had been preserved to its greatest extent, unlike many other translated works, which was just an insult to the original work. In just 3 short days, each poem had been purchased for no less than 10,000 times. In just this single job, Xia Fei had an income of over 100,000 star coins. Star coin was a genuine and valued general currency of the universe. If it were exchanged for federal dollars, it would probably be hundreds of millions. Xia Fei's account ID was called the Wind Speaker, and he was sought out by everyone. Everyone wished to know who this mysterious author was and how he could write such graceful poems. There were plenty of elite poem enthusiasts who had been keeping watch for days in front of the computer, hoping to see this Wind Speaker coming online so that they could read his other works at a moment's notice. It was a pity that since the previous login, Wind Speaker had been offline for 3 entire days and had truly put everyone in suspense. When Xia Fei left the Western Hills, he had exhausted his body, and it felt fatigued. He had a hot pot feast at Dong Laishan before returning to his hotel room to have a relaxing sleep. After everything, he visited the A-class Citizen Management Office's top floor where the AI computer was located. After logging into the Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website, Xia Fei clicked on his account. Heavens! Xia Fei didn't dare to believe his eyes. After deducting the 50% transaction fee, his account actually had the figure in 5 digits. There were a total of 74,351 star coins, and this number was still constantly increasing every few seconds. There were also countless emails in his inbox that were requesting to speak with him. The first few emails were sent to him by the Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website itself. After picking a random mail to read, it was actually a request to monopolize the poem's copyrights by paying 1,000 star coins for each word. 1,000 star coins for a single word. This would be such an enormous sum of wealth. It was fairly simple to retrieve tens of thousands of words from the poems that were left behind by the predecessors, and those would be worth tens of millions of star coins. Xia Fei pondered for a moment and simply closed the mail before disregarding it. Hurry up and agree to their requests. This way, we will have enough money to purchase the medicinal ingredients. Don't you wish to become a true expert? Phantom spoke anxiously. Xia Fei shook his head and boasted, if I sell the copyright to them, they will take the opportunity to increase the price greatly. By then, normal hobbyists would have a hard time to see these poems. In fact, Xia Fei wanted to earn all the money, but he couldn't. The predecessors had already passed away a long time ago, and the copyright naturally belonged to no one. It was fine if Xia Fei made use of the extraterrestrial civilization's lack of knowledge about Earth to earn some quick profit. However, it was truly unwise to involve himself in some copyright dispute that he didn't know clearly about. How would Phantom know what Xia Fei was thinking? But he was convinced by Xia Fei's words and exclaimed with admiration, I admire you even more now. You are actually considered a messiah for all these poetry hobbyists. Xia Fei was speechless, as he wasn't as noble as Phantom mentioned. After flipping through the other mails, most of them were mainly friend requests from poetry hobbyists. Some media organizations sent requests for interviews. Xia Fei had resolved himself to hide his identity, ignoring all the mails without exception. There was a special mail that caught Xia Fei's attention. The rest of the mails were displayed with a grey color, even the website's own mail was black in color. However, this mail was displayed in an outstanding pink color. Xia Fei took at a glance at the sender ID, Avril. He then conveniently opened the mail to take a look and couldn't help but laugh out loudly. The mail's content was, I order you to write a poem with the autumn's ocean as the topic and send it to my inbox. After lighting up a cigarette, Xia Fei took a quick puff and could see that this ID obviously belonged to a female. But, this attitude was hard to accept. Order. Who do you think you are? Xia Fei clicked gently and wrote his reply. Ocean, you are so big. Autumn, you are so dry. Autumn's ocean, you are still so big. Xia Fei edited Phantom's noxious poem with evil intentions as a pleased smile appeared on his face, as he clicked send. After completing this prank, Xia Fei racked his brain and recollected another 24 poems to upload onto the website. Right now, he was regretting that he didn't have enough literature knowledge. If he knew this was actually a method to earn some money, he wouldn't have skipped the literature classes. After transferring 74,000 star coins to his own bank, Xia Fei started to browse the other trading websites and prepared to purchase medicinal ingredients for his cultivation as well as some high-tech items that weren't available on Earth. Buy 10 of the golden crow herbs, 10 of those luminous fruits, buy more of those green vine date pits, about 30, Phantom spoke in a very relaxed manner as though these ingredients didn't cost any money. Xia Fei endured his heartache and constantly clicked on the purchase button. Each time he clicked, he would feel the pain in his heart. There wasn't any other choice. Right now, Xia Fei had lost the ability to advance on his own. If he wanted to increase his cultivation, he could only rely on these medicinal ingredients as supplements. 17 different medicinal ingredients and a set of apparatus to refine the medicine actually cost 63,800 star coins. The wealth that he had just obtained was gone in less than a few minutes. Spending money on these websites was the same as burning money. Too inferior. If these medicinal ingredients were placed in front of me in the past, I wouldn't even take a glance at them. Right now, we can only make do with them. Phantom sighed. Xia Fei was speechless. He was a person born from poverty, and he was far from the state where he could allow Phantom to spend extravagantly. After exiting the medicinal ingredients market, Xia Fei started to browse the miscellaneous goods market. The miscellaneous goods market was just like the flea market on Earth, and most of them were second-hand goods. With Xia Fei's limited funds, he couldn't buy high-end goods and could only search for opportunities in these stores. It was truly inconvenient to shop around the market without a virtual reality helmet. Countless items were displayed on the screen in a densely packed manner. One would feel dizzy just by looking at the screen for a short moment. After lighting up a cigarette, Xia Fei forced himself to focus and continued to browse. This place charged 10,000 federal dollars for an hour of internet usage. Xia Fei didn't wish to waste a single minute. Wind Eye Ring. Phantom exclaimed, Grade 2, made using cicada stone. This item is rather good, buy it. What is this thing for? Xia Fei asked. It is very useful. Phantom said, you possess the speed ability. When you run, do you feel the resistance in the air? Xia Fei nodded. Yes. This Wind Eye Ring is designed to reduce the drag that is produced from the air resistance. Everyone with speed ability would wear this type of ring. According to my calculations, the purchase of medicinal ingredients this time is enough for you to break through from the Starlight rank to the primary star base rank. By then, your speed will be beyond 100 m/s, and you would suffer from significant air resistance without the Wind Eye Ring. Xia Fei nodded slightly. This item actually had such an amazing effect, possessing it would reduce the air resistance, allowing the speed ability to be utilized better. On the price column, there was a word negotiable, and the name of the item was Static Wind Ring. It says that this is a static wind ring, not the Wind Eye Ring. Xia Fei pointed on the screen and stated. This person doesn't know the ropes. Phantom spoke with disdain, the static wind ring and the Wind Eye Ring have the same functions, but the Wind Eye Ring has better performance. In terms of price, a single Wind Eye Ring would need at least 80,000 star coins, while the static wind ring would only be 10,000 star coins at most. If it is like this, Xia Fei was immediately invigorated when he heard that he could pick up a good deal. Chapter 8, Rothschild Family. This Wind Eye Ring is made using the rare cicada stone as the raw material. The cicada stone's outer appearance is very similar to the white orchid stone used to make the static wind ring. But the cicada stone has more concentrated grains and nicer patterns. This seller is obviously not proficient in this line and had mistaken this Wind Eye Ring for a static wind ring. A normal Wind Eye Ring is sold for at least 80,000 star coins, let alone one made with the precious cicada stone. I reckon that this ring will definitely be sold for at least 200,000 star coins in merchant shops. Phantom explained. 200,000 star coins. This ring is actually worth that much. Xia Fei gasped in surprise. This ring looked very ordinary from its appearance but was actually worth more than a precious gem. Phantom had an expression of disdain as he said, this isn't considered anything. Being a warrior is a costly profession. From the essential medicine to the equipment, everything is expensive. Just take the medicinal ingredients that you purchased today for an example. Those medicinal ingredients are meant to concoct a batch of primary cell activation medicine. Do you know how much money is required to purchase such medicine in the merchant shops? Xia Fei shook his head as he was completely unaware of the price of these things. After searching for the words cell activation medicine, the screen quickly displayed a few thousand lines of information. The cheapest primary cell activation medicine would need at least 30,000 star coins for each bottle. An intermediate cell activation medicine would need at least 150,000 star coins. According to what Phantom said, this batch of medicinal ingredients could concoct at least 10 bottles of medicine. If he were to purchase them from the merchant shops, he would need at least 300,000 star coins, as compared to spending 63,000 star coins to purchase the raw materials in a set of primary medicine apparatus. Phantom helped Xia Fei to save over 200,000 star coins with just this transaction. Do you understand now? Phantom asked in a proud tone. Xia Fei nodded repeatedly. I admit that your poems may have been bad, but you are rather capable in other aspects. Phantom curled his lips and said in a displeased tone, what are you saying? My discipleship is also known as the Immortal Secret Sect. Just our collection courtyard has over 10 million kinds of ancient studies. If you can learn all the pharmacology knowledge from me, no matter how useless you are in the future, you will still be a pharmacist. Outstanding pharmacists are extremely rare in the universe, and their income is something other professions wouldn't compare with. After gently clicking on the deal button, a figure of a young man appeared on the projected screen just a short moment later. This person was roughly 20 years old, and his appearance wasn't any different from an earthling, apart from the eyes which were like two soybeans. May I help you? The youth asked. I wish to purchase that second-hand static wind ring. Xia Fei intentionally emphasized the word second-hand. It served as a kind of psychological hint that this is second-hand goods, so don't think about selling it with the price of a new item. Oh, that ring might be second-hand, but its condition is excellent. What do you think about 8,000 star coins? Xia Fei shook his head. The price is too high. The Fast Dragon firm sells brand new rings for 9,000 star coins. They even cover the shipping fee. Alright, let's treat this deal as us befriending each other. Let's do it for 7,500 star coins, I cannot go any lower. If we are friends, then sincerity as friends is required. The grains on your ring are obviously on the denser side, and it is hard to say anything about its performance. I can only afford to pay 7,000 star coins, if I have to pay more, I might as well purchase a new ring. The grains on it were obviously different, which the youth knew too. The youth pondered for a moment before responding, you are truly great at negotiating. Then we will finalize the deal with 7,000 star coins. A grade 2 wind eye ring worth 200,000 star coins was purchased by Xia Fei for only 7,000 star coins. Phantom was amazed and asked, I noticed that you have the potential to become a great unscrupulous businessman. How did you know that the Fast Dragon firm sold new rings for 9,000 star coins? Xia Fei clicked on the button to confirm the deal before putting a Hung Taishan cigarette in his mouth and saying, I didn't know. Phantom was utterly speechless as Xia Fei was actually bluffing. After purchasing the medicinal ingredients, the wind eye ring, and the shipping fee, Xia Fei's account was left with 1,437 star coins. The star coins could be exchanged for the government's federal dollars with an exchange rate of 1:10,000. 1,400 star coins would mean around 14 million federal dollars. Furthermore, this was the government's exchange rate. It was said that the black market was exchanging star coins with a rate of 1:12,000. Xia Fei decided to exchange these star coins into federal dollars. After using Earth's most expensive internet cafe twice and after some daily expenses, Xia Fei's credit card was left with less than 100,000 federal dollars. The Enduro Interplanetary Bank set up a branch at the New York branch of the Earth Federation. To draw out the star coins, he would need to make a trip to New York. After packing his luggage, Xia Fei headed to Beijing's airport. The Federation's A-class citizens didn't need to book flights in advance. All of the airlines could arrange for A-class citizens to board the plane immediately, and it could take off at any moment without waiting. This was one of the special privileges as an A-class citizen. In the first-class cabin on the flight from Beijing to New York, Xia Fei was sitting in a spacious seat and holding onto the champagne that was served by the flight attendant. This seat was outrageously spacious, and it could even extend further. There wouldn't be any problems in taking a nap. The massive first-class cabin had only around a dozen passengers. Seated beside Xia Fei was an old man who was around 70 years old. He had a face that was filled with wrinkles, and he was wearing a pair of large glasses with a black frame, giving him a very gentlemanly style. There was a secured briefcase made of aluminum alloy on his left hand. A shining and reflective handcuff had shackled this briefcase to his wrist. It was unknown what kind of precious item was contained inside. "Do you smoke?" The old man handed over an exquisite, pure silver cigarette box and asked. Xia Fei smiled and shook his hand in a friendly manner while taking out a half-filled box of the cheapest Hung Taschen cigarettes. "Much apologies, I only smoke Hung Taschen, I am not used to other cigarettes." The old man was rather curious as he had never seen such a cheap kind of cigarette. "Is this kind of cigarette nice?" Xia Fei handed one stick of cigarette to the old man while lighting one for himself. "It's not a good cigarette, but I am now used to its flavor." The old man lit up the cigarette to take a puff and immediately started coughing. He then quickly extinguished the cigarette before taking a few breaths. "I am really not used to this flavor. It is rather spicy." Xia Fei didn't say anything and exhaled a puff of white smoke. This kind of inferior tobacco wasn't pleasant, but Xia Fei had a special fondness for it. "Young man, what is your name?" "Xia Fei, how do I address you?" "Andre Rothschild." "Rothschild." The Rothschild family was known as the Earth Federation's largest banking family. The wealth they possessed was immeasurable, and it wouldn't be exaggerating to say that their wealth was comparable to an entire nation. It was said that when Israel founded their country, the Rothschild family's banking business had a significant impact in convincing the American government to assist the Jews in establishing their own nation. No one knew how wealthy this family was, but everyone knew that a single statement from this family could cause the entire Federation's financial system to shake. "I didn't think that you would actually be from the renowned Rothschild family. It's an honor to meet you." Xia Fei spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Hehe, it is now the era of the Federation. The Rothschild family's good days are already over. Look at those super nations and super clans in the universe, we are completely outmatched and are just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well." Andre spoke in a somewhat dejected manner. The extraterrestrial civilizations had an impact on Earth's original social order that could be described as the shattering of mountains and ground. All those great organizations and families were comparable to an insect in the eyes of those powerful extraterrestrial civilizations. Right now, every single person on Earth had a somber feeling of crisis. The sudden appearance of so many unimaginably powerful neighbors was something no one really felt good about. "You cannot say it like that. They have also gone through hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years to develop into their current state. Earth is still young, and if we get the same amount of time, we might not be that much inferior to them." Xia Fei consoled Andre. "Let's hope so. It is a good thing for a young man to have the drive. A person of my age can only ask for peaceful years for my remaining lifespan. Anyway, what are you going to New York for?" "I am heading to the Enduro Interplanetary Bank to handle some matters," Xia Fei replied. Andre's eyes flashed. "Enduro Interplanetary Bank? Forgive me for being presumptuous. That bank doesn't deal with businesses using federal dollars. Could it be?" Xia Fei smiled and said, "It is actually nothing much. I have slightly over 1,000 star coins deposited in that place. I wish to exchange them for federal dollars." Andre appeared to be very excited as he was invigorated and shifted his plump body towards Xia Fei. "Can you exchange your star coins with us?" Andre asked eagerly. "I know that this might be presumptuous, but to me, to my family, and to the entire Earth Federation, this is very important." Before Andre finished speaking, a sturdy middle-aged man suddenly stood up in the cabin. He walked to the center of the cabin and faced everyone. Then, the sturdy man ripped off the black leather jacket and revealed a set of explosive-like things along with his thick chest hair. "No one moves. Anyone dares to move, and I will detonate the bomb and send all of you to see God." Chapter 9, Hijack. Panic stirred in the cabin when a 40-years-old woman screamed for a moment and fainted suddenly. At this moment, another thug stood up, and this person looked just slightly over 20 years old. He was wearing a grey suit and even had a tie. He looked rather pale, and his thin lips were putting on a pretentious smile. His long fringe covered half his eyes while he had white bandages on his hand. "As long as all of you listen to my instructions, I guarantee that all of you will be able to leave this place alive," the pale youth said in a cold voice. His eyes then turned to look at Xia Fei's row. "Mr. Andre, can I trouble you to hand over your briefcase? Do not let anyone die because of your impulse." Everyone quickly turned to look at Andrei and hoped that he would quickly hand the briefcase to these thugs and allow them to leave. Andrei gritted his teeth and raised his left hand. "The keys are not with me." The pale youth chuckled and said, "Don't worry, there is always a new way." He gave an eye signal to the sturdy man. The latter nodded and went into the flight attendant's working area. A moment later, he brought back a knife that was meant for cutting fruits. The pale youth took the knife and estimated the weight. The knife wasn't big, but it had excellent quality along with being heavy. "Mr. Andrei, this might hurt a little. I need you to endure for a moment." Such a cruel method. He actually wanted to cut off a person's wrist. The lady who had fainted earlier was gradually waking up. When she saw the pale youth wielding the knife, she whimpered before fainting back into her seat again. Xia Fei scanned the vicinity and noticed a man who was around 30 years old and had a strange body posture. This man was tall and strong, he had a broad chin and determined expression. He was bald, and his eyes were staring at the two thugs. One of his feet was at the front while the other foot was pressing hard on the floor. His muscular calf muscles had defined lines, and he looked like a strong and healthy tiger getting ready to pounce at its prey. Could he be planning to attack? Xia Fei's heart shivered as he quickly turned to the side and tried not to pay attention to the man. This Airbus A380 was transporting at least 300 passengers, and if there weren't absolute confidence, no one should make reckless moves. If the thug panicked and detonated the bomb, the consequences would be inconceivable. Andrei stood up while trembling and carried the secured briefcase to the two thugs. "I promise you, but I request you to release the other passengers." The young thug put his hands in his trousers and kept calm. The other thug laughed heartily. "Old man, you are rather sensible. Our seventh young master always keeps his promises." All of a sudden, that bald man made his move. He stomped on the floor with one leg and burst up. He then lunged at that thug with the bomb. This guy is truly too reckless. Damn it, I have to take the risk. At this moment of imminent peril, there wasn't any time to consider. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and rushed over. He might have acted slower than the bald man, but he was the first to strike. The speed ability had suddenly burst out completely, and everyone could only see a flash of a human figure. Subsequently, it was a splatter of blood. Xia Fei's left hand was like an iron pincer that grabbed the youth's wrist while the champagne glass in his right hand was like a pike that was stabbed into that person's neck. The slender crystal wine glass wasn't sharp, but when Xia Fei exerted his full strength, it turned into a sharp weapon for murder. The main artery and the throat had been completely severed, fresh blood was spraying out like a tap, and there was a rain of blood. The pale youth revealed an expression of disbelief before his eyes jutted out with despair. He couldn't even reveal any sound before dying pitifully. On the other side, the bald man grabbed the other thug's head, which was forcefully twisted. Crack! That thug's neck was snapped off cleanly and nimbly. Before the bald man could stand firmly, Xia Fei gave him a hard slap. The bald man's face was flushed red as he glared at Xia Fei in a rage. "You moron! You nearly caused our deaths." Xia Fei didn't reserve himself and reprimanded the bald man loudly. He didn't even have time to wipe the blood that stained his face, making him look even more sinister. "Caused your deaths? I rescued all of you. These thugs are from the Black Snake Gang, who are filled with wickedness. Do you think they will let all of you go? These people don't have any credibility. You rescued us? Come over and take a look at this." Xia Fei took out the pale youth's injured hand from his trousers. This person was grasping on a black-colored box, which was armed with a red button. This was the detonator of the bomb. It turned out that the detonator wasn't on the sturdy man. The pale youth's wrist had bruises, and it was already broken. It was clear that Xia Fei had used plenty of strength to prevent the pale youth from using the detonator. Xia Fei's occupation was a bicycle courier, and his physical condition was already in a rather great state. With the gene optimization fluid's reformation, his body's strength was now beyond an average human. It allowed Xia Fei to break the pale youth's wrist without giving him any time to detonate the bomb. The bald man felt a brief chill in his back as he was indeed too reckless. If it weren't for Xia Fei, he might have implicated a lot of people. "What are you idling around for? Hurry up and check if the plane has any other accomplices." Xia Fei yelled furiously at the bald man while hints of saliva spat onto the man's face. The bald man was at least 30 years old, while Xia Fei was only 17 years old. With the difference of age, it wouldn't be excessive for Xia Fei to address the bald man as an uncle. However, the situation was completely reversed, and the bald man repeatedly nodded after receiving Xia Fei's instructions. He rushed to the economy cabin at the back while Xia Fei stood in the middle of the cabin and shouted at those passengers who were still in a frightened state. "Please calm down everyone, and don't move randomly." He then pulled up the flight attendant who was paralyzed on the floor and said, "Hurry up and bring me to the captain." The flight attendant forcefully focused her mind and led Xia Fei to the cockpit. After finding out what happened in the cabin, it was fortunate that the two pilots didn't faint. "Hijack? What is going on? Find an airport to land right now. We need to do a comprehensive inspection to see if there are any other hidden dangers on the plane," Xia Fei said swiftly. "Okay, we can reach Hawaii's airport in another 25 minutes. I will immediately inform the ground crew." The pilot with the large beard replied hastily. The bald man remained in the economy cabin to patrol while Xia Fei inspected the business class cabin and the non-smoking first class cabin before returning to his cabin. The passengers were avoiding the two corpses, and each of them had an awful expression. The two beautiful flight attendants suppressed their fear and served the passengers strong alcohol to calm their nerves. However, their professional smiles were no longer on their faces. Xia Fei took 2 cups of whiskey before sitting back beside André. "Are you okay?" Xia Fei handed a cup of whiskey to André, who drank the entire cup in one gulp, allowing him to have a slightly alleviated expression. Thank you." André constantly thanked Xia Fei. "Actually, I was also afraid." Xia Fei smiled and said. "Really? You did very well earlier. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be as composed as you." André spoke bluntly and didn't conceal his admiration towards Xia Fei. "All right, let's not talk about this. What treasure is in your briefcase? Why would these people want to hijack the plane for it?" André hesitated before speaking. "I am not supposed to say it, but you saved my life, so I must not hide anything from you." André observed the surroundings. The passengers were all immersed in the joy of surviving a calamity and didn't pay attention to the two of them. "Do you know of prehistoric relics?" André leaned over to Xia Fei's ear and whispered with a shaky voice. Chapter 10, Ancient Civilization. "Do you know of prehistoric relics?" André leaned over to Xia Fei's ear and whispered with a shaky voice. "Are you talking about the Maya civilization?" André shook his head. The Maya civilization might be dated back to 2000 BC, but they only started flourishing after 600 AD. I am talking about a prehistoric civilization that was even older than the Maya civilization. Furthermore, their degree of flourishing was far beyond the Maya civilization in comparison. Even older than the Maya civilization. Could it be the legendary? André quickly reached his hand out to stop Xia Fei from speaking. He then nodded solemnly. "This place is filled with eyes and ears. Let's discuss this matter later." Xia Fei closed himself in the lavatory and took out the Moor stone necklace before whispering softly, "Phantom, are you still alive?" Phantom peeked out from the necklace and asked in a somewhat displeased tone. "What is it?" "I am currently studying the poem that you gave me." Xia Fei was furious. "I nearly died earlier, and you are actually still so relaxed to read the poem." Phantom sighed and explained, "If you cannot even handle such a small matter, then you aren't qualified to be an assassin. There are things that you have to handle by yourself. My physical body is already incorporeal, and I can't help you even if I wanted to. Even then, you did a rather good job earlier. When you saw blood, your heart suddenly contracted, your hormones were released in great quantities, and your brain was revolving at a rapid speed. This means that combat and blood make you excited. This is an innate conditional reflex and is your gift." Xia Fei frowned. "If I get excited by seeing blood, wouldn't I become a homicidal maniac?" Phantom laughed. "It is useless to resist. Your mind might not like combat and blood, but your body is showing a completely opposite reaction. I advise you to slowly adapt to it. That day, when I saw you consuming the gene optimization fluid and receiving the violent impact from your 7th brain region, you didn't give up. You even persevered when you saw that the end of your life was already irreversible. Your unyielding willpower had influenced me, which was why I helped you. A bloodthirsty instinct and unyielding willpower. These are all the gifts to become an outstanding warrior. You are destined to not have an ordinary life. All right, I shall not waste time speaking with you. I will return to study my poem. Bodhi is fundamentally without any tree, while the bright mirror doesn't have a stand either. To be honest, it is too brilliant. I am considering if I should study Buddhism." Xia Fei was speechless towards Phantom. "You are a super assassin, why are you learning Buddhism? Aren't you ignoring your real profession? Phantom replied without disapproving. I am different from you. I became an assassin due to an accident. If I hadn't encountered my master, I would have been a romantic poet. Be it my mind or my body, they are innately resistant to combat. While you are a natural warrior, our genetic talents are entirely different. How can you understand my sufferings? Phantom was like an obsessed person, and before Xia Fei could reply, he had already run back to his little paradise to study Buddhism. This was truly the greatest joke. An assassin that the entire universe feared was actually a romantic poet at his core, while an ordinary bicycle courier was actually a warrior that thirsted for battle. Could it be that every person had a hidden genetic talent that they couldn't resist but had yet to realize? With such a major incident like the hijacking of the plane, the federal government paid close attention. All of the passengers on the plane were investigated by the Federal Investigation Bureau. Xia Fei, Andre, Wulong, who were directly involved in the matter, had to go through a detailed interrogation. After staying in Hawaii for a day, Xia Fei once again boarded the plane to New York. But this time, he was riding on the Rothschild family's private jet. The private jet had less space than the A380, which was massive, but it was much more comfortable. The genuine leather seat was emitting a faint fur clothing fragrance while the walnut wood table had grain lines that were distinct and elegant, low-key yet luxurious. Back on the plane, how did you realize that the detonator was actually on the youth? The bald man, Wulong, drank a mouthful of vodka before asking. The trio had been separated for interrogation by the Investigation Bureau and didn't have the chance to have a discussion. As such, Wulong couldn't help but ask about the incident on the plane after they met up. It was self-evident. The youth was the hijack incident's mastermind, as that sturdy man with the bomb was very respectful to the youth. One of them was the master, while the other was a subordinate. Think about it, as a master, would you let your life be in the hands of your subordinate? As such, I concluded that if the bomb were real, the detonator must be in the hands of that youth. He definitely wouldn't allow that sturdy man who was obviously lacking IQ to hold the detonator as it was too dangerous. Afterwards, I carefully observed that youth. His right hand's bandage had traces of blood, and it moved very unnaturally. He was meticulously protecting his hand, and it meant that his right hand was injured. The detonator had to be done manually, and since his right hand was injured, he could only use his left hand to detonate the bomb. I don't know if any of you noticed. His left hand would subconsciously and frequently touch his pocket. Since the moment he stood up until the moment he placed his hand in the pocket, he touched it a total of 4 times. Furthermore, his pocket was bulging, and it was obvious that something was inside. After listening to Xia Fei's explanation, Andre and Wulong revealed an inconceivable expression. Truly unbelievable. Have you received some special training? Otherwise, how can you be so observant and be able to analyze the situation so thoroughly? Andre asked. Xia Fei chuckled and replied, it is nothing much. I used to be a bicycle courier, and I had to deliver letters to all sorts of people. It is natural for me to learn some observation skills as it was a requirement from the job. Wulong touched his bald head and had an embarrassed expression. Sigh, after you said it like that, I feel that I was too reckless. I have lived in vain for 36 years. Forget it, just let the past incident go. Regardless, the most important thing is that we all are alive now. I just wanted to ask you. How did you know they were the members of the Black Snake Gang? What kind of organization is this Black Snake Gang? Xia Fei consoled Wulong before asking. Once the Black Snake Gang was mentioned, Wulong was immediately invigorated. There are plenty of ability users on Earth, and it is said that the number is over 10,000. There are some famous criminals of the olden days who have also unlocked their 7th brain region and have become ability users. The Black Snake Gang is formed with these criminals who possess abilities. They use their abilities to cause trouble everywhere, and they're a nuisance to even the federal government. It seemed like Andre already knew as he was just listening quietly without interrupting. Xia Fei took out a stick of Hung Tashan cigarette and lit it up for himself. So that is the case. Criminals with abilities are indeed troublesome. There is nothing to be done as this is a new era. Everyone has the chance to become an ability user, and it doesn't matter if they are good or bad. Wulong nodded repeatedly. That is true. The publicly announced number of ability users in the Federation is 10,000, but there are plenty of criminals who aren't registered in the A-Class Citizen Management Office. The actual number should be around 11,000. I am originally a private investigator and have once been involved with a Black Snake Gang's case. Therefore, I know that Black Snake Gang's members would have a black snake's tattoo on their bodies. When that sturdy man ripped his leather jacket, he revealed the black snake's tattoo on his chest. That was how I could immediately recognize that they were from the Black Snake Gang. Xia Fei had also noticed it, but he didn't know the significance of the tattoo and didn't really treat it as vital information. How did they bring the bomb onto the plan? Xia Fei asked. The airport's security checks are very stringent. They were actually able to overtly strap the bomb on their bodies and enter. Could there be a mole within the airport security? Wulong shook his big head. I don't understand, either. I have already asked around. The youth who hijacked the plane was ranked 7th in the Black Snake Gang, and his ability was screen. He could create a space, and no one would be able to detect the items placed in the space. It couldn't be detected by probes either. That sturdy man was an external member of the Black Snake Gang and didn't have any abilities. He was this operation's human bomb. Andrei spoke unhurriedly. With Rothschild family's influence, it wasn't difficult for them to find out such information. The entire federal government was filled with shadows of the Rothschild family. This massive family had already been bound tightly with the Earth Federation, and they were inseparable. The cause of everything can be explained by this thing. Andrei pointed at the secured briefcase that was made of aluminum alloy. I am already aware that someone is targeting me. To bring this item back to New York, I have transferred from Athens to Moscow, to Ulaanbaatar, to Beijing, then to New York. I have made such a huge detour to shake off the Black Snake Gang's members. I split up with my bodyguard and attendant during the journey to divert their attention. I didn't expect to still be tracked down by them. Andrei spoke in a resentful tone. Xia Fei thought for a moment and asked with doubts. With the influence of the Rothschild family, couldn't you just directly ask for assistance from the federal government? Could it be that the Black Snake Gang would dare to publicly go against the federal government? Andrei let out a bitter smile. It is because we don't wish for the federal government to know about this thing. It is a pity that they still found out. Xia Fei and Wulong were still greatly puzzled. What exactly is this thing, and why is it so mysterious? Andrei is willing to take the risk and doesn't wish for it to be revealed. Is it worth it? Andrei placed the aluminum alloy briefcase on the table and took out a key from his suit's pocket to unlock the handcuff. Do you still remember what I told you? Andrei asked Xia Fei. I remember. Prehistoric relics. Andrei reached for the fingerprint lock on the briefcase and tried to open it. Bang! Xia Fei used one hand to press on the case. Since this item is of great significance to your family, I think that it is best that we don't see it. Andrei let out a gratified smile and said, now that the federal government knows, it doesn't matter if I show it to the two of you. A red laser scanned across Andrei's finger while Andrei inserted in the mechanical code on the case before putting the key inside. This small aluminum alloy briefcase actually had 3 levels of security protection. It was evident that this item was very precious. Xia Fei and Wulong stared closely at the case that was about to open while their hearts were filled with curiosity and expectations. If it isn't the Maya civilization, could it be that legendary, ancient, super civilization? Just as Xia Fei was thinking inwardly. Bang! There was a sharp and clear sound as the password case gradually opened. Chapter 11, Golden Stinger. Enduro Star Region was a small-scale star region within the boundless universe. Shell TV station's weekly news was the most popular TV program in the Enduro Star region. It was popular for only a single reason: the news program had a beauty known as the #1 female anchor in the Star region, Enya. At this moment, on Shell TV station's number 17 streaming channel, Enya was seated in her seat like usual and smiling. In the past week, a very special name came to our attention which deserves to be remembered by us. That is the poet, Wind Speaker. The most popular poet in the poetry world has just released a series of classic poems. Today, we are honored to invite Enduro Poetry Research Association's President He Shuhei. President He, can I ask why are Wind Speaker's poems receiving so much attention in the poetry world? His poems have an intense concern for humanities and have an ancient writing style that transcends all mainstream ideologies. Apologies. I don't really understand. Can you explain to the viewers in more detail? How about this? I will read one of his poems, then everyone will be able to understand. Please listen to this poem. Passion would lead to a parting with sorrow since ancient times, even more so in the cold autumn. This poem is truly too beautiful. I can feel a faint grief and sorrow. Can you recite the entire poem for us? Apologies. Due to the restriction of the copyright, I can only recite this much. That is truly a pity. Mr. He, what kind of person is this wind speaker? I think that our viewers will be very interested in finding out. He is a mysterious poet. When he released the poems on the Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website, he never revealed his identity. As of now, we still don't have any information regarding this wind speaker. This is the first time I have heard such a beautiful poem. If it is possible, I hope to interview him in person. Mr. He, can you introduce more poems from this wind speaker? Sure, with pleasure. It was now nighttime at the Enduro Poetry Hobbyists Network station. The staff members had already finished work, and there was only one staff member in the control room. On the screen, there was a red curved line that was rapidly climbing. Just minutes after the weekly news program, the website's hits had suddenly increased by several times. The young staff member quickly called the station master's phone number. Hello, is it Station Master Wang? This is the Xiaozhou from the control room. Oh, what's the matter? Station Master Wang asked with a rather unhappy tone. It was apparent that this station master was busy in some brothel from the noisy environment. Our website's hits are climbing rapidly. It has already reached 100,000 hits in less than 5 minutes. If this carries on, the main server will collapse. The staff member said emotionally. The Enduro Poetry Hobbyist was a rather neglected website. It was already considered good for it to have a hit rate of 100,000 in a week. Only 5 minutes had passed, and the hit rate was already more than last week's hit rate. The website's only small server lit up with a yellow light. It was an indication that the amount of data being received and sent out had reached an alert level. What? Could the massive hits be due to a hacker? Station Master Wang asked anxiously. The inspection system is showing that the visitors are all rushing for Wind Speaker's poem collection, and there aren't any other movements. Technically speaking, all these are normal hits. It is the Wind Speaker again. Station Master Wang was very familiar with Wind Speaker's name. Wind Speaker's poems were very popular among the hobbyists, therefore, Wind Speaker naturally became the website's flagship character. Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website had been in a deficit since it was established. In the past 2 days, Wind Speaker's poems were on a selling spree. In just a few days, the website had earned tens of thousands of star coins just by taking a share of the profit. It wasn't exaggerating to say that Wind Speaker was the website's money maker. My God! In just 5 minutes, Wind Speaker's poem sales figure has already broken through 500,000. It is still climbing rapidly. This is so crazy. The staff member, Xiaozhou, was yelling on the phone excitedly. What? 500,000? Wait for me, I am coming over right now. Station Master Wang didn't bother about the beautiful girls beside him and picked up his jacket and rushed for the headquarters. Shock. Extreme shock. A dagger with a strange shape was lying quietly in the secured briefcase. A person wouldn't bear to touch it due to the golden color and exquisite craftsmanship. After experiencing changes through tens of thousands of years, this ancient dagger still looked as though it was brand new. The beautiful decorative motif on the dagger was still very clear, and it was simply the work of the gods. It was unknown as to what kind of technology the prehistoric civilization used to craft this flawless weapon. The dagger was triangle-shaped, and there was a handle at the bottom. The design wasn't a common one and was very different from an ordinary dagger. Andrei picked up the dagger carefully as Xia Fei and Wu Long's eyes gradually followed it as they were unwilling to look away from the golden dagger. This thing is called the golden stinger. Take a look at the structure that allows the wielder to grip it tightly in hand and exhibit the most powerful piercing strength. It has a triangular design, and there are saw teeth at the sides. Using it to attack the enemy would make it more direct and lethal than a normal dagger. Andrei said unhurriedly. This golden stinger uses a material that seems similar to gold, but actually isn't gold. It is an unknown metal that is harder and more stable. Its properties are 99% alike to gold, which means there is 1% of unknown metal added into the gold. It is then forged into this uniquely divine weapon. By adding 1% of unknown metal into the originally fragile gold has turned it into a super alloy which is abnormally hard. This technology is probably impossible to achieve even on the modern-day Earth. Wu Long said with excitement. Xia Fei didn't say anything, but his heart was constantly questioning, could it be them? Is it really them? After Andrei revealed the golden stinger, he carefully placed it back into the briefcase before closing all 3 locks. Is this thing left behind by the Atlantis civilization? Xia Fei asked softly. Andre nodded with stirred-up emotions. That's right, this is from the Atlantis civilization. Atlantis. Since his very young age, Xia Fei had heard of this name several times. The mysterious Atlantis was a super prehistoric civilization that was far beyond anyone's imagination. It was a place that captivated countless souls, representing Earth's highest level of technology. The most prosperous civilization. The strongest humans. There wasn't another civilization on Earth that could compare with the Atlantis civilization, as they were simply too powerful and overwhelming. It was rumored that apart from the Earth's 5 continents, there was another missing place, which was Atlantis. It was the place where the mysterious Atlanteans lived. A few tens of thousands of years BC, the Atlanteans had already achieved complete automation. They were able to manufacture airships driven by magnetic forces, they were able to manufacture robots to serve them, they were able to use genetic engineering to produce demonic beasts and many more things. Even today, after tens of thousands of years, those technologies were still amazing, but they couldn't be reproduced. The Atlanteans' brain utilization was more than 90%, and a child's intelligence was far beyond the modern man. Moreover, they possessed the ability to converse with any kind of animal. It was a pity that the super civilization had vanished eternally at around 16,000 BC. Some said that Atlantis had sunk into the bottom of the sea. In contrast, some said that the Atlanteans installed a super mechanical system on Atlantis and simply flew the entire continent into outer space. There were far too many rumors about the Atlantis civilization, and no one could solve these unknown mysteries. However, everyone believed that this super, prehistoric civilization had once existed on Earth. You found this golden stinger. What about Atlantis? What about the lost city of Atlantis? Xia Fei couldn't hold back and asked in excitement. Chapter 12, Overnight Millionaire. You found this golden stinger. What about Atlantis? What about the lost city of Atlantis? Xia Fei couldn't hold back and asked in excitement. Andre shook his head. I regret to say that this exploration is decided by the family. I don't have the authority to reveal the exploration's progress. I can only say that with the current information we possess, it is very hopeful. Xia Fei was somewhat disappointed. With his current strength, it was very difficult to enter a social circle like the Rothschild family. It seems like you are very interested in Atlantis, Andre said when he saw that Xia Fei was feeling somewhat gloomy. Xia Fei leaned back on the seat and took a sip from his wine cup. Every man once had the dream to be on an adventure. While I happen to be a man as well. Andre nodded in an understanding manner. That is true. I did have plenty of dreams of exploring ancient ruins when I was young. Wulong scratched his bald head and hesitated before saying, I am also a man, but why did I always think of eating red braised pork when I was young? I never had any dream of visiting anything like Atlantis. That's right, I did dream of becoming a chivalrous hero. Xia Fei looked at the honest and frank Wulong while smiling. You are already a chivalrous hero now. I noticed that you twisted that thug's head without any effort. Your cultivation should have reached a rank. Wulong smacked his chest proudly. That's right, my strength is now over 200 kilograms, and I am at the intermediate starlight rank. That day, when you rushed over, your speed was truly incredible. You arrived in a flash. Keek, my cultivation isn't as high as yours. During my last test, I was only at the primary starlight rank. Xia Fei stated. Impossible, your speed definitely isn't at the primary stage. I have seen ability users with speed ability, but I have never seen anyone as fast as you. Wulong shook his hand and was unconvinced with Xia Fei's explanation. Xia Fei pondered for a moment and said, it was an emergency at that time. Perhaps, my capability exceeds during a critical moment. Andre chuckled. Among the trio, he was the only one without any abilities, and it was probably difficult for him to unlock his 7th brain region at this age. The entire Federation only has a total of over 1,000 starlight rank individuals, yet, 2 of them are gathered in this small cabin. It is truly my honor to know the 2 of you. Come, let me offer a toast. After putting down the wine cup, Andre asked Xia Fei, do you still remember about the discussion regarding the star coins? I remember it. When we reach New York, I will transfer my star coins to you. It was the same regardless of who Xia Fei exchanged the star coins with. As such, he didn't really mind. That is great. This way, I will be one step closer to my goal. Andre said with excitement, my family has reached an agreement with an extraterrestrial friend. We will use 1 million star coins to purchase a kind of energy technology from him. You should know that the Earth's fossil fuel is already depleting faster than ever before, and we have yet to find a suitable energy source replacement. If we can solve this energy source problem, it will be a great thing for the entire Earth. What kind of technology are you planning to purchase? Xia Fei asked. A controllable nuclear fusion. Andre said in an excited tone, the controllable nuclear fusion is a limitless, clean, and safe energy source. It uses the deuterium, which is abundant in Earth's seawater. It is as much as 40 trillion tons, and if all the deuterium is used for nuclear fusion, it will release enough energy for the humans to use for tens of billions of years. The current problem is the heat produced by the fusion would be as high as 400 million degrees Celsius. No substance can withstand such an immense temperature. Scientists came up with a design that creates a kind of force field to control the fusion and use it as a forge. However, the current Earth's technology isn't capable of doing so yet. Therefore, we are thinking of purchasing this field kit from an extraterrestrial civilization. Xia Fei nodded. The source of energy was a huge problem that was imminent to the Earthlings. If they could use this kind of clean and safe energy to replace fossil fuels, it wouldn't just solve the problem of the energy source but also solve the problem of pollution. Alright, how about this? When we reach New York, we will immediately head to the Interplanetary Bank. I will exchange all of the star coins that I have with you. Xia Fei stated. Andre nodded repeatedly. Alright, the Rothschild family will remember this friendship. We will pay 1.2 times more than the government's exchange rate. Xia Fei shook his hand and said, I am also a federal citizen, and it is my responsibility to contribute to the Federation as much as I can. Let's use the government's exchange rate. I might be avaricious, but I shouldn't take advantage of this dire situation. New York. It was the location of the federal government and also the Earth Federation's capital city. The Manhattan Island, which was only 57.91 square kilometers, had the headquarters of over 3,000 banks, securities firms, finance companies, etc. It was evident that this place was the Earth Federation's financial center. The Enduro Interplanetary Bank's Earth branch was situated in Manhattan Island, which was an expensive piece of land. It occupied an unassuming location in Wall Street. As compared to Citibank, Standard Chartered Bank, UBS, and the Federation's well-known banks, the Interplanetary Bank wasn't considered bombastic, and their facade was actually rather unpresentable. However, no one dared to look down on its existence. In fact, people would subconsciously admire it as it was the only extraterrestrial bank on Earth. To enter this place, there were two conditions. First, this place only accepted the universal currency, star coins. Second, apart from a few elite organizations and privileged people, only A-class citizens were allowed to set up an account here. The exchange rate of the star coins to federal dollars was as high as 1:10,000. Such a high exchange rate was enough for ordinary citizens to take a step back just by looking. Furthermore, star coins were a rare commodity within the Federation. Even if one had the federal dollars, they might not be able to exchange for any star coins. The number of A-class citizens was also very few. The entire Federation only had around 10,000 registered A-class citizens. Therefore, the Interplanetary Bank didn't have anyone at the front doors, and it gave off a solemn and rigid feeling. Xia Fei and Andre alighted the limousine and walked into the main hall of the Interplanetary Bank. An extraterrestrial person with a small beard walked over slowly and casually in front of the duo and had a very arrogant attitude. The Enduro Interplanetary Bank is at your service. I am the bank manager, Dawson. Can I help the two of you? He might sound respectful, but his face didn't look respectful at all. The entire Interplanetary Bank had just 2 staff members, 1 manager and 1 bank president. These 2 staff members had the worst annual evaluation within the Interplanetary Bank. Therefore, they were dispatched to the remote and backward planet like Earth to work. Dawson looked down on Earth as Earth only had a civilization level of class 0.5, and Dawson's impression of Earth was backward, primitive, dirty, inferior, and poor. I wish to log in and do a bank transfer. Xia Fei said. Please follow me. Dawson led Xia Fei and Andre to an AI computer and asked, Can I ask if you know how to use this type of high-grade AI computer to log into the interplanetary internet? Xia Fei frowned and was extremely displeased with this extraterrestrial person's attitude. Apologies, I don't know how to use such a high-grade AI computer to log in into the interplanetary internet. Can you help me to open up my account? Dawson's expression turned pale as he didn't expect Xia Fei to instruct him. Even a fool could see that Xia Fei was doing it intentionally. However, if Dawson didn't act accordingly, it would violate the bank's rules and regulations. While filled with resentment, Dawson helped Xia Fei to log in into his account. After taking a glance at the balance in the account, Dawson's eyes were dumbfounded. Impossible! How can an earthling have so much money? Dawson quickly used his sleeve to rub his eyes and took a careful look at the long string of zeros on the screen. Sir, can I know how much you wish to transfer and to which account? Dawson's tone suddenly became respectful, and it was rather dubious. It wasn't as icy cold as earlier, and due to the sudden increase in Xia Fei's account balance, he was automatically promoted to a 1-star VIP client of the Interplanetary Bank. Dawson clearly knew about the privileges that a 1-star VIP client possessed. If a 1-star VIP client complained about him, he might just be fired from the bank. After recalling how he spoke sarcastically to Xia Fei earlier, Dawson's face was dripping with cold sweat. When Xia Fei and Andre saw the number, they were shocked for a long moment. Andre's chin was already about to drop from the shock. So he is actually richer than me. You truly can't judge a book by its cover. Xia Fei scratched his scalp and said, It does seem quite a lot. Chapter 13, Partners. 0.45 million star coins. According to the exchange rate of 1:10,000, Xia Fei could exchange them for 114.5 billion federal dollars. The purchasing power of the federal dollars was equivalent to a third of the olden US dollars, which also meant that it was close to 40 billion US dollars. With this much wealth, Xia Fei could already be listed as the top 100 wealthiest people in the Federation. Furthermore, this was star coins, the universal currency, and it was a completely different concept with the federal dollars that could only be used in the Federation. Apart from the federal government, no one else possessed such a huge amount of star coins. Sir, since your account balance has exceeded 10 million star coins, our Enduro Interplanetary Bank has upgraded your client grade from ordinary client to 1-star VIP client. We have prepared a dedicated VIP room for you, please follow me. Dawson respectfully said. Those with money were the boss. It was a rule that would never change, and it was the same for the entire universe. At this moment, a man who looked over 40 years old walked out of the office. He walked towards Xia Fei and Andre before bowing to Andre before speaking. I have just received a notification from the system that an esteemed VIP client has arrived at our branch. Mr. Xia Fei, I am Xu Feng, and I am the bank president here. I represent the Enduro Interplanetary Bank, and I welcome your arrival. Andre was well versed in behaving in a gentlemanly style. As compared to the young Xia Fei, Andre looked more wealthy than Xia Fei. As such, Xu Feng had mistaken Andre for Xia Fei. Xia Fei and Andre smiled at each other while Dawson quickly tugged on Xu Feng's sleeve and leaned towards his ear to whisper. President Xu, you got it wrong. The young one is Xia Fei. Xu Feng was slightly startled as he used his eyes to scan Xia Fei. Xia Fei had an ordinary appearance and wore very regular clothes. He never expected a VIP client to be so young and so low-key. It was still the same old saying, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Apologies, Mr. Xia Fei, it was my mistake. Please follow me to your dedicated VIP room. We have prepared premium champagne and strawberries for you. Xia Fei chuckled and pointed at the AI computer while asking, does the VIP room also have this high-grade AI computer that can log in into the interplanetary internet? Dawson's face turned pale and was regretting the fact that he had humiliated Xia Fei. Xu Feng was startled as he didn't understand why Xia Fei would ask like this. He immediately associated it with Dawson, who must have said something he shouldn't and had offended Xia Fei. He glared at Dawson and said in his heart, you actually dare to offend a VIP client. I think you are sick of living. Dawson's legs went numb, and it was fortunate that he didn't kneel down. His entire body was constantly dripping with sweat. I'm finished. In the luxuriously decorated VIP room. Xia Fei logged into the Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website and realized that all 37 poems he uploaded were listed on the website's front page. The average hits were over 100 million, and the purchases were over 20 million. What is going on? So many hits and purchases in just a few days. Xia Fei couldn't understand. Forget it, as long as there is money to earn, why bother so much? Xia Fei turned around to pour 2 glasses of champagne and handed one to Andre. Keek, I don't know what is going on. I suddenly have so many star coins. It seems like we need to renegotiate. André received the glass of champagne and spoke in a serious tone, "We are willing to use the exchange rate of 1:12,000 to purchase 1 million star coins. It will be used to purchase the controllable nuclear fusion field. If you agree, not just our Rothschild family, the entire Federation will be grateful to you. To be able to offer 12 billion federal dollars in one go." It seemed like the Rothschild family's reputation as the Federation's #1 banking family wasn't just for show. Xia Fei smiled and proposed. "Let's do it like this. Consider the 1 million star coins as my investment for the new energy source power plant. As for the number of shares, your family can decide and the management can also be handled by your family. I will only receive dividends and will not interrupt the operation of the power plant." The Rothschild family had been able to remain at the top for centuries, not just because of their wealth but also because of two other factors. Firstly, the family members were natural financial experts. Even the most brilliant genetics expert couldn't find out why this family's members were so talented in handling money, and none of the family members was an exception for over a dozen generations. Secondly, the Rothschild family had used marriages to gain connections. They spent centuries establishing a massive influence network throughout the entire globe. Talent in finances and the massive connections was precisely what a lone person like Xia Fei urgently required. Making friends with the Rothschild family only had advantages with no disadvantages. Moreover, once this new energy power plant was established, the profits would be very impressive. They were making use of water to generate electricity. Was there any raw material cheaper in this world? Apart from the large amount of funds required to set up the power plant, once the power plant was functional, the cost to generate electricity would be close to zero. This was simply a great deal for great profits. The entire Earth had a population of 7 billion, and if each individual had to pay an electric fee of $1 for each month, it would be $7 billion. Furthermore, they would also be eliminating the pollution generated from fossil fuel power plants and hydroelectricity power plants. The decrease in electricity bills would also be something that everyone would appreciate. It was the same as killing 3 birds with 1 stone. If Xia Fei didn't get involved in such a business, he would be a fool. André laughed heartily. "I will immediately inform the elders of the family to start a conference. You just have to wait for the good news." André patted on Xia Fei's shoulder and said in a cordial tone, "You are unfamiliar with New York, why not come over to my place to have dinner?" It was a huge deal for Westerners to invite others for a meal at their homes. This meant that André considered Xia Fei as his friend. "Unfortunately, I cannot accept your invite tonight. I have other things to handle. I will definitely visit some other day." Xia Fei tactfully rejected André's invitation because that batch of medicinal ingredients and the wind eye ring he purchased had arrived, and he had more important things to do. André arranged Xia Fei's hotel with enthusiasm and had also reserved a Lincoln-stretched luxury limousine for Xia Fei's usage. For the wealthy Rothschild family, such a matter was not worth mentioning. The plaza, top floor, presidential suite. Xia Fei locked himself in the bathroom. In front of him was a large pile of medicinal ingredients and a strange-shaped concoction device. This place was worthy of being a presidential suite. Just the bathroom was already around 60 square meters, and it was already bigger than Xia Fei's previous one-room apartment. It had sufficient space to put down all the medicinal ingredients. Medicine concoction is a very precise task. The purification of each medicinal ingredient and the sequence are all crucial. If you mess up and lower the medicinal effects, it is considered a minor problem. For serious cases, you might cause an explosion. Phantom stood at the side and spoke when he observed that Xia Fei was flustering while purifying the medicinal ingredients. "These are merely medicinal ingredients. Why would they explode?" Xia Fei wasn't convinced. "You need to know that this is a lost art from my discipleship. We use different characteristics from each medicinal ingredient to conduct the precise proportioning. The effects are far beyond regular medicines. Different medicinal ingredients would have some conflicting or complementing relation. Take the blue star herb and the cold moon plum, for example. If used individually, they would be able to increase the speed of active cell movements, but when put together, it would become a fatal poison, and there would be no antidote to cure it. However, if you purify the blue star herb to 41% and the cold moon plum to 59% before adding in the summer night pickled plum seed that has a purity of 73%, the prescription wouldn't have poison and would have a 70% increase in effect than the blue star herb that is at 70% purity." Xia Fei frowned. To put conflicting medicinal ingredients together to compose a medicine is simply too insane. In case of a slight mistake, it's all over. Phantom spoke as though he didn't care, that's why I asked you to be careful. Such a precise concoction is truly radical. Isn't there an ordinary concoction method that is milder? Xia Fei asked. Ordinary? My discipleship has never had this term. No matter what we do, we would do it to the best of our abilities. Right now, you have yet to encounter a true society in the universe, and you don't know how cruel it is out there. Every warrior had to do their best to improve themselves, and there were plenty who would risk their lives to improve even by 1%. To stand firm in the society of experts, you have to become sufficiently powerful. Only the strong are respected, while the weak don't even have the right to speak. If I use the words that you taught me to say this, the universe is where only paranoid people would survive. With Phantom's guidance, the bathroom now had 17 different colored bottles. There were red, green, purple bottles placed in a row, which was truly beautiful. This is a primary cell activation medicine that is formed with a combination of 17 different medicines. After consuming it, you will greatly enhance the cell's vitality and would then be able to strengthen the physique intensity and toughness. The allocation of medicine isn't considered difficult. As long as you follow my instructions, I guarantee that you will be safe. The concoction device had 3 different entry points, and they were responsible for purification, mixture, and catalyzation. Now that the purification work was done, next was the mixture and catalyzation processes. The medicine bottles had a display screen where the amount of medicine required could be keyed in. When pouring the medicines into the entry point for the mixture process, the bottles made automatic adjustments according to the amount set. It allowed the precision to achieve 1/10,000th of a milliliter. When pouring the medicine in, precise control was also required. What to put in first, what to put in next, when to put it in. There must not be any error. The mixture part of the concoction device was emitting a slight sound, and it sounded like the buzzing of a bee. Xia Fei could hear that it was flying around inside the concoction device at a very high speed. After accurately pouring the first 7 medicines according to the time frame, Xia Fei picked up the 8th bottle and carefully brought it over. When the green indicator on the machine had lit up, Xia Fei poured this bottle of white medicine hastily. Whoosh! The mixture device suddenly emitted a sound that was like a car tire losing air. Immediately after, a yellow vapor was fuming out from the concoction device. Chapter 14, Consecutive Promotion of 2 Stages. Fortunately, I didn't ask you to concoct all the medicine. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. Phantom shook his head and said. Xia Fei didn't say anything and just lowered his head to ponder. He had followed all of the steps in the standard procedure. Where did he go wrong? He walked out of the bathroom and sat on the sofa before conveniently lighting up a cigarette for himself. Xia Fei then started to recall each purification step without missing any detail. Phantom reclined in a dark corner and didn't give Xia Fei any hints. Due to his profession, Phantom liked to stay in the corners, and no matter where he was, he could always swiftly find the most unassuming location. Phantom revealed a delighted expression when he saw Xia Fei in contemplation. He seems rather serious. His concoction talent will decide how soon he will be able to find the problem. Before Phantom finished his thoughts, Xia Fei put out the cigarette resolutely and headed back into the bathroom. Have you found the problem? Phantom asked while feeling unconvinced. It was only a few minutes. Could he have noticed the problem so quickly? I have thought through the entire process. When I was pouring in the 8th medicine, my hand trembled, which caused an inconsistent flow into the mixture device. Apart from that, I cannot think of anything else. Xia Fei replied while he walked. Phantom chuckled. Use the diagram that I gave you and slowly study it. I will return to my little nest for a nap. Call me when you are done with the concoction. Interesting. He can even notice such a slight difference. Is it really that amazing to fully unlock the 7th brain region? Phantom shook his head and entered the Moor Stone. Phantom, are you dead? Roughly a few hours later, Xia Fei yelled into his necklace. Don't constantly ask if I am dead or not. I have been dead for a long time. Phantom peeked out from the necklace rather unhappily and asked, is there an explosion or what? What explosion? All the primary cell activation medicines are concocted. I want to ask you about the method to use these things. Do I have to just drink it directly? Xia Fei pointed at the row of medicine bottles on the ground. Phantom arrived on the side of the bottles and glanced at them repeatedly. 11 bottles of medicine were placed in an orderly manner. They were sparkling and limpid bottles that contained a light purple fluid. It was extremely pure and didn't have a trace of impurity. Phantom's face kept calm and collected, but his heart was exceedingly astonished. This is his first time concocting medicine, and he merely made one mistake before succeeding. Furthermore, there is one more bottle than my initial expectation. It means that he is very precise in the proportions of the medicine and has eliminated any signs of wastage. Ah, not bad. Fill up half the bathtub with cool water and pour in 10 bottles of the activation medicine. Soak yourself in it and don't come out before I tell you. You can now drink the remaining bottle. Phantom instructed. Xia Fei was in disbelief. Do you plan to use all the medicine worth over 300,000 star coins in a single session? Isn't this too extravagant? Phantom couldn't care less and replied, you are now building your foundation, and a good foundation will directly impact your future cultivation limit. Don't try to save money on such matters. There are things that money cannot buy. The poems on the Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website are selling well, and you should have quite a bit of money, right? After using up this batch of medicine, we will not need to use such low-grade medicine anymore. By then, I will prescribe some cell acceleration medicine. They will be much better than these medicines, and the current medicine is too slow to increase your cultivation. Cell acceleration medicine? How much money is required for them? Xia Fei asked. They are rather cheap. Around 7 to 8 million star coins should be sufficient. Also, we have to change to a new concoction device. This one is too old. You will need to purchase a combat suit and weapons too. It should be around 15 million altogether. Phantom didn't bother about anything else while he said. Xia Fei was speechless. 15 million. Right now, he only had around 10 million star coins, and it was already insufficient. How should he describe this situation? Alright, just do as I said. I suddenly have a huge inspiration today, and I will return to compose a poem. Remember, do not exit the bathtub before I say so. Phantom gave his instructions before vanishing again. It was already morning right now. Xia Fei poured 10 bottles of medicines into the bathtub all at once. He then drank one bottle before he took off all his clothes and sat in the bathtub. The bathtub was filled with chilled water, so it was rather cold when he first entered the bathtub. However, an intense heat quickly surged into Xia Fei's body. The cell activation medicine in his stomach also started to take its effect, and all his organs were starting to have a burning sensation as though a pot of hot water was poured into his stomach. The water was hot, so was his stomach. In just a short moment, Xia Fei was drenched in sweat, and his sweat was flowing down like a small river. Phantom saw the battered and exhausted Xia Fei from inside the moor stone. Kid, no matter how talented you are, you still have to endure through this obstacle first. A full day passed by in the blink of the eye. Phantom stretched his head outside of the moor stone as he wanted to see Xia Fei's situation. He saw Xia Fei's naked body standing in front of the French window and looking down at the group of people that were bustling with activity. The morning sun just happened to shine in at this moment, and Phantom suddenly realized that Xia Fei's body seemed much stronger than before. Why are you outside? Didn't I tell you to stay inside the bathtub? Phantom sounded rather angry. Xia Fei turned around and smiled at Phantom. The water in the bathtub is already colorless. I guessed that even if I continued staying in it, there wouldn't be any effects. That's why I walked out. Colorless? Phantom muttered to himself with suspicion, that is impossible. Phantom rushed to the bathtub and saw that the originally purple water was now clear and transparent. 10 bottles of primary cell activation medicines are actually completely absorbed by you in a single day. Phantom felt that it was unbelievable, as a regular ability user would need at least 3 days to absorb so much activation medicine. Furthermore, no one was able to absorb everything completely like Xia Fei and not leave a hint behind. This was truly outrageous. That is probably the case. I am starving for a meal right now, are you coming? Xia Fei replied as he started to wear his clothes. Phantom shook his head and dove back into the moor stone. As expected, it is because of the fully unlocked 7th brain region. It was still rather early, and the restaurant had only started operating. Xia Fei picked a seat at the window while a young blonde waitress came to Xia Fei. Sir, what do you wish to order? Oh, ham and eggs, 3 portions and some milk, make it 2 liters. 3 portions. The waitress could see that Xia Fei wasn't exactly very buff and silently noted down in the order slip. Can he really finish 3 portions of breakfast and 2 liters of milk? In just a short moment, 3 portions of breakfast and 2 liters of milk had been wiped clean by Xia Fei. He rubbed his stomach and wanted to continue eating. "Excuse me, give me another 3 portions of the same food and 2 plates of fruits and salad. Can you bring more of these small round bread too?" Xia Fei ate and spoke at the same time. The blonde waitress stuck out her tongue. "My God, is he even human? Phantom, after eating so much food, I should already be full. Why do I still feel so hungry?" Xia Fei asked while feeling puzzled. "There is nothing strange. After using the primary cell activation medicine, your body's metabolism is much higher than before. With a higher calorie consumption, you naturally require more food. This is a good thing as it means that the medicine is taking its effect." After carefully thinking about it, it did feel like the case. Xia Fei simply started to feast, and by the time he ate the 12th portion, he started to feel like he was getting full. By the time he was really full, he had already eaten the 17th portion of breakfast. New York Central Park occupied a huge space, and it reached up the 843 acres. It was still early morning now, and there were plenty of people who had woken up to exercise. After warming up, Xia Fei took out the wind eye ring and wore it on his hand before taking a deep breath. Xia Fei's left leg stomped on the ground, and he flew out like an arrow launched by a bow. Sceneries on both sides were rapidly passing by, and with the effects of the wind eye ring, Xia Fei didn't feel any air resistance when he was running. He was running with quick and nimble steps. "It is too fast. I am much faster than before. Phantom, this speed is probably at the intermediate starlight rank, right?" Xia Fei asked while running. Your speed is around 85 m/s and has reached the advanced starlight rank," Phantom said indifferently and was seemingly not interested in Xia Fei's rapid speed. 85 m/s. If Xia Fei participated in the 100-meter race, he would only need slightly more than 1 second to complete it. With this super speed, even the Olympic champions would have to eat dust behind Xia Fei's butt. Most importantly, in just one day, Xia Fei had a consecutive promotion of 2 stages. He had now reached the advanced starlight rank. He was just 1 step away from the star base rank. Chapter 15, Black Snake List. South America's Amazon rainforest was sultry and moist. There would be heavy rain for 300 days of the year, while the other 65 days would be light showers. The 700 million hectares of tropical rainforest were deserted and undisturbed by humans. The animals lived freely in the forest. At the same time, this wasn't merely the paradise for animals, it was also the paradise for the criminals and necros. In a hidden place of the rainforest, there were pieces of fields that were plowed out. The fields weren't growing rice. Instead, they were growing the beautiful yet fatal opium poppy. This was the season when the opium poppies were blossoming. Red, purple, and white beautiful flowers had all blossomed, and they were like beautiful decorations in the center of the forest. It was unknown which ancient predecessor once said, "Beautiful things are as evil as they are beautiful." And the source of the evil was in an unassuming hut in the center of the fields. Black Rhino was seated in the hut's only sofa. This was the Black Snake Gang's chief, who was 41 years old and had a thick and sturdy body. On his left cheek, there was a tattoo of a black snake spitting out a fresh red forked tongue. Everyone else would hide the Black Snake Gang's tattoo in a place that wasn't as striking as the arm or leg. After all, they had to leave the Amazon rainforest to enter the societies governed with laws. But this Black Snake Gang's chief was bold enough to actually put the tattoo on his face. It was as though he was afraid that no one would know he was from the notorious Black Snake Gang. "I don't care. I will kill whoever that killed the 7th brother. No one can stop me. Xia Fei. Wulong. And that bastard Andre all must die." Black Rhino was enraged. His body was tall and sturdy, his temper was proportionate to his body weight. Standing beside the Black Rhino was a cultured and refined gentleman. He had blonde curled-up hair and a smile that was like the sunshine. Even in the hot summer, he wore this well-ironed suit along with a tie and leather shoes that were always so shiny. "They deserve to be killed, but they cannot be killed by you. Leave this matter to me." To actually speak like this when Black Rhino was enraged. This person must be the one called Forest Viper. Forest Viper and Black Rhino were 2 entirely different kinds of individuals. This British gentleman received a good education and was born in a noble family in England. His father was the reputable Duke of Westminster. No one knew why this outstanding student of the Eton College and the University of Cambridge would join this notorious Black Snake Gang. The gang members feared Black Rhino, but they viewed Forest Viper with complete respect. The Forest Viper's intelligence and insight were the gang's greatest reliance. Without Black Rhino, the Black Snake gang would still be the same. But if Forest Viper weren't around, the gang would already have been eradicated by the federal government on countless occasions. The relationship between Forest Viper and Black Rhino was very subtle. Forest Viper was superior to Black Rhino in almost all aspects. However, Forest Viper was even willing to give up everything for Black Rhino. Even if Black Rhino asked him to die, Forest Viper wouldn't hesitate at all. "What plans do you have?" Black Rhino asked Forest Viper calmly. Black Rhino was always composed when Forest Viper made a suggestion. If it were anyone else, they would have received a torrent of abuse from Black Rhino. "I have already investigated. Wulong and Xia Fei, who killed the seventh brother, don't have high ranks. Wulong is a strength-type intermediate star light rank. Xia Fei is even worse and is only a speed-type primary star light rank. They have never served in the military. Wulong has served as a private investigator and is considered to have some combat experience. Xia Fei is completely average, and 1 month ago, he was still riding his bicycle and delivering packages as a courier. We couldn't know about the exact situation back then, but I deduced that this duo was able to kill the seventh brother entirely because of luck. It is obviously not suitable for you to personally kill the duo. I think we can let Madman and Wild Rose do it instead." Black Rhino nodded. Wild Rose and Madman are indeed a good combination to deal with a strength type and speed type. Black Rhino laughed heartily while his eyelids sank a little. "You shall handle this matter. I will return to have a few puffs of smoke." Xia Fei's speed could be described as a spark from the flint and was at 85 ms/s. This was already considerably beyond a human's limit. It was a pity that Xia Fei's current body condition wasn't enough to maintain a full sprint for too long. 30 seconds would already exhaust him, and his legs would feel as though they were as heavy as lead. If the speed were reduced to 60 ms/s, he would be able to maintain the speed for around 60 seconds. After returning to the hotel for a shower, just as Xia Fei was planning to venture out, he received a phone call from Wulong, who sounded somewhat nervous. "Big brother Wu, what is wrong with you? Why are you so unhinged? Could someone be chasing after you?" Xia Fei asked in a joking manner. "I have obtained some reliable information. The bastards from the Black Snake gang have placed you, me, and Andre on the Black Snake list." "Black Snake list? What is that?" "The Black Snake gang members aren't just ability users, they also have great military strength, and they smuggle drugs. They have a huge amount of cash, and the Black Snake list is their bounty list. As long as our heads are brought to them, cash will be paid directly." Xia Fei's eyes lit up. "How much is my bounty?" There was a brief silence. "Brother, the Black Snake gang's strength and methods aren't just for show. This old brother isn't joking with you. They are truly determined to kill us. Big brother Long, I am not joking with you too. How much is my bounty?" "Mine is 10 million, Andre is also 10 million. Your bounty is 1 million. Bastards." Xia Fei couldn't help cursing, "These people are looking down on me. Why is my bounty only 1 million? This is too humiliating." Wulong, who was on the other side of the phone call, was completely speechless. It was evident that the higher the bounty, the greater the danger. Xia Fei should be rejoicing. After he ended the call, there was a subsequent phone call from Andre, and he also talked about the Black Snake gang wanting their lives. They arranged to meet at Andre's house in the evening before Xia Fei walked out of his room. Originally, Andre had only arranged a Caucasian driver for Xia Fei. This morning, the driver had been replaced by 2 tall and sturdy, black bear-like African Americans. Their armpits were bulging, and it was obvious they were equipped with weapons. Furthermore, 2 more sedans followed the limousine. Each car had 4 burly chaps who were wearing suits. All of them looked fierce, and there wasn't a need to guess that Andre was worried about Xia Fei's safety and had assigned bodyguards for Xia Fei. The Federation's A-Class Citizen Management Office's headquarters was located in New York. After going through the procedure to rent the AI computer, Xia Fei grabbed the virtual reality helmet before going into the room alone. "It is truly troublesome to visit this place whenever I wish to log into the interplanetary internet. I should purchase an AI computer as soon as possible." Xia Fei muttered to himself. The virtual reality helmet was truly extraordinary, and when he logged into the interplanetary internet with the helmet, it was as if he came to a virtual world. All of the sceneries were incredibly surreal, even the gluttonous worms on the leaves looked vivid and lifelike. After logging into the Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website, Xia Fei immediately saw a message from the administrator. The website's administrator was rather great at business as he wasn't in a hurry to extract profits from Xia Fei. They proposed that if Xia Fei could guarantee that he wouldn't release his poems on other websites, the website would change the allocation of profits from 50% to 80%. They would refund all the excess transaction fees that were collected previously. Xia Fei accepted the conditions in a straightforward manner, and in just a few minutes later, 7.6 million star coins worth of transaction fees were refunded to Xia Fei's account. Right now, Xia Fei's account was close to 20 million star coins. There was another familiar pink message. Xia Fei couldn't understand why Avril's message was in the special pink color. Message from Avril: are you mad at me? Why did you use such an unpleasant poem to deceive me? Did I do something wrong? This young lady seems to be ignorant of the ways of the world. Xia Fei shook his head and talked to himself. Xia Fei then conveniently replied, it doesn't matter if I am mad at you or not. It doesn't matter if you have done something wrong or not. We are just strangers, and that poem is a proud work from my friend. This is the same as offering a gift. You should be grateful that I am giving you something, but instead, you are criticizing my gift. How is that reasonable? In any case, I don't owe you anything. After clicking on the send button, Xia Fei took out a handheld computer from his pocket. This small computer was bought by Xia Fei yesterday, and it contained nearly all of Earth's poems. Xia Fei then started to patiently upload each poem on the Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website. Poetry was something that wasn't mainstream, and most of the buyers came over after seeing Enya's program. The passions of these people were hard to maintain for a long term. As such, Xia Fei planned to strike while the iron was still hot and leave after obtaining a huge profit. Most of the poems were about the reminiscence of a certain person or the description of a certain beautiful place. These types of poetry were very hard for extraterrestrial people to understand. After all, they didn't reside on Earth and wouldn't understand the things and social customs of Earth. Therefore, the sales volume would be very low. Xia Fei would specifically upload those poems that were expressing emotions. Extraterrestrial people would also feel happy or sad, making it easier for them to understand these poems. The AI computer's input method was by thoughts. Once you think of something, the corresponding words would appear on the screen. Furthermore, it would automatically analyze which thoughts were the words to be keyed in and which were the brain's temporary thought waves. It allowed for a rather fast speed to input the words. Using the entire morning, 1,300 poems were uploaded onto the Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website. After resting for a short moment and eating lunch, Xia Fei entered the interplanetary internet. Alright, let's go to the medicinal ingredients market for a shopping spree, Phantom said excitedly, and his attitude showed that he didn't care if Xia Fei were going to be bankrupt. No, I want to shop at the other markets first before purchasing the medicinal ingredients. With your spending pace, by the time I come out from the medicinal ingredients market, I will not be left with any money. Xia Fei disregarded Phantom's protest and arrived at a rather big computer mall. The virtual attendant led Xia Fei inside, and the plethora of merchandise was too much for Xia Fei's eyes. I want to purchase an AI computer. Xia Fei stated. Please take a look, these are all the latest AI computers. May I know what model you require? There was a flash in front of his eyes, and over 1,000 different types and models of computers appeared in front of Xia Fei. They came in different sizes and shapes. I wish to buy a smaller one. It will be best if I can bring it along with me. Then what about these 3 models? The attendant waved his hand, and all the computers vanished, leaving behind 3 small computers placed in a row. Among the 3 computers, the biggest one was the size of a cigarette box, and the smallest was in the shape of a watch. Xia Fei touched the old digital watch on his wrist. Xia Fei had been wearing this imitation Casio watch for over 7 years. The wordings on the surface of the watch were already modeled, and it should be preserved in history museums instead of being worn on the wrist. What are the functions of that watch-shaped computer? Sir, you truly have great taste. This is the latest microelectronics equipped with a processor and a skeuomorph system that has 128 super floating points. Apart from that, it can also serve as a timekeeping device. The error rate is less than 1/10,000th of a second. It could also display the current atmospheric moisture, temperature, pressure, and analyze the air's composition. It also has an artificial pacemaker for emergencies. If the user has heart disease and has a sudden onset, it would release electric currents to help the heart regain the heartbeat. It can also. Xia Fei stopped the virtual attendant from talking. There were so many functions. Was this still a computer? I don't have any heart disease, but I will buy this computer. Can it connect to the interplanetary internet? The connection to the interplanetary internet is subscription-based service which needs to be purchased separately from the AI computer. Please take a look at the price list. Xia Fei took a glance at the price list. A Class 1 interplanetary internet service could allow the computer to connect to the internet in the entire star region. The price wasn't high either and was 10,000 star coins. The Class 2 service could connect to 3-star regions in the vicinity, but the price was 100 times higher and required 1 million star coins. The Class 3 service was even more ridiculous as 10 million star coins were required to connect with 6 nearby star regions. Since connecting to 3-star regions wasn't really useful for Xia Fei right now. Therefore, he chose the Class 1 service. The microcomputer cost 45,000 star coins while the Class 1 internet service fee was 10,000 star coins. The total cost was 55,000 star coins. After handing over the money, Xia Fei was about to leave, but his eyes flashed when he noticed something in the corner of this shop. What is this? Xia Fei was very curious. Chapter 16, Fire Dragon Millennial Flames. There was a model of a spaceship that was placed at the corner of the mall. It had an elegant appearance that was like an eagle extending its wings. The tritanium alloy body was flashing with a mysterious luster. TL note, tritanium is a fictional chemical element featured in an page, EVE Online. This is a Class 3 Corvette-class battleship. Phantom said as though it was nothing important, the Corvette is the universe's second smallest battleship, and it was simply not even worth mentioning. If you wish to navigate in the universe that is filled with dangers, you will need a battlecruiser at the minimum. Of course, it will be better if it were a heavy assault battlecruiser. Xia Fei involuntarily walked over while muttering, "This spaceship is wonderful. I wonder how much it costs. This thing is at least 80 million star coins." Xia Fei curled his lips. 80 million star coins was a rather big sum, and he was still very far from owning a spaceship of his own with his current ability. "There will be a day when I will have my own space battleship," Xia Fei said boldly. "The Corvette-class battleships will require the cultivation of the star domain rank to purchase. 80 million is the price of a bare ship. You will still have to purchase the weapon systems and equipment, right? You will also have to install the navigation system. Without 200 million, don't even think about owning a spaceship." Phantom dealt a fatal blow to Xia Fei without any reservation. Xia Fei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and was reluctant to leave the mall. After reaching the medicinal ingredients market, Phantom's chronic splurging problem started acting up again. He immediately purchased 2 sets of concoction devices and gave the glorified reason that one was for regular usage while the other was a spare. As for the medicinal ingredients, Phantom bought whatever he saw, and when the entire bill was settled, the total cost was actually 8.7 million star coins. "You are rather conscientious this time and reserved some money for me." Xia Fei felt the pinch as he took out his credit card to pay the bills. Not far ahead, there was a very unique shop. This shop didn't have the splendid neon lights, nor did they have any sexy lady attendant standing at the entrance to welcome customers. It was fit with a simple and unadorned door while the interior was desolate. In this bustling virtual merchant street, it was obviously very unconventional. "Come, let's enter and take a look." Phantom didn't hesitate before pulling Xia Fei inside. The shop was empty inside, and there were less than 20 counters, and each counter only displayed one item. There was a monstrous red plant that was very eye-catching. It had a fiery red color and had a wild and unruly appearance. It was like fireworks that were set off in the sky and were resplendent and bright. "This thing is rather interesting," Xia Fei said casually. Not bad indeed." It was rather rare, but Phantom was actually praising the items in this shop. When they were purchasing the medicinal ingredients earlier, he was constantly saying low-grade or weak medicinal effects. Below the fiery red plant, there was a display screen which displayed the plant's price. Xia Fei counted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 zeros. 9 million. Xia Fei couldn't believe it. This plant might look nice, but it couldn't possibly be worth this much money. At this moment, Phantom smiled at Xia Fei, and when Xia Fei saw the smile, he felt anxious for some unknown reason. "This is it, buy it." Andre's house wasn't in the Manhattan district, he was at Staten Island, which was located in the south. One would need to ride a ferry to reach the place. The massive manor was surrounded by bodyguards dressed in suits. It was evident that Andrei was very concerned about being wanted by the Black Snake Gang. Andrei and Wulong had already walked out to welcome him. Beside them was a teenager around the age of 13 or 14. He had brown curly hair, his nose supported his eyes along with specks of freckles on his face. "Welcome, dear friend." Andrei was very polite. After exchanging conventional greetings, Xia Fei asked, "He is?" "Oh, this is my youngest grandson, Charlie. Since my wife passed away, Charlie frequently accompanies me and also learns some skills on investment and finance." Learning finance at such a young age. Xia Fei was deeply moved. No wonder the Rothschild family has had financial elites for generations. It seems like it is closely related to the family's culture. Charlie appeared to be very shy, and after greeting Xia Fei with courtesy, they entered the dining hall. Xia Fei hadn't really eaten anything since breakfast, therefore, he didn't reserve himself and tucked into the great meal. He ate at least 4 lobsters while it was needless to say about the veal and tomato soup. Wulong was big in size, so he also had a huge appetite. Charlie and Andrei only ate a small serving while smiling and watching as Wulong and Xia Fei gorged themselves. Xia Fei was rather satisfied as he used the napkin to wipe his mouth. "I have been exercising a lot recently, so my appetite is bigger now. It must be a funny scene." Andrei shook his hand and didn't mind. Wulong burped and said, "Good, your skinny body can actually eat more than me. No wonder you have such a fast speed." Everyone laughed heartily. Wealthy people had plenty of rules. A conversation couldn't be held over the dining table, and they had to shift to the smoking room. Andrei asked young Charlie to read some books upstairs, while the trio came to the smoking room and sat opposite each other. Andrei took out a box of exquisite cigars from the shelf. It was obvious that this box of cigars was very expensive because of the looks of the walnut wood box and the delicate golden decorations. "Try one of them. These are top-notch handmade Cuban cigars, each of it is crafted by a maiden's breasts." Andrei handed the cigar box to Xia Fei and said. Xia Fei chuckled and took out a wrinkled box of cheap hung taschen and said, "You guys should, I." Before Xia Fei could finish talking, Wulong and Andrei continued the statement. "We know, you only smoke hung taschen. I don't understand. You are young and rich, why would you like to smoke this thing? This kind of cigarette is too pungent, and when it goes into the lungs, it feels like eating gunpowder. Don't even talk about how uncomfortable it feels." Wulong lit the cigar and commented. Xia Fei picked up one cigarette and lit it up himself while responding, "I can't do anything about it. I am already used to it after smoking for so many years. I can't change it even if I want to." As the trio blew out puffs of smoke, the room started swirling with smoke. "Our family's urgent conference has already decided that the controllable nuclear fusion power plant will use collaborative funds to construct it. First, we will construct an experimental power plant in North America. The location of the plant will be using the family's land in Kansas. If this power plant turns out to be a success, entire America's problem of power source will be completely resolved." Andrei said. A single power plant to solve the power source problem for entire America. It was evident that the controllable nuclear fusion power plant had great potential. According to the tentative plan, we still have to construct 3 more power plants in East Asia, North Africa, and Australia. When the 4 power plants have completed their construction, the entire Earth's power source will step into a new era of safe and clean energy. Andrei was extremely excited as he explained the beautiful blueprint of Earth's future. "You will invest 4 million star coins, and our Rothschild family will invest $80 billion federal dollars to set up the new company. As for the shares, we will each possess 50%. Xia Fei shook his hand. "You have calculated it wrong. $80 billion federal dollars translates to 8 million star coins. Your family should have 70% of shares and 30% of shares for me according to that ratio." Andrei laughed. "Our Rothschild family never miscalculates finances. According to the exchange rate, we are indeed investing more, but we also need a place to use the funds. You don't have to consider too much. 50% of shares is the unanimous decision of the family, everyone agreed to do it like this." After a series of refusal, Xia Fei insisted that the final confirmation was with the Rothschild family taking 60% of shares and Xia Fei taking 40% of shares. Xia Fei drank a mouthful of red wine and said, "I don't have much money right now. I might need another 2 days before making the transfer." Andrei was a little puzzled. "Didn't your account have over 11 million star coins yesterday?" Did you exchange them with someone else? Xia Fei let out a peal of helpless and bitter laughter. That was yesterday. I just spent all of them this afternoon. Over 10 million star coins. All spent in an afternoon. Andre nearly fell off his chair. 10 million star coins was 100 billion federal dollars. It was a sum that was impossible for an ordinary person to spend in 100 lifetimes. Wulong rubbed his huge bald head. Oh my god! What did you buy with so much money? A flower. A flower. Wulong and Andre were speechless. They had seen money being wasted, but not the method that Xia Fei was using. Spending 10 million star coins to purchase a flower. This world was truly insane. I better quickly earn more money. According to Phantom's pace of spending, even an entire mountain of gold would be used up by him in no time. Xia Fei took a puff of smoke while thinking about the fire dragon millennial flames that made him feel sore and made his account balance pitiful. I only have a little over 1 million star coins now. I will transfer the rest to you once I have them in a few days. Andre nodded and stood up to make a call. Soon enough, two burly chaps wearing sunglasses walked into the smoking room, and they were carrying an aluminum alloy briefcase. Andre gave the nod, and the two bodyguards unlocked the handcuffs before handing the briefcase to Xia Fei along with a delicate little key. What is this? Xia Fei put the briefcase on his lap and asked with a confused tone. Andre shook his hand to dismiss the bodyguards before saying, inside there is that golden stinger. Our family has decided to give that to you. As an eternal friend of the Rothschild family, we hope you can accept it. Golden stinger. Xia Fei opened up the 3 layers of lock and grabbed that extraordinarily beautiful golden stinger in his hand. It felt excellent, and its weight was just right. Xia Fei wielded it a few times, and it felt as though it had blended with his fist, and he couldn't feel its presence at all. This present is too precious, I cannot accept it. Xia Fei placed the golden stinger back in the briefcase and said. Do you mean to refuse the friendship of our Rothschild family? Andre frowned and asked. This friendship is truly heavy. Since that is the case, I shall accept it. Xia Fei closed the case and gently placed it on the ground. Right now, I am officially inviting the two of you to join the Atlantis exploration project. According to the information we have, we are confident that we can find this greatest miracle of mankind and unveil the mysterious mask covering Atlantis's face for hundreds of thousands of years. Andre said unhurriedly. Wulong nodded and expressed his willingness to participate. I am very willing to join this project too. Where exactly is Atlantis? Xia Fei asked with a rather excited tone. Andre's eyes scanned across the duo as he said with a somewhat mysterious and soft voice, Atlantic Ocean. Chapter 17, On the Road. It was already May, and it was about time for the Atlantic hurricane season. To risk the hurricane and conduct a maritime exploration was fatal and reckless. As such, the exploration project was set to start in October, and Xia Fei could make good use of this time to conduct comprehensive cultivation. The cultivation location was set in the vicinity of Arizona's Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon rarely had any signs of human habitation, and it had a peculiar landform. Standard vehicles wouldn't be able to traverse in this place, and to enter the Grand Canyon, a suitable car was required. The Bitek Automobile was the largest automobile sales center in New York. On the spacious land, there were thousands of different cars parked there. They ranged from supercars that cost millions to domestic compact cars for 20,000 federal dollars. As soon as they arrived, a youth wearing a New York Yankees cap was walking out with a smile. Baseball was America's most popular sport, and there were plenty of fans. This person was obviously a baseball fan. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? The young man was very passionate as he asked. I need an off-road vehicle. It must be large and must have an outstanding off-road capability. It is best if it is modified. Xia Fei stated. For this trip, he would need to bring a few months' worths of food and large batches of medicinal ingredients. A small off-road vehicle wouldn't suit his requirements. It is truly too coincidental. We happen to have a modified Hummer H2 on sale right now. It is over there, shall I take you over to take a look? Xia Fei shook his head. The H2 is too small. Do you have the Ford F650? The young man was startled for a moment. Of course we have it, please follow me. However, the Ford F650 is an original model, and it hasn't been modified. The United States of America was vast but sparsely populated, and their cowboy spirit was prevalent. Therefore, pickup trucks with great off-road performance were very popular. In America, there were 50 pickup trucks per every 100 vehicles. It was evident that Americans' most preferred vehicles were pickup trucks. From afar away, a tall white pickup truck could be seen parked there. Beside it was a Hummer H2. The sizes of the two vehicles were completely unproportionate. The Hummer H2 was already sufficiently huge, and it was reasonable to have no parking spaces when driving this car in the country. This Ford F650 was even bigger than two Hummer H2 combined. One would need to climb the stainless steel step to get into the driver's seat. Even a basketball player would need to lift his head up to view this car. This was the special trait of the United States of America. Other countries would never produce such an insane off-road vehicle, it would be difficult to sell even if they produced it. Xia Fei slammed on the body of this car, and the thick steel emitted a dull sound, which sounded very reliable. This vehicle is fitted with the 6.7L, 300 horsepower Cummins diesel engine. It can climb at a 45 degrees angle, it has excellent off-road capability, and can travel on the Gobi Desert when carrying a load of 4 tons. The salesperson gave a presentation. I will take this. But I need to add 2 secondary fuel tanks, a protective steel plate at the chassis, a roll cage, the tires have to be changed into the automatic inflation off-road tires, the suspension system has to be switched into air suspensions, this type can be adjusted to a large range. I need 4 nighttime spotlights on the roof. Remove the back seats and fit in a safe box for travel. The salesperson hastily noted down Xia Fei's request and couldn't contain the excitement in his heart. This vehicle's price was already at $950,000 federal dollars, and with all the modifications requested by Xia Fei, the commission would be over $10,000 federal dollars if it were a done deal. It was already over his monthly salary. Add some dazzling lights at the front of the car and change the sound system to those big subwoofers. When you drive this car on the road, it will definitely attract a lot of chicks. The salesperson suggested. Xia Fei frowned. I am buying this vehicle because it is useful to me, not to chase after girls. Just do according to my instructions. I do not need a single of those flashy things. 2 days later, a fully loaded Ford F650 was on the highway towards Arizona. There was an unassuming black compact car that was following behind the Ford F650. In the compact car, there was an Asian male with glasses and a woman wearing revealing attire. Madman, why would Forest Viper ask the two of us to come on this trip? Everyone knows that we don't see each other eye to eye. What if I cannot control myself and kill you? This woman with the foxy appearance was giggling while she asked. Her flirtatious smell could be detected from over 40 kilometers. The Asian male who was driving didn't even bat an eyelid and used his hand to adjust his glasses. Wulong has the strength ability and is at the intermediate starlight rank. He has combat experience and has rather competent military strength, but he isn't clever and is rather impulsive. You will have an effortless time to deal with him. Xia Fei has the speed ability and is only at the primary starlight rank. In terms of speed, he isn't a match for me. Therefore, the two of us are the most suitable to get the job done. Madman spoke rationally and clearly. No one would be able to tell why a sober person like him would have a nickname like Madman. Only 2? What about that old fellow, Andre? Their family's defense is like a pillbox, and it is going to be hard for the two of us to kill him. Wild Rose asked. Madman let out a smirk. When he was calm and collected, he looked like a normal middle-aged man from any angle. Furthermore, he looked like those sincere office workers, however, when he smiled, there would be a trace of vengeful feeling. You still don't understand. Madman said, Forest Viper doesn't want Andre to be dead. If he truly wishes to kill Andre, he would have sent Ninja or Black Cat, not us. Why? Black Rhino is determined to take the heads of those 3 individuals. If Andre isn't dead, Black Rhino will surely look for trouble with Forest Viper. Wild Rose didn't understand. In typical situations, a woman's breast would be inversely proportional to her brains, and Wild Rose was a classic example. Madman cast a glance at Wild Rose's building breasts and shook his head. Woman. Wild Rose's face turned cold as she took out a box of lady cigarettes and lit it up before saying it indifferently. Madman, your self-opinionated attitude is something that this lady hates the most. On one fine day, I will kill you. Do you know why Forest Viper would send us on a mission together even though we don't see eye to eye? Why? Because you can't kill me. The car was in a brief silence. Wild Rose placed her legs on the dashboard and leveled her seat before lying down comfortably. The underside of her skirt was facing outside the window, and it had attracted a frivolous whistle from the drivers in the other cars. Don't think that this lady doesn't know anything. Forest Viper isn't a good person either. All of his thoughts are now devoted to that mysterious underwater ancient city. Therefore, he doesn't wish to kill Andrei. I am feeling sleepy, wake me when it is time to make the move. Wild Rose closed her eyes and muttered to herself, no one would be able to escape if this lady wished to kill someone, you aren't an exception. Madman locked his brows tightly. Why aren't you wearing any panties? Xia Fei took a glance at the rear-view mirror and saw that the black compact car was still following behind and was intentionally maintaining a distance of slightly over 50 meters without getting further or nearer. Phantom, we are being followed. Xia Fei stated. Oh. Phantom nodded. Do you know what is the best method of cultivation? Chapter 18, Killer Instinct. If you wish to become a true expert, you need to experience hardship and challenges. Training wouldn't be enough to solve all the problems. A true warrior needs to constantly grow in actual combat. With your current capability, there might be a certain risk to deal with the two of them alone, but you need to know that danger can help a person grow rapidly. You will have to rise into the vast ocean of stars alone one day. If you are to encounter danger, who are you going to ask for help? To the gods that you people believe in. Phantom leaned back on the seat and spoke in a tone that was intentional or otherwise. After adjusting the navigation system, the map located a rarely used road and noticed that there were large patches of pine trees on both sides of that road. Xia Fei drove the off-road car and turned towards this road. As expected, that black compact car followed from a fixed distance. After driving for around 10 kilometers, Xia Fei parked the car by the side and walked towards the forest while pretending as though he wanted to urinate. After entering the forest, Xia Fei stomped twice on the ground vigorously and dashed forward by around 70 or 80 meters before hiding behind a large tree. He regulated his breaths and spared no effort to blend with the environment while his eyes were staring at the situation on the road. A few seconds later, Xia Fei was already a part of the large tree. When a squirrel climbed above Xia Fei's head, it didn't even notice Xia Fei's presence. The black compact car stopped a few dozen meters away. Madman gently poked Wild Rose's slender thighs. It seems like he has already detected us. Stay here, I will check. Wild Rose suddenly opened her eyes and nodded slowly. Hurry up. I don't wish to waste too much time on this young fellow. He is merely a bicycle courier. I truly don't understand how the seventh brother died in his hands. Wild Rose spoke with disdain. The duo got out of the car at the same time. Madman headed towards the forest while Wild Rose hummed a popular song and walked leisurely towards Xia Fei's car. Her eyes pretended that she didn't care, but she was actually very alert and was observing the surroundings. In the lush forest, the ground was filled with weeds and fallen leaves. Madman intentionally took large strides to scare off the birds in the vicinity and hoped that it would make Xia Fei restless, which would allow him to find Xia Fei's hiding spot. A black spider crawled over Xia Fei's neck and into his shirt, but Xia Fei still remained motionless like a piece of lifeless rock. We don't wish to hurt you, we just wish to ask you about something. Madman intentionally spoke louder. He was standing less than 30 meters away from Xia Fei's hiding spot. If someone were hiding in this area, it should be easy to spot that person, but Madman wasn't able to sense anyone. He must be watching me from the vicinity. Madman thought to himself. Swish! A reindeer leaped out from the forest. Madman's wrist shook a little and revealed a short blade hidden in his sleeve and rushed over with extreme speed. After running for over a dozen steps, Madman finally noticed that it was a reindeer and stopped moving. The reindeer was frightened and used its fastest speed to escape. Did you see it clearly? This person's speed is around 60 ms/s, so he isn't as fast as you. But his experience in combat is far superior to you. Before Phantom could finish talking, Xia Fei suddenly rushed over. This is the moment. Madman had a habitual movement. He would frequently use his hand to adjust the glasses that were above his nose. Xia Fei observed and confirmed it before charging out of the forest like a thunderbolt. Xia Fei's right hand was flashing with a golden radiance, and it was none other than the golden stinger. As though a divine soldier's descent, Xia Fei was rapidly approaching at a speed of 85 ms/s. The distance between the two of them was less than 30 meters. With Xia Fei's speed, he only required 0.35 seconds. His speed was so fast that an ordinary person would never be able to react in time. Madman was indeed worthy of being an expert with the speed ability. His right hand, which was originally in an idle state, suddenly pulled out another short blade. Dual blade style. Whoosh! The short blade grazed Xia Fei's back while Xia Fei's golden stinger sliced at Madman's throat with precision. The fresh blood was spouted out like a fountain and was also emitting traces of white steam. After blinking twice, Madman's corpse suddenly fell over while his mind flashed with the final thoughts. Such a fast speed! With his cultivation, he wasn't supposed to die so pathetically. His mistake was insufficient knowledge of Xia Fei's capability. Madman didn't know that Xia Fei had learned breath control and could blend his body into the surrounding environment. Madman couldn't have known that Xia Fei's cultivation was already at the advanced starlight rank, and Xia Fei's speed was even faster than his. Phantom watched as Xia Fei charged out to kill Madman. Should I say that he is reckless, or should I say that he has superhuman sensitivity towards fleeting opportunities? Phantom shook his head helplessly, his fully unlocked 7th brain region is overpowered. After making a sudden nimble turn, with his legs still in the state of complete burst, Xia Fei faced Wild Rose, who was standing at the side of the road and charged over. He didn't have any trace of negligence just because she was a woman. There wasn't a difference between man or woman when facing an enemy. All enemies had to die. Thoughts like this were never in Xia Fei's mind during regular times. However, when he was using his full strength in combat, the bloodthirsty and berserk thoughts would unconsciously flash in his mind. Furthermore, he was resolved to follow through with the execution. This was the innate instincts of a warrior. Only people with the innate thirst for combat would be able to burst out with the most fatal attack. A warrior would never be afraid of blood or massacre. On the contrary, he would enjoy all of these. Xia Fei's speed was truly outrageous. Wild Rose didn't see how Madman fell, but she could clearly feel that someone was rapidly approaching her. Danger! A fatal danger was present. Who is that? Wild Rose suddenly asked with a flirtatious grace. An invisible spiritual energy was swiftly spread out in all directions. Xia Fei suddenly stopped less than 20 meters away from Wild Rose when he heard this voice. His eyes were spiritless as though he was in a daze. Bewitching voice. A deadly voice. This woman was a special ability user. Strength and speed types were the most commonly seen among ability users. Apart from the two major types, the rest of the combat abilities were known as special abilities. Only less than 5% of the ability users would obtain the rare special ability, and Wild Rose was one of them. She was able to emit a strange, high-frequency sound wave that would directly affect the brain, but it was basically silent to the ears. Xia Fei would definitely perish if he were controlled by this spiritual attack. Ah! Xia Fei's facial veins burst out as he howled out with all his might. He used all of his power to resist the spiritual attack from Wild Rose. His entire body was shaking frenziedly. Every cell in his body was desperately trying to operate. To resist. Wild Rose was already in a state of panic. She had never seen such a horrifying scene. No one was able to escape from her spiritual control, which she was very confident about. However, the scene of Xia Fei risking his life to contest with her spiritual energy made her panic. It was driving her mad. Complete release of brain waves. Wild Rose concentrated all of her spiritual energy to control Xia Fei. She could clearly feel that if she couldn't control this insane youth, she would be facing death. The situation was in a deadlock. Two streams of dark red blood were bleeding out from Wild Rose's nostrils, but she didn't even bother to wipe them. Ah! Xia Fei yelled out again and with an extremely malevolent expression. The golden stinger stabbed deep into Xia Fei's thighs. The stinging sensation rapidly transferred to every single nerve. He actually hurt himself to get rid of the opposition's spiritual control. This was truly the most insane behavior. There was lightning, golden and fatal lightning. Wild Rose's white and fair neck was left with a smear of gorgeous and fresh redness. There wasn't any sound as Wild Rose's body went soft and collapsed on the ground. Xia Fei's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't say a thing and quietly took the first aid kit from the car. He used anti-inflammatory medicine to clean the wound on his thigh before using gauze to wrap it up. His composure was truly fearsome, and it felt as though he was not new at killing people and was already used to the smell of death. Phantom stood beside Xia Fei while his eyes were filled with admiration. After closing the first aid kit, Xia Fei threw the two corpses into the forest before pushing the black compact car to the brook by the side of the road. He then patted the dust off his clothes and softly said, "Let's go. There is still a day's worth of journey left before reaching the Grand Canyon." Chapter 19, Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon was located in the northwest part of Arizona's Plateau region. It was carved by the Colorado River, and it was indescribably beautiful. Xia Fei had set up a tent by a tributary of the Colorado River. He had lit up the fire and poured in 7 to 8 cans of food into the pot to make a pot stew. Since Xia Fei absorbed the cell activation medicine, his appetite increased steadily with each passing day, while his muscle contours were becoming increasingly obvious. The wound on his thigh was recovering at a speed that was 10 times faster than regular people, but it was still rather painful to walk. Xia Fei devoured his entire pot of stew and drank a full bottle of mineral water in one go. He wiped his mouth before retrieving a cigarette and lighting it up. He then took a huge puff and said, "Phantom, let's start the cultivation now." Phantom looked at the wound on Xia Fei's thigh that was still oozing with blood and spoke with a little concern. "Let's wait until tomorrow. The wound on your thigh is still not recovered yet." "It's fine, I can endure it," Xia Fei said resolutely. The fierce battle yesterday had incited Xia Fei's intense spirit to improve. Without strength, he wouldn't even be able to guarantee the necessary conditions of survival. Phantom thought for a moment and said, "I will teach you the crafty thrust that is part of the shadow of moon. When you killed those two yesterday, your attack position wasn't correct and was slightly off from the optimal piercing point. You probably had to follow up with a few more attacks if it were not for the sharpness of this golden stinger." To put it bluntly, the so-called assassin consisted of two things. One is to conceal, and the other is to kill. You have already learned a little breath control, it is now time to learn how to kill. Xia Fei's brows were locked together tightly. The assassination technique is meant for killing a single target. What if I get surrounded? Phantom laughed heartily. Who said that the assassination technique can only kill a single person? Your ability is speed, and if you coordinate your extreme speed with the fatal crafty thrust, it would be a perfect combination. To assassinate a person is to kill the target with a single lethal attack. When you face 100 targets, you just have to deliver a lethal attack to each of them. After listening to Phantom's explanation, Xia Fei pondered for a long time. He then stood up and threw the cigarette butt into the river and watched as it drifted away. "I understand now. As long as the blade and the blade handling skill are fatal, it makes no difference whether I'm facing a single target or 100 targets. If required, an assassination can turn into a massacre. You are right, but now is not the time to cultivate the crafty thrust. Bring out that fire dragon millennial flames." Phantom smiled and said. Xia Fei carefully retrieved the strange plant from the safe box. The fire dragon millennial flames was stored in an AI plant growth vessel. This vessel could emulate the most suitable growing environment for the plant. Even the sunlight, air composition, and atmospheric pressure could be adjusted according to the plant's requirement. The plant could be stored in this kind of vessel for a century, and it still wouldn't wilt. Just this vessel alone cost at least 200,000 star coins. You should tell me what is the function of this thing, right? After spending so much star coins, I just hope it is truly worth the price. After consuming this thing, I should at least be able to advance to star base rank, right? Xia Fei placed the fire dragon millennial flames and the concoction device neatly while asking. "This plant can't increase your rank," Phantom said unhurriedly. "What?" Xia Fei was shocked, and it was fortunate that he didn't faint. 9 million star coins. After spending so much money, yet this thing can't increase my rank. Is there something wrong with your brain? Why are you so anxious? Phantom mumbled, "This thing might not be able to increase your rank, but it can heighten your mental reaction speed. When you run at high speed and if there is a huge quantity of obstacles ahead, without a mental reaction speed that is fast enough, you will need to lower your speed to traverse across these obstacles and such you wouldn't be able to advance at your full speed. This fire dragon millennial flames can heighten your mental reaction speed greatly when you are moving at high speed. It is beneficial for you." Mental alertness was an important factor when evaluating a warrior's combat strength. During combat, even a minor difference might result in an entirely different outcome. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed is undefeated. Not only must the speed be fast, but the reaction speed must also be fast. All of the elite warriors possessed extraordinary senses and lightning-fast reactions. Xia Fei didn't say anything else. Anything medicinal ingredient that could increase the reaction speed was astronomical in price, some weren't even available with money. This fire dragon millennial flames might be expensive, but for the function that it provided, it completely matched the price. To be safe, Phantom used an analysis apparatus to measure the medication surplus inside Xia Fei's body. When different medicines were mixed together, it would cause a chain reaction easily. Xia Fei had just consumed the primary cell activation medicine 2 days ago and needed the medication to be absorbed entirely before consuming the next batch of medicine. There is still some surplus but will probably be fine after a few hours. Purify this fire dragon millennial flames first and consume it at night. Phantom instructed. Xia Fei nodded and gently input the password to open up the plant vessel. A fragrant smell assailed his nostrils and made him feel very refreshed. In a short period, the entire valley was filled with this exotic fragrance. It had fiery red stolon, fiery red leaves, and a fiery red flower. These fire dragon millennial flames were like a bundle of burning flames, and it was so beautiful that the heart palpitated. The fire dragon millennial flames wasn't a plant from Earth, and it wasn't able to adapt to Earth's atmospheric pressure and air composition. Once it was exposed, it quickly wilted. Xia Fei didn't neglect it at all and used his quickest speed to deliver the plant into the concoction device. The concoction device shivered a little, and a few minutes later, a bottle of bright red fluid was in Xia Fei's hand. It was bright red like blood, and when held in hand, it had a warm feeling. The fire dragon millennial flames doesn't have to be blended with other medicinal ingredients, you can just consume it directly. While we have time, I will impart the technique mantra of crafty thrust to you first. Phantom stated. It was nighttime. The stars were resplendent, and the valley was utterly silent. The surrounding cliffs presented an entirely different color during the night. It felt as though this was an imaginary realm, and one wouldn't be able to help but be amazed at the uncanny workmanship of the great nature. Xia Fei had already remembered the mantra of the crafty thrust in his heart, and he was just waiting for the medication surplus in his body to disperse so that he could consume the fire dragon millennial flames fluid. It was a long night, and Xia Fei couldn't sleep. Hence, he put on the virtual reality helmet and logged into the Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website. As soon as he logged in, he saw Avril's pink mail. I finally made a trip to the interplanetary playground yesterday, it was truly very enjoyable there. If you promise to write a poem for me, I will bring you there. What about that? Xia Fei was speechless as this young lady was too childish. I was pursued as a kill-on-sight target yesterday and had even stabbed myself. I will thank God as long as you don't come and disturb me. Avril's mail stood out from the rest. It wouldn't appear in the mail system and would actually materialize a little pink envelope that would constantly flash in the virtual reality system. As long as you kept ignoring it, it would constantly flash. Enter the mail system and block Avril. Xia Fei commanded the AI computer. Apologies, the other party's client grade is unknown. Insufficient authority, unable to block. The computer's virtual system said in a cold voice. Unable to block? Why? Insufficient authority grade. Inquiry, Avril. Apologies, insufficient authority, unable to inquire. Xia Fei was utterly speechless. The mail system was truly strange, and he couldn't even choose to block mails. Right at this moment, Phantom suddenly emerged and said to Xia Fei. The time is up. You can consume the fire dragon millennial flames fluid now. Xia Fei nodded. Do you know why the mail system is unable to block another person's mail? I don't know. Phantom had a mischievous smile as he said, I just know that when you consume the fire dragon millennial flames fluid later, you might feel a little pain. Xia Fei's heart tensed up as he had a bad premonition. Chapter 20, Star Base Rank. Phantom was right. The consumption of the fire dragon millennial flames wasn't just painful, it was very painful. Early in the morning, Xia Fei came out from the tent. An entire night of unending pain had already numbed his body. Dark circles emerged under his eyes, and his mental state was extremely frail. I think you should rest for today. Your current mental state isn't suitable for cultivation. Phantom said. It's fine, I am already feeling much better. Xia Fei went to the side of the river to wash his face and forcefully lift his spirits. Let's start. Xia Fei slapped his chest and said. Cultivation, never-ending cultivation. 16 hours were spent each day. 8 hours to practice breath control, another 8 hours to practice crafty thrust. Xia Fei was engrossed like a lunatic, and his sweat was dripping like rain. Just this thrusting motion itself would be repeated 10,000 times a day. Thrusting from different angles and using different methods. Sometimes quick, sometimes steady, sometimes in a flurry. 3 months passed by quickly, and it was already the scorching summertime. Xia Fei stood in the stream. As the river water flowed under his knees, a few little fish were frolicking around him. Xia Fei was like a woodpile that was nailed onto the shallow water, and his breaths would change along with the flow of water. He was blending his breath with the flow of the stream water. This was the most different step of breath control. The stream water was ever-changing, Xia Fei's breath had to constantly correspond with the water even if the change was minute. Suddenly, Xia Fei's figure burst up. A severe murderous aura abruptly burst out without any reservations. The golden stinger in his hand slid forward in a straight trajectory and thrust forward. There was a radiance produced at the top of the golden stinger that was invisible to the naked eye. It was like a formless sword that ripped 3 meters of air ahead. Air-piercing sword intent. In just 3 short months, Xia Fei started off as a novice and had now comprehended the air-piercing sword intent. This superhuman cultivation speed couldn't be described as anything but horrifying. Phantom, who was meditating by the riverside, lifted his head and opened his eyes slightly. Your murderous aura is still too concentrated. The assassination technique is particularly about reserving the murderous aura and not to release it easily. Xia Fei picked up a bottle of mineral water by the riverside and gulped it down ferociously. He then used his sleeve to wipe his mouth and asked, "What is after the air-piercing sword intent?" Phantom shook his head slowly. He had been studying the Buddhist scriptures recently, and if he had nothing to do, he would like to sit in meditation and chant the incantations. He felt more like a deist or immortal instead of an assassin. Crafty thrust isn't a pure martial art, it is actually an assembly of various killing techniques. From now, it will depend on how far your speed ability can reach. The faster the speed, the stronger the lethality of the crafty thrust technique. Now that the Fire Dragon Millennial Flames effects have subsided, it is the moment to consume the cell acceleration medicine. Xia Fei followed Phantom's instructions to blend the cell acceleration medicine after taking down a few large boxes from the off-road car. The cell acceleration medicine used 27 different raw materials, and the concoction process was much more complicated than cell activation medicine. With the first concoction experience, Xia Fei didn't have any major mistakes this time and successfully concocted 2 medicine batches, making a total of 25 bottles. After using so many medicinal ingredients, we could only produce 25 bottles? Why would those medicinal ingredients lose so much mass after the purification process? Xia Fei asked with doubts. This time, they had purchased over 8 million star coins worth of medicinal ingredients, and the quantity wasn't small. Logically, the huge quantity of medicinal ingredients shouldn't purify and produce this little amount of medicine. Phantom chuckled and said, "The more precious the medicinal ingredient, the lesser the quantity after purification. Do you still remember that Fire Dragon Millennial Flames?" The Fire Dragon Millennial Flames was close to 1 meter in height and had a massive size. After purifying it, there were only around 10 drops of fluid. It was totally disproportionate to its size. Xia Fei twitched his mouth. Concoction is truly equivalent to the burning of money. But after purifying 25 bottles of medicine this time, it should be enough for use for some time. How many bottles should I drink at once? Xia Fei asked. All of it. Drink all 25 bottles of medicine. Xia Fei's face turned dark. Are you kidding? This is over 8 million star coins worth of medicinal ingredients. Phantom spoke in an indifferent tone, what's so strange? A bottle of cell acceleration medicine would need 1 month to be fully absorbed. If you drink all of these bottles at once, you will need 6 months to absorb them. If you don't wish to increase your rank quickly, you can slowly consume them at 1 bottle every month. But I have to warn you. There is a difference of 37.25% of effects between consuming each bottle individually and reaching the body's acceptance limit of medication by consuming all of them. It was evident that it was much more worthwhile to consume all these bottles at once. Consuming them individually might save more money, but some things couldn't be measured with money. All right, to make these 8 million overstar coins worthwhile, I will drink all of them. Xia Fei stomped on the ground and asked, I still have to ask you. How do you know if I can withstand the medication limits of these 25 bottles? Of course, I know because I am a specialist in this aspect. Phantom vouched and said, you better consume it in the tent. All medicines have side effects, and the cell acceleration medicine's side effects are drowsiness and disorientation. Xia Fei nodded and carried the stack of bottles into the tent. Bottles of green medicine were put in a row. Xia Fei then opened each bottle and drank everything in the bottles. In just a short moment, there were plenty of empty bottles on the ground. Xia Fei's head gradually got dizzy, and it felt as heavy as 500 kilograms. When the last bottle of medicine entered Xia Fei's stomach, he couldn't endure it anymore and lied down on the blanket and slept soundly. Phantom entered Xia Fei's tent silently and sat cross-legged beside Xia Fei. To reach the heights that normal people cannot reach, there must be a price that no normal person wished to pay. In fact, I am totally guessing how much medication your body can endure. My estimation is around 20 bottles, but after the concoction, you produced 5 more bottles than my expectation. This was your mistake. Who asked you to be so precise? How could Phantom say it like this? With over 8 million star coins worth of medicinal ingredients, how could Xia Fei not be more precise? It was fortunate that Xia Fei was already sound asleep and wasn't able to hear Phantom's words. Otherwise, Xia Fei would surely have risked his life to fight the evil Phantom. This is truly a good sleep that is free from all worries. Xia Fei stretched his body and sat up from the blanket. He felt unbearably parched and picked up the mineral water bottle that was half filled and poured it into his stomach. You are awake. Phantom suddenly appeared in the tent and leaned on Xia Fei's face to observe Xia Fei with eyes of disbelief. Am I not supposed to be awake? Xia Fei looked at the anxious Phantom and felt puzzled. Do you know how long you slept? Phantom asked in an emotional voice. Xia Fei shook his head and leaned back as he tried to stay far away from the deranged Phantom. You have only slept for 3 days. Phantom said with a stirred-up tone. What? I have been asleep for 3 days? This cell acceleration medicine is truly potent. Xia Fei walked out of the tent, and the bright sun was shining high up in the sky. The fiery sun felt as though it was trying to roast him. I originally thought he would sleep for at least 1 month. He has already woken up after 3 days. I have truly underestimated the power of the fully unlocked 7th brain region. He still has a huge capacity for advancement. The next time, the medication quantity needs to be further increased, at least 4 times. Phantom hid in the tent and mumbled to himself. After drinking 2 bottles of mineral water, Xia Fei's thirst was quelled, but his stomach started to call out unhappily. There wasn't any time to start a fire and cook the meal, so Xia Fei ate directly from the cans. Canned tuna, canned beef, canned turkey, canned peas, canned mushrooms, canned peach, canned apple, countless cans were stacked up at the ground. Xia Fei then patted on his stomach with satisfaction and felt that his body was filled with energy. Xia Fei stood up and stomped on the ground before sprinting at high speed. The terrain at the side of the stream was bumpy, and there were plenty of trees. After Xia Fei's reaction speed was enhanced, he was like a supercomputer and was rapidly processing the information in his vicinity. His figure was moving high and low, left and right. He was even more agile than a cheetah. His speed was like a gust of wind and could only be described as frightful. By the time you see him, he would already be in front of you. Xia Fei's endurance had also improved as he was able to run for 2 minutes continuously. Xia Fei stood at the peak of the Grand Canyon and saw that his tent was already like a small black dot, and it was basically impossible to see it clearly. Oh my god, this is already 20 kilometers away. Xia Fei didn't expect his speed to be this fast, and it was at least 2 times faster than before. These 8 million star coins are truly worth it. Xia Fei said excitedly. After resting for a moment, Xia Fei sprinted back to the camp. Phantom, how fast was I just now? Xia Fei asked anxiously. Around 185 m/s. Primary star base rank. He improved from 85 m/s to 185 m/s. The increase in speed was more than twice. Star base rank. This is great. I have finally reached the star base rank. Xia Fei yelled out excitedly while his voice was constantly echoing in the canyon. The star base rank and starlight rank were 2 completely different concepts, and it wasn't possible to make comparisons. The rank and stages of abilities had a very harsh and severe standard. Each rank and stage would mean absolute superiority in strength. The average of the primary starlight rank for speed ability users was at 17 m/s, while the intermediate stage was at 35 m/s. Each difference in one stage had a difference that was at least 2 times. The higher the rank and stage, the harder it was to cultivate. Currently, the number of star base rank ability users on Earth was probably less than 100. 185 m/s. Xia Fei was now among the most powerful ability users in the Earth Federation. After resting for a moment, Xia Fei opened up the AI computer to check on his account balance. The previous time when he checked, his account had over 5 million star coins, and after transferring 4 million star coins to Andre, his account balance was left with slightly more than 1 million star coins. Over 1,300 poems had been uploaded on the Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website for 3 months. It was unknown what the situation was now. If Xia Fei didn't have money, it would mean that he couldn't purchase medicinal ingredients and wouldn't be able to increase his rank. That would be a detrimental disaster to Xia Fei. After logging into the Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website and entering his credentials, Xia Fei's eyes turned straight for a long time while he was speechless. Phantom, can you help me to take a look at how much this is? Is it enough to purchase a space battleship? Xia Fei asked with a rather excited tone. Chapter 21, Plan brought forward. 416.91 million star coins. If it were exchanged, it would be 4.1 trillion federal dollars. This was already more than 1/10 of the federal government's annual revenue. Since ancient times, no one had been able to earn money as fast as Xia Fei. In just 4 short months, Xia Fei had risen from a nobody bicycle courier to one of the wealthiest people in the Federation. It couldn't be described without shocking the listener. This wasn't earning money, this was money heist. Phantom nodded. Not bad. We can go to the medicinal ingredients market to purchase some mid-grade medicinal ingredients. Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Phantom. According to the pace that Phantom was burning through money, it didn't matter how many zeros were at the back of his account balance as it still wouldn't be enough. Poems weren't very popular, and the upsurging craze for poems that was brought on by Enya was already over. The sales of poems had gradually returned to normal. Right now, the sales were stabilizing at around 20 million star coins for each month, and it didn't seem like another explosive growth would happen anytime soon. Phantom rubbed his palms and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the medicinal ingredients market. Just head straight to the shop where we purchased the Fire Dragon Millennial Flames. That shop had some good stuff. Now that you are at the star base rank, those cheap medicinal ingredients will have very limited effects for you. If you wish to use medicinal ingredients, you will need to use at least mid-grade ingredients. There isn't any need to be in such a hurry, right? Wouldn't cell acceleration medicine need 6 months before it is completely absorbed? The money can accumulate interest in the bank." Xia Fei retorted. Phantom hung his head with disappointment. It should be fine to at least take a look, right? What if they have some new goods that are in great demand? You should seize the moment and purchase it, otherwise, you would need to wait for some time before buying it again. Xia Fei was helpless. You aren't just passionate about poems, you are also a concoction maniac. I really don't understand what made your master think that it was a good idea to nurture you as an assassin. The human's left brain was responsible for rationality, while the right brain was responsible for emotionality. Phantom's right brain was obviously much more developed than his left brain. People with great emotions could become artists, but it was hard for them to become assassins. Xia Fei had unintentionally and casually said something, and it had actually evoked a grave sorrow in Phantom. Phantom's eyes turned red as he sobbed. It was fortunate that his tears didn't drip down as he said, "I have indeed disappointed my master. I failed to live up to his expectations." Xia Fei was speechless as he thought, he is the universe's most wanted criminal, the history's most incredible and unluckiest assassin. Heavens, if I hadn't seen him in person, I wouldn't have believed that the legendary Phantom is actually this person. Forget it, since you are no longer an assassin, you should strive to improve yourself constantly. In the future, if your master sees that you might be very miserable in the assassin industry but have certain achievements in other aspects, he will surely forgive you. Xia Fei attempted to console him. Yes. I will not disappoint my master. Phantom's face was filled with grief and indignation. I will work hard to learn poetry, Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. Hey? What was going on? Wasn't Phantom just obsessed with Buddhism? When did Taoism and Confucianism become part of his obsession? The pink mail was still constantly flashing at the top left-hand corner, making Xia Fei feel very frustrated. Without a choice, Xia Fei could only open up Avril's mail and take a look. Why did you stab yourself? Could it be that you are possibly a legendary masochist? It has been a few days, why didn't you reply? Be careful, or I will call my elder brother to capture you. Can you just reply to my mail? At most, I will stop making things difficult for you, okay? Humph. You actually dare to ignore me. I have already told my elder brother about you. My elder brother said he would go and capture you in 2 days. You just have to wait to be fed to the lions. I finally found someone who can chat with me, you cannot ignore me. There were dozens of long-winded emails, and Xia Fei didn't even know what to say. Your mails are really strange. I cannot delete or block them. We aren't really friends, didn't we just talk over 2 mails? Why do you make it look as if we are in a relationship? After sending the mail, the pink mail on the top left-hand corner had finally stopped flashing. After that, Xia Fei headed towards the shop called Masterpiece Line together with Phantom. As soon as they entered, a smiling fat person suddenly appeared. He had 2 long and slender mustaches with a pair of narrow eyes. Mr. Xia Fei, welcome again. I am the shop manager, Su Maorong. The narrow-eyed fat person smiled as he said. Hello. Why didn't I see you the last time when I visited? Xia Fei asked. When Xia Fei bought the Fire Dragon Millennial Flames previously, not only did he not see the shop manager, there wasn't even a virtual attendant. The payment was processed automatically, as such, Xia Fei didn't really like the shop's way of treating its customers. Keek, when you visited the shop last time, I just happened to be out. Therefore, I'm here to apologize for my negligence. Su Maorong greeted Xia Fei respectfully. Oh. Xia Fei nodded. Then you should hire a few virtual attendants as it is very convenient to serve customers using computer-generated virtual characters. You might not know, but none of our Masterpiece Line's shops uses computer-generator attendants. No matter how capable the virtual attendants are, it is still a machine, and using a machine to serve a customer is disrespectful. Our Masterpiece Line has no intention to employ such things. This is the Masterpiece Line's 1-star member card, please accept it. According to our rules, you will only be promoted to 1-star member when you reach a total purchase of 100 million star coins. However, we are giving it to you now as compensation for our negligence in manner. From now on, you will receive a 2% discount in all of the shops associated with Masterpiece Group. Furthermore, all transportation fees will be handled by our group. You can even present this card to participate in our Masterpiece Line's auction. Xia Fei took a tour around the shop and realized that the products were still the same as before and the new products were things that Phantom didn't fancy. It seems like there aren't any new products in the shop. Xia Fei asked. This shop only sells the highest grade of medicinal ingredients, and each product has an extremely limited quantity. As such, be it the sale or import of products, it takes a long time to restock. Soon there will be an auction at the Masterpiece Auction House, and there will be some top-grade medicinal ingredients on sale. You can take a look there when it happens. After conversing with Su Maorong, Xia Fei found out that the Masterpiece Line was a very unconventional company in the Enduro Star region. They only sold the best grade of products, they didn't seek sales and only sought the best. Their auctions were very famous throughout the entire Enduro Star region, and rare items could frequently be seen in the auctions. After returning from the interplanetary internet, Xia Fei stretched his body before immersing in harsh cultivation again. All of a sudden, a Bell Textron helicopter appeared in the sky. As the propellers were rapidly rotating, the entire valley was echoing with rumbling sounds. The helicopter parked a few hundred meters from the tent, and the large vines nearly turned over Xia Fei's tent. Who is it? Xia Fei frowned and looked over, only to see the bald Wulong leaping off the helicopter and running over with large strides. Xia Fei smiled. Brother Wu, why are you here? Could it be that you missed me? Wulong laughed heartily. Why would I miss you? You aren't a woman. The duo sat down on a large piece of rock by the side of the river. Xia Fei took out a box of hung tashan and handed one stick to Wulong. Wulong shook his hand. You better smoke this thing yourself, I am not used to it. Anyway, there is good news and bad news, which do you wish to hear first? Wulong said mysteriously. Tell me the good news first. The good news is this year's hurricane season came earlier and left early as well. The weather report says that the Atlantic Ocean will be peaceful for the entire September. The exploration plan of Atlantis shall be brought forward. Wulong said excitedly. Xia Fei clapped his hands. It is indeed good. I am more than willing to see this legendary city which is filled with mysteries. What is the bad news? We are being targeted. The back of the mind seems to be deeply imprinted. Chapter 22, Departure. The Atlantic Ocean was unusually peaceful and the skies were boundlessly clear. Storm Goddess, a cargo ship that weighed 35,000 tons, was sailing in the Caribbean Sea. To suit the requirements of underwater exploration, this ship had already been modified beyond recognition. The deck was loaded with the most advanced underwater robots and submarines. There was a 10,000-meter-long composite steel cable and a large crane that weighed 500 tons. There were also deep-water illumination cabins and pressurization cabins. It was fitted with every necessary equipment. A helicopter descended on the flight deck at the aft of the ship. When Xia Fei and Wulong got off the helicopter, Andre and his grandson Charlie were already waiting for them. Xia Fei, you are finally here. Any later, and you would have missed out on the century's most important show. Andre walked over in high spirits and hugged Xia Fei. Listening to your words, it seems like you are very confident with this exploration. Xia Fei asked. Ha ha ha, I am naturally confident. I have a feeling that we are very close to the mysterious Atlantis this time. Andre laughed heartily and said. This old man, who was over 70 years old, seemed to be very energized and healthy. His complexion was also much more florid. Charlie, how have you been these days? I heard from your grandfather that you are very talented, and you will become the family's most outstanding banker. Xia Fei said to Charlie. Charlie's face was rather shy as he repeatedly nodded. I am not just going to become a banker, I also want to become a speed ability user like you. Why do you want to become a speed ability user? Isn't it rather good to have the strength ability like me? Look. Wulong lifted a steel pipe with his arms and bent it into a U shape. How is that? The strength ability is rather good too, right? Charlie frowned and asked, this is a water quality testing device. Why did you break it? Wulong originally wanted to show off his ability but didn't expect to make a fool out of himself. He scratched his bald skull and blushed as he said to Andre, apologies, I didn't know that it was useful. Andre and Xia Fei couldn't help laughing. Wulong had a straightforward personality and was a frank person. Everyone liked him and didn't mean to mock him. There are plenty of spares at the back. If it's broken, then so be it. We just need to bring out a new one. Andre didn't pay any attention. Xia Fei, follow me, I will introduce you with the experts for this exploration project. They entered a massive conference room in which 8 individuals were all spread out. The table was filled with all sorts of unknown instruments, and maps were put up on the cabin's surrounding walls. There was also a projector that was playing underwater video recordings. Everyone, please stop for a moment. Let me introduce Mr. Xia Fei to all of you. He is my partner and also the ally of the Rothschild family. Andre gave an introduction to everyone in the room. Hello everyone, this exploration operation shall depend on everyone, and I shall give my thanks in advance. If we can successfully locate the ruins of Atlantis, I will prepare a generous gift for everyone as gratitude. Xia Fei spoke in a forthright manner. Everyone started to applaud apart from a black-haired old man who seemed to be around 60 years old. He didn't seem to be amused and said with a cold face, we are all experts in our fields and we are here to search for Atlantis, the history's most important archaeology. We are not here for the banking family's dirty money. The applause stopped in a very awkward manner. Wulong glared viciously at the old man and rolled up his sleeves as he prepared to use his fist. Xia Fei held Wulong back and stopped his rude behavior. Since the previous plane hijack, Wulong admired Xia Fei a lot. He might be much older than Xia Fei, but he was willing to follow Xia Fei's decisions blindly. Keek, Xia Fei, let me introduce you. This is Professor Kobayashi Gojiro. Both of you are from East Asia, making you two neighbors. Andre mediated the situation. Xia Fei politely reached his hand out, Mr. Kobayashi, Xia Fei is a commoner. If I offended you in any way, please forgive me. When Kobayashi Gojiro saw how polite Xia Fei was, he couldn't possibly make things difficult for him and forcefully extended his hand to shake hands with Xia Fei. I know that everyone here is an expert with profound knowledge, but experts also need to wear clothes and eat their meals. Furthermore, all of your researches would need plenty of money at times. I promise everyone that if we managed to find Atlantis, I would donate 10 million federal dollars for your research funds. Xia Fei said loudly. All of the experts started to applaud. They were also humans, and who would want to miss out on money? With Xia Fei's generous rewards, the experts were much more driven now. Kobayashi Gojiro was also silently moved. 10 million. This young man is truly generous. My annual research fund is only 2 million. Since he insists on giving, then I shall reluctantly accept it. Sigh, he is yet another hedonistic child who only knows how to spend. No one expected Xia Fei's follow-up statement to make Kobayashi Gojiro's jaw drop. Professor Kobayashi has a righteous character and doesn't like money. Xia Fei is filled with extreme admiration. If we find Atlantis, I will personally give you an embroidered flag. I shall not use the money to taint your nobility. Xia Fei said loudly to Kobayashi Gojiro and seemed to be extremely serious. Everyone covered their mouths and were secretly delighted, especially Wu Long, who nearly jumped in joy while Charlie buried his face behind Andre and chuckled. Kobayashi Gojiro was so angry that his complexion turned ashen. Embroidered flag. You are giving them 10 million each and only giving me an embroidered flag. After leaving the conference room, Wu Long couldn't help but laugh heartily. Xia Fei, well done. That Kobayashi has been on my nerves for some time. After this project, I will also send him an embroidered flag. Ha ha ha. Truly satisfying. Andre shook his head. Xia Fei, you shouldn't have offended Professor Kobayashi. After all, he is our only marine meteorologist. He is the one who said he didn't like money. How have I offended him? Xia Fei smiled mischievously. New York, Interplanetary Adjudicator Union's Earth Branch. Bronze 3-star adjudicator Khan was very bored as he placed both of his legs on the table. He was holding an iced beer and was slacking off while gulping down the beer. Khan had established the Adjudicator Union's branch a year ago, and his only job was to drink beer. He would be drinking from day to night as he had nothing to do. I really don't know what those old geezers are thinking to establish a union branch at such a desolated planet. Fortunately, I only need to endure this for another 1.5 years, and then I will be able to return. Khan said to himself. All of a sudden, the communication device started flashing with a yellow light. Khan quivered and sat up. He threw the beer bottle aside and tidied up his disheveled hair before switching on the communication device. A slender elder with 2 deep eye sockets, a tall nose bridge, and a large and wide mouth appeared on the projected screen. He looked as though he could swallow an entire person. President Robert, how are you? Khan pretended to be composed and greeted. Robert was the president of the Enduro Star Region's Adjudicator Union branch. He had high authority and status. He had jurisdiction over all of the adjudicators in the Star region. How am I? I am not fine. Robert spoke with anger. Take a look for yourself. Are you the one who put up the notice? The projected screen displayed a document issued by the Earth's Adjudicator Union branch. There was a stamp on it, and it was Khan who signed it. That's right, Mr. President, I am the one who issued the recruitment notice for apprentice adjudicators. May I ask if there is any problem? Khan asked cautiously. Is there a problem? You actually asked me if there is any problem. Robert was going crazy. His massive mouth was spitting saliva everywhere, and his eyes were shining like a vulture. You fool! The Union is recruiting apprentice adjudicators to pacify this planet, which just joined the Pan-Human Alliance. It is to show that our Union cherishes weak civilizations, it is a kind of welfare. But look at what you did. Does the document state that it is only recruiting Earth citizens? Khan was so nervous that he nearly broke down. When he finished reading the notice, his eyes turned dark as he fell onto his chair. This notice was copied from the headquarters, and when he issued it, he was drinking so much that he was rather drunk. He had casually edited it a little before issuing it. The recruitment targets column was written with Enduro Star region's citizens, which meant that any ability user in the Enduro Star region could sign up for the assessment. Adjudicators had transcending status in the universe, and all ability users dreamt of becoming adjudicators. Every single adjudicator recruitment would bring in countless people from all the places. They would kill and fight to strive for limited places. It would be a super gathering of elites. According to the headquarters, Earth's recruitment for apprentice adjudicators was just for the show and for the world to see that the Adjudicator Union would treat everyone the same, even if it were a weak planet. In fact, they constructed a Union branch on Earth for the same objective. The entire Earth Federation had less than 100 star base rank ability users. A small-scale assessment was enough to recruit 3 apprentice adjudicators from Earth. But now, Khan had extended the range of the recruitment to the entire star region due to his mistake, and if this document were issued, it would certainly cause millions of extraterrestrial ability users to flock to Earth and strive for these 3 places. A small-scaled internal assessment would certainly evolve into an intense and chaotic battle between ability users. For the young Earth Federation, it was undoubtedly catastrophic. Chapter 23, Storm Goddess. Atlantic Ocean, Storm Goddess. Xia Fei, I will introduce you to the other exploration group's members now. Andre stated. Xia Fei shook his hand repeatedly. There are a few hundred crews in this shop. You couldn't possibly introduce all of them to me, right? Andre laughed heartily. That is true. Exploring Atlantis has always been a dream of mine, that's why I am a little overexcited. I am not as excited as you. I heard from Wulong that the ship's safety functions aren't that great. We should be more cautious. Xia Fei said in a composed manner. The Black Snake Gang was very strange. After Xia Fei killed both Madman and Wild Rose, the Black Snake Gang didn't continue to pursue them and had actually removed Xia Fei, Wulong, and Andre from the Black Snake list. It allowed the preparations for the exploration project to be conducted more smoothly. Whenever something was abnormal, there must have been something wrong. Logically, Black Rhino, who was the Black Snake Gang's chief, was a person who wouldn't back down without any revenge. If he could hold back until this moment, there must be some hidden plot. If even the normally rough and crude Wulong had also detected the commotion behind the Serenity, Xia Fei had no reason not to pay attention. Andre sent an eye signal to Xia Fei as an indication that his grandson Charlie was still here, and it wasn't convenient to discuss those matters now. Xia Fei took a glance at the setting sun and said, I wish to shower first. Let the three of us have dinner together since we haven't met in a long time. All right, I will ask the kitchen to prepare some good food. You stayed at the canyon for over 3 months and should already be sick of canned food, right? Andre laughed and stated. It doesn't matter what I eat. The most important point is quantity. Xia Fei replied. His current appetite was significantly higher than before, and each meal would need portions for 6 individuals. Don't worry, I will ask the head chef to take charge of the cooking and prepare 20 portions, no, 30 portions of food. Xia Fei's cabin was 1 floor under the deck, and it was a solitary room. It wasn't huge, but it had comprehensive facilities. There was a stack of books on the study table as well as an IBM laptop. After taking a hot shower, Xia Fei changed into clean clothes and switched on the laptop to log into the internet. His inbox was constantly flashing as it displayed that there were 342 unread emails. There are so many emails. Who sent them? Xia Fei spoke to himself. After opening the inbox, there was a long string of invitation letters. They were all employment contracts that were sent to Xia Fei from the large corporations. Xia Fei smiled. His personal wealth was already beyond these large corporations, why would he even bother to work for them? There were a few congratulatory emails from the federal government and invitations for Xia Fei to work for the government. Xia Fei didn't hesitate to put these emails into the trash. Adjudicator Union's Earth Branch. This email caught Xia Fei's attention. He quickly opened the email, and the following content was written in it. Adjudicator Union's Earth Branch is preparing an assessment on December 1st of this and is recruiting 3 apprentice adjudicators. Those who wish to register will need to be at least star base rank and not be more than star domain rank. Special ability users are not restricted by their ranks. Special ability users were very rare, and they didn't have any classification of ranks. Some heaven-defying special abilities might be at the lowest rank but would still be able to instantly kill the strength and speed ability users. When Xia Fei encountered Wild Rose previously, her spiritual control technique was considered a heaven-defying special ability, and she could restrain and even control the target. It was fortunate that Wild Rose's spiritual control technique was still weak at that time, and Xia Fei's consciousness resistance was rather resilient. Otherwise, Xia Fei could have stabbed his leg 1,000 times, and it would still be useless. If you wish to participate in the assessment, you will need to register within 3 days. Xia Fei pondered before asking, Phantom, do you know about the adjudicators? Phantom swayed as he emerged from the Moor Stone, it seemed like he was reciting the scriptures. Being an adjudicator is a rather good profession. Why do you ask? Phantom asked in return. The Adjudicator Union's Earth Branch is going to recruit 3 apprentice adjudicators. Do you think it is still too early for me to register now? Phantom shook his head repeatedly. What kind of joke is this? Apprentice adjudicators will require a cultivation of at least star domain rank. You are only at the star base rank. Even if you register, they will not accept you. Xia Fei took another glance at the email. It is correct, though. It is written that those at the star base rank can register. Really? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and register. Phantom sounded rather excited. But this is for the position of apprentice adjudicators, it isn't official. Phantom was a little angry, don't you look down on apprentice adjudicators. Do you know what is the acceptance rate for apprentice adjudicators? Xia Fei shook his head. 10,000,1. For every 10,000 applicants, there will only be 1 apprentice adjudicator. Xia Fei's eyes were filled with disbelief. If it is already so difficult to become an apprentice adjudicator, wouldn't it be more difficult to become an official adjudicator? The adjudicators don't just enjoy outrageous privileges, they also possess the best and most comprehensive cultivation system in the universe. They also have access to massive resources that are inaccessible by the outside world. The welfare provided by the adjudicator union is too overwhelming. Just take the medicinal ingredients that you require for cultivation. When your rank is higher, you will need those super medicinal ingredients to stimulate your body. Those super medicinal ingredients are things that you will not be able to purchase even if you have the money. But inside the adjudicator union, you can easily redeem them. The adjudicator union controls 20% of the remnants from the universe's super civilizations. If you get a chance to enter one of those remnants even once and manage to obtain 1 or 2 items from there, you will be rich for the rest of your life. Don't see that it is just an apprentice adjudicator role. Apprentice adjudicators can also enjoy the cultivation system and the transaction services provided by the union. With your current cultivation speed, if you wish to reach the star domain rank, you will need at least another year and countless star coins. If you join the adjudicator union, you can use those insane cultivation grounds and those precious medicinal ingredients. You can improve your rank further in less than half a year. Phantom mentioned a lot of benefits that involved the adjudicators and had a final conclusion. Only a fool wouldn't wish to become an adjudicator. After listening to Phantom's explanation, he followed the requirements and returned an email. A few seconds later, the union replied with a confirmation email saying, "Hi, your information has been entered into our system. The time and location of the assessment will be sent to your inbox after it is verified. Please take note of it." Dinner was held at Andre's room. There was a round table that was spread out with all sorts of delicacies. Xia Fei ate to his heart's content and even drank 2 bottles of fine red wine. After putting down the dinner knife, Xia Fei used the napkin to clean his mouth before lighting up a cigarette stick. "Are the chefs on board all investigated thoroughly? If they are members of the Black Snake Gang, a small vial of poison is enough to wipe us out." Andre was drinking a cup of water, and when he heard Xia Fei's concerns, he nearly spat it out. "Xia Fei, aren't you a little overcautious? These chefs have been working in my manor for at least 5 years, you can absolutely trust them. Every crew on the ship has gone through a strict investigation, and even the slightest suspicion would stop them from being employed on the Storm Goddess." Xia Fei puffed out a ring of smoke and said, "We, Chinese, have an old saying, those who are cautious can navigate the ship for 10,000 years. It is never bad to be cautious about everything." Wulong repeatedly nodded. "I agree with Xia Fei's words. The Black Snake Gang's bastards aren't that easy to deal with." Xia Fei kept silent for a moment before he stood up and paced around the cabin. "Andre, we were able to meet and know each other because the Black Snake Gang wished to obtain the Golden Stinger. Let's assume that the Black Snake Gang isn't interested in the Golden Stinger but for the ruins of Atlantis. What would they do? If I were them, I would follow the Storm Goddess and wait until Atlantis is found before making a move." Andre said, "But look at this vast sea. Apart from us, there aren't any other ships, and all of the crew members are fine. I still feel that you are overly cautious." Xia Fei stayed silent and thought. "Am I really overly precautious?" Andre stood up and walked in front of a bookcase before pressing on a hidden button. Moments later, the bookcase split apart and revealed a hidden safe. Andre pressed the code before taking out a chain from his pocket that had a key. He then said mysteriously, "Let me show the two of you another item from Atlantis." Xia Fei and Wulong approached the safe with interest, only to see Andre carefully taking out a square-shaped thing that was covered in a layer of white muslin. Andre put the thing on the table and unwrapped the package, revealing a golden square board. The golden board was 40 centimeters on all sides and was very heavy. At the center of the golden board, there was a circle that was surrounded by densely packed lines. The 2 corners were carved with unknown characters. Right at this moment, the AI translation microchip in Xia Fei's brain was rapidly operating. A short moment later, Xia Fei spoke, "Whenever the Moon Goddess smiles, the shattered doors will be opened. The path to the secret realm has to be guided by the battle god of massacre." Andre turned pale with fright and had an inconceivable expression. He asked with an overwhelmingly emotional tone, "Xia Fei, you can read Atlantis language?" Chapter 24, Golden Compass. Andre asked with an overwhelmingly emotional tone, "Xia Fei, you can read Atlantis language?" Xia Fei nodded repeatedly. Xia Fei had experienced the amazing capabilities of the AI translation microchip on multiple occasions. No matter what language, or even the most difficult words, the microchip would be able to translate it accurately. The words on the golden board might be complicated, but the universe had plenty of complicated words. If the AI translation microchip could translate almost any language in the universe, there wasn't any reason why it couldn't decipher Atlantis scriptures. Andrei was speechless. Countless experts and scholars tried and failed, but Xia Fei deciphered it as if it were a no big deal. This thing was found in an old tomb near Greece. The golden stinger was also found there. According to the detailed analysis from the supercomputers, we determined that it is a map in disguise. Andrei said. Wait here for a moment. Andrei stood up to make a phone call. Shortly after, an old pedant who looked to be over 70 years old arrived in the room. This is Professor Wang Bashan, who specializes in Atlantis history. Xia Fei, read out this section for Professor Wang. Andrei gave an introduction. Xia Fei read out the words for the professor. After listening, Wang Bashan got very excited. Where did you learn this language? The Atlantis language is complicated and has variations. Despite spending many years researching, none of the researchers truly managed to decipher this language. How did you do it? Xia Fei used a random lie before intentionally changing the topic. Professor Wang, what diagram is this? What is its function? Wang Bashan said, this is a map, but we don't know where this map leads to. According to our current speed, we should be able to reach the designated location tomorrow morning. By then, all the mysteries will be solved. It was dawn, and Xia Fei was already on the deck. He saw Andrei wearing an overcoat while standing at the ship's bow as he watched the rising sun from the east. Oh, you're also here. Can't sleep either? Andrei asked. Xia Fei lit up a cigarette and said, that's right, we are going to see Atlantis soon. I'm rather excited. Come with me, accompany me for breakfast. Andrei patted on Xia Fei's shoulder. 3 underwater robots were already placed in the sea while there was a busy scene on the deck of the Storm Goddess. Everyone was filled with expectations. The underwater images were transmitted to the control room as dozens of eyes were staring at the surveillance monitor without even blinking. There is something over there. One of the observing researchers yelled out. On the flat seabed, there was a giant and irregular-shaped object. It was covered with seaweed and sand, making it very prominent. The underwater robot quickly went over and used a water jet gun to clean off the sand on the object's surface. Approximately 10 minutes later, everyone could finally see that it was just a piece of rock under the sand. However, this didn't discourage the exploration members and continued to carefully search the seabed. On the first day, there were no results, but everyone looked forward to the second day. On the second day, there were still no new results, but everyone looked forward to the third day. On the third day, the wreckage of an ancient ship was found but was not of much value. Feelings of disappointment started to spread on the Storm Goddess. On the fourth day, nothing new was found, and the dinner time turned very quiet. Some people even started drinking alcohol to deal with their disappointments. On the fifth day, the disappointments were gradually turning into pessimism. The negativity and slack were getting severe. There was also a situation where 2 crew members quarreled over a small matter. It was already nighttime as Xia Fei stood at the bow of the ship while contemplating quietly. He looked up at the bright, almost full moon. The moon goddess's smile? Phantom, what does a person's face look like when they smile? When they smile? Of course, it is a round shape. Round. Round. Xia Fei suddenly thought of something and mumbled to himself excitedly. I've got it. Moon goddess. Battle god of massacre. Xia Fei sprinted down the gangway and arrived at Andrei's cabin in a blink of an eye. Bang bang bang. Xia Fei panted as he knocked on Andrei's cabin door. Who is it? It is already late. It's me, Xia Fei. Andrei was wearing nightshirts when he opened the door as Xia Fei rushed into the room while speaking in a deep voice, bring that golden board out quickly. Andrei rushed to open the safe while asking, did something happen? You're acting strange. Don't ask, you will know later. Xia Fei said. The golden board was placed on the table as it was flashing with a mysterious golden radiance. The lines on the surface were distinct and complex. Xia Fei took out the golden stinger and gently fixed it at the center of the golden board. A miracle appeared. The golden stinger trembled slightly and immediately turned around to point in the northwest direction. Andrei's eyes widened as he tried his best to control his breaths as his expressions turned extremely excited. After a few attempts to adjust it, the golden stinger started to point towards the northwest direction without exception. Andre finally couldn't hold back and asked with a shaky voice, "What exactly is going on?" "Very simple, this golden stinger and this golden board is a single entity. It is a compass that is specially used to point to a location," Xia Fei said. "Compass?" Andre felt his body tremble while trying to look for a cigarette to relieve his anxiety. Xia Fei took out his hung tashan and handed one stick over as Andre received it with trembling hands and lit it up. "How did you discover it?" Andre asked while still trembling. "The answer is written here." Xia Fei pointed at the golden board that was covered in lines. "Whenever the moon goddess smiles, the shattered doors will be opened. The path to the secret realm has to be guided by the battle god of massacre. The true meaning of these words is that at every full moon night, a certain place would open the door that leads to a secret realm. To reach that secret realm, one would need to rely on this golden stinger as a guide. This golden board and golden stinger were found in the same place. Therefore, they are supposed to be together and should be used as an assembly." "How do you explain the map then?" Andre asked nervously. "This isn't a map at all," Xia Fei said loudly. "I don't know why all of you are thinking it to be a kind of map. In my opinion, these diagrams on the board are similar to the diagrams on the golden stinger. They are merely decorations." Andre hugged his head while thinking of multiple things in his head. After all, this sudden discovery had disrupted all of his previous thoughts, causing his mind to be confused. "Don't hesitate, order the captain to turn back right now. The night of the full moon is tomorrow night." "Okay." Andre tossed the cigarette butt and walked over to his table to call the bridge of the ship. "Captain David, this is Andre. Turn the ship back and head northwest." The sea was very peaceful as a bright moon was gradually rising up. This sea area was the location where the golden stinger was pointing. Right now, aside from waiting for that shattered door to open, nothing else could be done. The crew on the Storm Goddess was abnormally nervous as they gathered on the deck. All of them wished to witness the miraculous moment, even the chefs were here too. Xia Fei and Wulong were standing side by side at the bow of the ship as their feet were covered with cigarette butts. It was apparent that the two of them were extremely nervous. "What does the shattered doors refer to? Could a door appear out of nowhere on the sea?" Wulong spat a mouthful of saliva into the sea and asked. Xia Fei shook his head. "I'm not sure, but I have a feeling." "What feeling?" Wulong asked nervously. "Atlantis might not be at the bottom of the sea," Xia Fei whispered. Wulong was slightly stunned. If it didn't sink to the bottom of the sea, how did it vanish? When Wulong finished speaking, there was an anomaly that suddenly happened. Chapter 25, Shattered Door. An extremely bright ray of light suddenly rose up from the sea. It was so white that it was dazzling. The ray of light was like a scroll that extended on both sides. A few moments later, a giant door of light appeared in front of the Storm Goddess. The door was 10 kilometers in length and 5 kilometers in height. Even the largest cargo ship on Earth would be able to enter it. The interior of the door of light was also a boundless sea, but there was an additional piece of land with dense forestry. It was a miracle. Who would have thought that there was such a hidden space in the Atlantic Ocean? The crew members all had their eyes wide opened as their breaths were getting erratic. "This is a man-made space," Phantom quickly said. "The creation of a man-made spatial zone would require the technology of plane distortion. The civilization that created this spatial zone must be very powerful." Xia Fei was slightly startled. "How do you know?" "This door is activated by an energy system from inside out since it isn't a true spatial crevice. Do you still remember the bag of snake-eye berries that we purchased previously? You better keep it on you. During crucial moments, that thing can save lives." No one knew what would happen after entering this spatial zone, but it was always good to be cautious. Swish! Xia Fei left the deck and returned to his room swiftly. He then took out a bag of berries that were the size of a popcorn bag. The oval-shaped fruit was translucent and limpid. It had a small black spot at the core that wasn't too big or too small, making it look like a snake's eye. The purchase of 15 snake-eye berries cost a costly price of 300,000 star coins. The Storm Goddess accelerated at full speed, opening up layers of waves as it rushed at the door of light at a speed which was over 30 knots. The hundreds of crew members had all burst out with cheers as though they had already achieved success. Xia Fei stood quietly at a corner of the deck and didn't get influenced by the excitement from the others while maintaining his composure. Andre and his grandson, Charlie, walked over with excited expressions. "Xia Fei, we finally found it. This is the shattered door. This is Atlantis." Xia Fei took a glance at the piece of land inside the door of light and said in a calm tone, "This might be the shattered door, but the piece of land inside there is obviously not Atlantis." The legendary Atlantis city's structure was concentric circles, and the core area was supposed to have 3 giant pyramids. Layers of water channels would separate the inner city from the outer city. The citizens who lived closer to the core of the city had a higher social status. However, this piece of land didn't seem to have any existence of a city. There seemed to be a giant pyramid on the land, but it was surrounded by lush forest and there were no signs of a city in the vicinity. As the storm goddess entered this spatial zone, the air suddenly turned cold. When everyone talked, there would be puffs of white mist. Andre observed for a while and said, "This place is indeed very different from the legendary Atlantis city, but this cannot prove anything. No one has ever witnessed the true appearance of Atlantis with their own eyes." Xia Fei leaned on the railing and didn't say anything. The truth would only be clear after personally visiting the land. Right now, everything was just a mystery. The storm goddess had completely entered this spatial zone and was getting closer to that piece of land. They could even clearly see the leaves shaking on the tree. The land was shaped like a crescent and the edge of the land was extremely smooth, as though it had been intentionally sliced. All of a sudden, that door of light rapidly shrunk, and in just a few seconds, it turned into a bright spot of light. The spot of light flickered and vanished as fast as a shooting star. The shattered door was closed. The cheers on the storm goddess had stopped abruptly, and everything suddenly thought. "We did make it inside, but how are we supposed to return?" Right at this moment, there was another anomaly. Around 2 kilometers from the starboard of the storm goddess, there was a pitch-black submarine that suddenly emerged from underwater. The bow of the submarine was facing the storm goddess. Everyone started to move towards the starboard as they wanted to see what was happening. "Don't move!" Xia Fei yelled out immediately. Xia Fei stepped on the ground and used his fastest speed to run to the starboard. When he fixed his gaze, he couldn't help but perspire with cold sweat. It was a stealth diesel submarine produced by Russia. The submarine was coated with a layer of a thick and special material that was able to absorb sound waves and avoid detection from sonar. Due to that layer of special material, it would only be displayed as a tiny spot of light on the sonar, making it no different from a regular shark. Black Snake Gang! Damn it! They must have been secretly following the storm goddess from behind all this time. Xia Fei took less than a second to make his judgment. What was more horrifying was the 2 pitch-black torpedo launchers were already opened. Swish! Xia Fei rapidly returned to the port side of the ship and yelled, "Jump into the sea right now! Swim to that piece of land! Wulong, bring Andre with you! Charlie, follow behind me! What is going on?" Andre asked with a confused tone. Plunge! Before the question could be finished, Wulong had grabbed the coat of Andre as though he was grabbing a chick and jumped into the sea from the tall deck. Wulong had done so without any hesitation. Wulong wasn't considered clever, but his most brilliant aspect was listening to the orders during crucial moments without second-guessing it. As soon as Xia Fei issued the order, Wulong didn't hesitate and carried out the instructions. Reason? Towards people that he could trust, he just had to trust that person, and there wasn't a need to know the reason. Wulong was an intermediate starlight rank strength ability user, and he had endless strength in his body. He used one hand to grab onto the confused Andre while his other hand was rapidly paddling. They were swimming towards the land with extreme speed. "Jump into the sea right now and swim towards that piece of land!" Xia Fei shouted at the crowd. The crew members looked at Xia Fei but didn't do anything. Some of them even cursed at Xia Fei, "Crazy!" They were still hesitating and no one realized the imminent crisis. Humans were a kind of creature that preferred to follow the majority, preferred luck, and lacked awareness for danger. At this moment, everyone obviously knew that the submarine's sudden appearance was very strange, but no one was willing to act on their instincts. The preference for luck was an extremely harmful mindset. If a person were leaning more towards luck, luck would be further away from the person. Plunge! Plunge! Andre's bodyguards realized that their employer had already jumped into the sea. After a short discussion, they had also jumped in too. However, many others were still looking around. "Close your eyes. Use your mouth for breathing," Xia Fei said to Charlie. Xia Fei seized Charlie and immediately jumped into the sea without even looking back. One of his hands grabbed Charlie's neck while his legs were rapidly paddling like a motor. Xia Fei paddled at full speed, allowing him to traverse through the water rapidly. In the blink of the eye, he had already swum ahead of those bodyguards. Swish swish. The 2 torpedoes were fired from the submarine, leaving behind a trail of white spray while rushing straight for the storm goddess. It was now when a few of the crew members gathered their courage and jumped into the sea while most of the people were still watching. Bang! Bang! There were 2 giant explosions and a blazing flame. Charlie looked back and happened to witness the disaster. He was terrified as all of his limbs were desperately shaking, causing him to accidentally gulp down a few mouthfuls of seawater. "You better behave!" Xia Fei yelled out while paddling as he didn't bother about the explosions and deaths behind him. Heaven will only save those who are willing to be saved. This was an eternal rule of survival, and one would have to pay the consequences for one's own actions. As soon as the explosions were over, the sail of the submarine had suddenly opened. Over a dozen Black Snake Gang members got out from the submarine and formed a row while being armed with automatic firearms. 2 giant cavities were blasted on the starboard of the Storm Goddess. Ice-cold sea water gushed in, and in just 1 minute, the entire ship had sunk into the sea. There were miserable bawlings that could be heard on the sea surface. At the same time, the survivors started swimming towards the submarine, hoping that those vicious people armed with firearms would be benevolent. Even at this moment, they were still begging for mercy from the executioners. It was the most foolish behavior. Over a dozen automatic firearms were spraying with intense flames, and this sea region was quickly dyed red with fresh blood. The slaughterers of the Black Snake Gang were cheering with high spirits while their eyes were filled with malevolence. Xia Fei and Wulong had already dragged Andre and Charlie to the shore. Andre's face was ashen while Charlie was trembling uncontrollably with a miserably pale face. "Fortunately, you gave the warning. Otherwise, we would have ended up like them." Wulong wiped off the seawater from his face while having lingering fears. There were still a few bodyguards who were still swimming towards land. They didn't have abilities like Xia Fei and were swimming very slowly, as such were left behind. After eliminating those helpless crew members, the submarine started to advance towards those bodyguards in the sea. Xia Fei waved his hand. "Hide into the forest, those people are done for." Wulong didn't say anything and carried Andre into the forest with large strides. Xia Fei carried Charlie and followed behind Wulong closely. There were animal roars that could be heard deep inside the forest. Those roars were sharp, savage, and filled with murderous intent.